Chapter 314 Part 2. The entire Douluo is about to be shrouded in fear, dominated by geese. Big chapter.
Don't!
Zai refused. Gu Yuina was puzzled.
Why not show it off to everyone?
With no other choice, Zai reluctantly nodded in agreement. The next moment, her fully automatic evasive flying disc suddenly transformed, and pale blue armor began attaching itself upwards. Her feet were quickly covered by the armor, including her entire upper body. But
In this form, the weapon will upgrade, and it will fire a super strong cannonball. Besides that, there is also a supersized robot, but I won't release it now.
after speaking, Zai, very embarrassed, immediately canceled her second form, allowing the purple-black armor to reattach to her body. All the equipment was stored in that bracelet. Lin Yi knew which large robot Zai was talking about, the one Wu Liuqi had sliced in half with a single strike. The damage might be high, but the defense was truly weak. After the reward demonstration was over, Zai stepped off the stage, leaving Bai Jai alone on it. Bai Jai had indeed not yet attacked. But at this moment, Bai Jai, left alone on the stage, glanced at Lin Yi and immediately felt intimidated. She quickly trotted to the edge of the platform and said to Gu Yuina.
Lord, come up, help Goose.
Gu Yuina silently turned her head away. Her butt still felt numb from Lin Yi spanking her just yesterday. She didn't want to increase her presence in front of Lin Yi just yet. It was awkward, embarrassing, and uncomfortable.
Zai can help. Wasn't the reward she just received pretty impressive? I'll take a break today.
Zai was immediately taken aback. She really didn't want to fight while dressed like that.
Lord, I'm tired, Tilda. Plastic sisterly love. Bai Jai helped you, but you don't want to help her.
Gu Yuina fixed her gaze on Zai, posing a soul-searching question. Zai. She silently walked back to the stage, extremely reluctant in her heart. If Bai Jai's damage record remained in the 500,000 to 600,000 range, she could use her skills to help attack. But the problem was, Zai clearly remembered that Bai Jai's damage had already reached 750,000. 750,000? On the spot, other than Dai Tian and Gu Yuina, who else could help? The newly acquired weapon was indeed strong, so Zai could only hope it would be sufficient. It was truly bizarre. The Lord usually liked Bai Jai quite a bit, but this time she seemed indifferent to whether Bai Jai's reward quality would be reduced. Could it be that the Lord didn't want to face Lin Yi? But wasn't their relationship already at the level where they would spend the night away from the forest, having a two-person world and spanking? Zai wondered in her heart. The two stood on the stage again, and Bai Jai, somewhat unhappy, reminded Zai.
Goose's damage last time was 757,698. Can you help Goose inflict damage beyond that?
The Lord mustn't like her anymore, which is why she refused to help. Goose felt very sad. Zai took a deep breath, having not the slightest confidence in this.
I'll try.
Okay.
Zai looked at the bracelet on her wrist and transformed again, this time directly into the armored form she had just been in. Of course, except for the lower half.
What are you doing, sister?
Zai hurriedly stopped Bai Jai.
I'm giving you my skirt to wear. What will you wear then?
Goose has pants inside.
Bai Jai untied the skirt on her lower body, and indeed there was a pair of pants underneath. Lin Yi was stunned. Silly Goose, what's the purpose of wearing a skirt then? It's already outrageous for someone to wear safety shorts to protect both the little ones and the gentlemen, and you actually have long pants inside. Are you guarding against snipers? After Bai Jai put the skirt on Zai, this entirely new combination made Lin Yi's vision turn dark. The upper body was covered with high-tech armor, while the lower body was a bright-colored and ladylike long skirt. What's this? A combination of soft and hard. However, this indeed provided Zai with a lot of security, and that cool feeling on her lower body finally disappeared. Bai Jai's enhancement was swiftly released, the gentle green glow and the aura of the life goddess swirling around. But at that moment, Lin Yi was somewhat puzzled. Could Bai Jai's enhancement actually work on this high-tech gear as well? The next moment, the scene before him answered his doubts. The golden runes and the jade light actually adhered completely to Zai Jai's armor, directly causing the lights on the armor to become even more dazzling. Lin Yi couldn't figure out why. The only possibility was that Bai Jai's life goddess aura and the technology of Stayer country both belonged to his rewards, and there was some special connection between rewards. At that moment, Zai Jai raised her arm and the armor began to transform. Inside, the mechanical spirals emitted a deep purple glow and a dark muzzle pointed at Lin Yi, buzzing with noise. Terrible energy began to converge within it. The space around the muzzle showed intense warping, indicating the weapon's power was strong enough to create some rejection from the Douluo plane. The times when rewards from the primordial chaos plane appeared were signs of significant rejection.
Electric light poison dragon laser cannon.
Zai Jai whispered low. It was that very cannon in the anime that made the female lead develop a fondness for the male lead. A blinding white brilliance blossomed at the mouth of the cannon, and with a boom, the giant laser beam quickly hit Lin Yi. This potent laser caused a layer of golden ripples to rise on his body. The attack started quickly and ended just as fast. Facing the onslaught of damage rebound, Zai Jai raised both arms at the same time, and the armor systems on her arms began to transform, forming muzzles once again. This time, the laser cannon was of a lower level, because the electric light poison dragon laser cannon had already used up most of her energy. Two teal lasers shot out from the muzzles, blowing the damage rebound to smithereens. Thankfully, this weapon was powered by solar charging, otherwise, it really would have been a one-time use affair. Zai Jai glanced at the prompt on her wrist, which showed energy still at 40%, but in the next second, it shifted to 40.1%. As long as there was sunlight, the bracelet was continuously charging. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 776,834. Remaining health points, 8,999,054,578,632. Damage level, Golden Junior. Random reward, commanding creature, choose any race from Soul Land. Host reward, commanding creature, choose 2 races from Soul Land. This reward made Lin Yi pause, commanding creature, could it really be that powerful? Just by looking at the reward's name, one could understand its meaning. Bai Jai could choose any race living on the Soul Land, and then have the absolute power to command that race. My goodness, isn't that a bit too powerful? Lin Yi looked at the notes and confirmed it again. It was indeed as he had imagined. If Bai Jai chose humans, then all the humans on Soul Land would have to recognize her, this goose, as their king.
Damage 776,834, Golden Junior level. Your reward is that you can choose any race from Soul Land to command completely, becoming the king of that race. So, which race do you want to be king of?
Chapter 315, Goodbye Mom, I'm setting sail tonight. Chapter 1. What concept is this reward? This is way too exaggerated. The races living in Soul Land, as the system's notes exclude the gods in the divine realm. So, the races Bai Jai can command are all those, aside from gods, that everyone knows of, including the unheard of, the unseen, and even those rumored to still exist. She can command all of them. As long as she integrates the reward, she will immediately form a sovereign subject contract with that race. Lin Yi had never imagined this could be a reward from the Golden Junior prize pool. But the damage contributed by Bai Jai had already approached 800,000, which was comparable to a gold intermediate reward. However, this doesn't mean the reward wasn't
over the top.
Let's first see what choice Bai Jai will make, for if many people protest, this reward will indeed need to be modified, just like it was with Ning Fengzhai's incident. Down below, Dai Tian was anxious. He wanted to remind Bai Jai but couldn't make it too obvious as they were surrounded by humans. Yes, Dai Tian's idea was for Bai Jai to answer with humans. The ultimate ruler of Soul Land was still humankind. As long as Bai Jai became the king of the human race, then the Soul Beast springtime would surely arrive. If it had been before, Gu Yuina would have definitely gone up on stage arrogantly to answer for Bai Jai, but now she was extremely intimidated by Lin Yi.
You have 3 seconds to give your answer.
Lin Yi said to Bai Jai, since there were too many voices of discussion below, and Bai Jai had a simple mind, Lin Yi feared she might absent-mindedly repeat someone else's answer, which would waste even more time.
3, 2, 1.
Ants.
Bai Jai immediately responded. She looked timidly at everyone after speaking, as they had just been very excited, and many had fierce expressions as if they were about to devour her. But she had only wanted to be the boss of the ants. She had no interest in being the boss of any other race, that was all.
It's okay, sister. The reward is yours to decide. As long as you're happy, don't listen to them.
Zai Jai comforted Bai Jai, reaching out to stroke Bai Jai's head.
Thank you, Zaijai.
Bai Jai responded with a smile. Gu Yuina and Dai Tian exchanged glances below. They weren't actually surprised, and wouldn't have been surprised even if Bai Jai failed to answer at all. Bai Jai, with no scheming at all, who would cry for a long time out of guilt just from accidentally stepping on a snail, how could she ever harbor the thought to command others? That she could even offer.
Ants.
As her answer was already a surprise to Dai Tian and Gu Yuina. Lin Yi still didn't understand. He had been prepared to modify the reward.
Why did you choose ants as the race?
He asked Bai Jai, puzzled. Bai Jai was stunned for a moment, thinking that Lin Yi was also blaming her, so she immediately lowered her head and chose not to answer. Forget it.
All ant species in Soul Land from this moment on will heed your command.
Lin Yi declared. Golden light merged into Bai Jai's body, creating a faint, radiant sheen on her surface, as if expressing an outward radiance of a king. Bai Jai looked forward with expectation. Last time, she had won the affection of many small creatures, including the ants she adored, because she gained the aura of the life goddess. But there were many restrictions. After all, the aura of the goddess couldn't be revealed frequently, and merely winning the ants' affection didn't mean they could understand her words. Now it's different.
Sister, try it. Command your ant kingdom.
Zai Jai encouraged from the side.
Okay.
The soul masters below continued to mock Bai Jai. The ant kingdom, such a weak race, and yet someone aspired to be their king, ha ha ha. Even if a bunch of ants came, a 3-year-old child could stomp a swath of them to death with 1 foot. For a bunch, just stomp a few more times. On stage, Bai Jai closed her eyes. A layer of gold encircled her ears, like radar, emitting golden ripples outwards, wave after wave. She was issuing the monarch's command. The faces of the soul masters who had been smirking suddenly changed. Even Gu Yuina and Dai Tian looked around in astonishment, as if they had witnessed some terrifying spectacle. From the crevices in bricks within the soil in the gaps of tiles, swarms of dense, dark ants began crawling out. The place was filled with the sound of sesso sesso. Soon, the entire streets and alleys of Seoul City, on the rooftops along the walls, were covered in darkness, including the sky where the incessant hua lala. Chapter 315 Part 2. Goodbye Mom, I'm setting sail tonight. Chapter 2. Some soul masters began to scream. It was as if a black sea had spread around them. The ant colony swiftly passed by their sides without touching them in the slightest. These ant swarms, under Bai Jai's command, were extremely orderly and disciplined. To trample.
Now that they have come, aren't you going to say something to your subjects?
Bai Jai turned to Lin Yi in a daze and immediately nodded. Indeed, she had something to say.
I have lots of food. You don't need to go to faraway places just to carry food back anymore. I'll call you, and you can come find me.
Lin Yi was stunned. So Bai Jai wanted to be the ant queen just to conveniently call them over for food.
Did you all understand?
Bai Jai asked the ants. The ants seemed to have collectively been struck speechless.
We follow our queen's commands.
Just then, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Everyone looked in one direction to see a group of huge-bodied soul beasts approaching. Could it be?
Soul beasts, go away quickly. You will be in danger appearing in front of humans.
But the result was quite the opposite. As soon as her words fell, all the 1,000 juncture ants turned their razor-sharp teeth toward the soul masters present and encircled them. All the ant swarms showed their murderously sharp fangs to the humans at that moment. The flying ants in the sky even formed the word
Kill!
with their bodies. What the hell? Don't spread rumors, Emerald Swan Sr. How did you see that the soul beasts were in danger? Weren't it us human soul masters who have been in danger from the very start? The encircled soul masters were trembling with fear, their minds filled with silent complaints. Lin Yi. Bai Jai turned to Lin Yi when she heard him speak, immediately nodded, and shouted loudly to the ant tribe.
Go home, everyone. If there's food, I'll call for you.
Actually, Bai Jai didn't need to shout loudly, even if she whispered.
The queen's command.
It would be received by all the ant tribe. The sea of ants scattered across the hills withdrew, resembling the sight of the black tide ebbing away, finally lifting the oppressive feeling from the hearts of the soul masters. Once the flying ants left, the sky seemed to clear up once again. That was terrifying.
Would you make them do bad things?
Bai Jai was stunned for a moment, then raised her little hand and swore.
I won't let them steal food. I'll find food and feed them myself.
All right, Bai Jai, let them disperse now. If they trust you, they already have their judgment in their hearts. Bai Jai turned to Lin Yi when she heard him speak, immediately nodded, and shouted loudly to the ant tribe. Go home, everyone. If there's food, I'll call for you. Actually, Bai Jai didn't need to shout loudly. Even if she whispered the queen's command, it would be received by all the ant tribe. The sea of ants scattered across the hills withdrew, resembling the sight of the black tide ebbing away, finally lifting the oppressive feeling from the hearts of the soul masters. Once the flying ants left, the sky seemed to clear up once again. That was terrifying.
All right, let's continue with today's second assault.
Zai Jai glanced down at the energy bar on her bracelet, which now showed 60% remaining. During the time the flying ants dominated the sky, she noticed the speed of solar charging had slowed down a lot. This time, Zai Jai directly activated robot mode. A pale blue giant sphere appeared in midair, and limbs made of bluish-green lasers quickly extended from the sphere. This giant robot mode was designed in the anime to easily destroy an island. It's just a pity that it was sliced in half by the protagonist with a single sword strike. Everyone looked up at this somewhat unconventional robot, each with a more exaggerated expression than the last. What dimension did this thing come from?
If I want to inflict damage higher than the electric light poison dragon laser cannon, I'll choose this mode.
She said. She looked down at the red button on the instrument panel in front of her.
Kilometer flame laser sword.
Yes, this sword was a kilometer long.
Proceed. After all, this is the only attack left for today.
Zai Jai responded to the mechanical voice coming from the control room. The attack pattern for this skill seemed to be designed by the prince to conveniently puncture an island. She deliberately piloted the giant robot next to Lin Yi, at which point Bai Jai had already covered the robot with her augmenting power. According to the skill description, the kilometer flame laser sword's highest damage occurs in the instant the blade is unsheathed over a kilometer, capable of piercing an island in less than a second with laser scorching. So Zai Jai came to Lin Yi's side, positioning the blade directly against him. Hopefully, she wouldn't puncture the Golden Dragon Lord.
Boom!
The next moment, Zai Jai witnessed an unexpectedly shocking scene. The fiery red laser sword resembling a blaze instantly unsheathed, but Lin Yi was not pierced through. Instead, he continued to sit steadier than a mountain, while it was Zai Jai's robot that was sent flying by the force of the blade. Boom, boom, boom. The robot flew out instantly, knocking over countless soul masters who had gathered below to watch. Bai Jai stood on the stage, stunned, looking at the flame laser sword protruding from Lin Yi's chest. Lin Yi remained unmoved on the stage, while Zai Jai's robot had already ended up a kilometer away. The robot that was just in front of her had vanished.
Goodbye, Mother. Tonight I shall voyage far away, Tilda.
Chapter 316, Black Swan showcased her intelligence at the event and received the Gold Intermediate Prize Big Chapter. I guess the beginning, but not the end. This was Zai Jai's most genuine thought at that moment. She spent quite a while bewildered in the control room, glancing around to discover the environment was strangely unfamiliar. It was only then she realized she and the robot had already appeared a kilometer away. Senior Lin Yi really can't be pierced. Zai Jai did indeed believe Lin Yi couldn't be pierced, but she imagined the result would be the sword refusing to unsheath completely, yet unexpectedly, the sword was obstinate enough to unsheath, and she was knocked flying a kilometer away.
Black Swan.
Bai Jai's green dress instantly transformed into a black feathered gown. Black Swan lowered her arms, and in her pale palms appeared two extremely sharp spears. She turned into a puff of black smoke and vanished, reappearing with a sinister laugh as she plunged the spears into the incoming damage rebound. At that moment, an aura of destruction instantly enveloped the entire golden glow, swallowing up damage rebound completely. She landed on the ground, the shadow of the black wings on her back slowly withdrawing. The transformation from
Angel.
to
Demon.
had been completed almost too quickly for anyone to react. Black Swan slowly lifted her head, her eyes as if they could hook out a person's soul, filled with evident evil yet brimming with allure. Both beauty and lethality were perfectly embodied in the Black Swan. She just gazed at Lin Yi as if looking at a lover. At first glance, she didn't seem like a good goose at all. Moreover, Lin Yi didn't see any heart arrows above Black Swan's head, suggesting that, unlike Bai Jai, she didn't have someone she liked. Despite that, Black Swan still mentioned liking someone often, kissing Lin Yi at any opportunity. This showed her ambition. Her first step was to try to gain Lin Yi's favor. But all these were transparent in Lin Yi's eyes. A mere system product like the little Black Swan couldn't make much of a splash with him.
It's been so long since I last came out. I feel so lonely. I miss the Golden Dragon Lord so much, Tilda.
Black Swan curiously surveyed her surroundings, the sight of so many people seeming to excite her.
Bai Jai is such a naive girl. She thinks neither the Golden Dragon Lord nor the Silver Dragon Lord likes her, so she doesn't want to bother you, but I think you both really like her. Don't you, Golden Dragon Lord?
As Black Swan spoke, she walked toward Lin Yi, intentionally revealing the snow-white skin at her neckline, her eyes glinting with seductive charm.
Stay away from him.
Gu Yuina commanded coldly from below the stage. Black Swan was taken aback and looked at Lin Yi with a look of grievance, but receiving no response from him, she obediently went back and pouted at her spot, clearly unhappy. Lin Yi. She really knows how to act. She could probably sell Bai Jai and still have her happily counting the money. It was fortunate that Bai Jai usually had the dominant position, and Black Swan would absolutely not harm her. Otherwise, Lin Yi would really be worried that one day Bai Jai might be devoured by Black Swan. Wait, why am I worried about that silly goose?
Thump, thump, thump.
A rumbling noise suddenly came from the outskirts of the crowd, and everyone turned to see it was Zai Jai, in her robot, running back in a rather sorry state. The soul masters who had just been knocked away now had a shadow over them. Upon seeing the robot, they immediately ran to either side, leaving space.
I'm sorry, I'm back. Was the attack just now effective?
Zai Jai disengaged her robot mode and asked Lin Yi anxiously.
The attack was effective, but next time before you attack, I hope you choose a more reliable skill.
Lin Yi said as he looked at her and then turned his gaze to the panel. Zai Jai nodded awkwardly, turning her head just to find Bai Jai had suddenly turned into Black Swan. Zai Jai. Black Swan, identical to O, identical to. Blood loss, 799,996. Remaining blood volume, 899,904,776,378. Damage level, golden intermediate upgradable. To Lin Yi's bewilderment, this time the panel didn't show a reward. Instead,
Upgradable
was added after damage level. What does it mean? He'd scraped off nearly 100 million in blood volume, which was the first time that Lin Yi had encountered such a situation. He looked at the system's prompt. Considering the significant damage contributed this time, and that less than 5 points of damage would reach the golden intermediate reward, a special benefit for this attack is granted. Answer a random question correctly and make up for the miss of 5 droplets of blood. So that's what it was. Lin Yi had been wondering why there was no such benefit in the past when there was just one droplet of blood left to reach the next reward level. So it related to the extent of damage contributed. After all, if you contribute so little damage, what's there to make up for?
The damage is 799,996, Golden Junior level, but don't rush because this time the damage fell short, missing 5 points to rise to Golden Intermediate. Therefore, a special benefit will be granted.
Chapter 316, Part 2. Black Swan showcased her intelligence at the event and received the Gold Intermediate Prize Big Chapter. For Zai Jai, as long as her damage level hadn't been downgraded, she was thankful enough, and it could be considered that she hadn't let Bai Jai down. As for Zai Jai herself, she didn't care at all, since whatever reward was obtained had nothing to do with her. All rewards belonged to Bai Jai, Humph.
Bai Jai only needs to answer one question correctly, and she can directly upgrade her reward.
Lin Yi said to Black Swan, then raised his eyebrows slightly.
Let Bai Jai come out.
Unwillingly, Black Swan swayed her delicate body.
No way, I haven't had enough fun yet, Tilda.
Lin Yi. Black Swan clasped her hands together, pleading with Lin Yi. Acting coy, cute, seductive, switching expressions on her beautiful face with ease, what was strong was that she seemed completely natural, not the least bit awkward. This creature, which was only equivalent to being born about 10 days ago, has such strong learning abilities. Lin Yi believed Black Swan was smart, and it seemed the type of question this time wasn't the kind of brain teaser like before. Bai Jai's cleverness turning into stupidity probably wouldn't work here.
Well, you are representing Bai Jai. Whatever the outcome, you will be responsible. Okay, Tilda.
Zai Jai said this, but she didn't care at all in her heart. She just wanted to show up a bit longer. Lin Yi shifted his gaze to the panel, which was currently filtering through questions. The question appeared named.
Fairness.
Lin Yi took a quick glance. Indeed, the type of question was different this time. Bai Jai definitely couldn't answer it.
This time the question is named Fairness.
Having said this, Lin Yi waved his right hand in front of him, and a projection appeared on the platform. In the projection, 3 men were sitting cross-legged, and 2 identical bread loaves were placed side by side in front of them.
3 brothers, with only 2 bread loaves left in the house. You only have 1 chance to make a cut. How can you distribute the food fairly?
Everyone was stunned when they heard the question. The 2 bread loaves were identical, sure, but just 1 cut.
Whoosh.
Black Swan extended her fair right hand. Her weapon, a black short spear, appeared. She took her time circling in front of the 3 brothers and the 2 bread loaves, the corners of her mouth gradually lifting, as if she already knew the answer. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Black Swan raised her spear, and with extreme speed she slit the throat of one of the men. One of the 3 brothers fell to the ground, clutching his neck in agony, bleeding to death. With a confident smile, Black Swan put away her spear. Zai Jai's eyes widened. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Only Lin Yi looked deeply at Black Swan.
Killing one of their brothers, leaving just 2 people and 2 loaves. Isn't that a fair distribution of food?
Black Swan retorted. As soon as she finished speaking, the remaining 2 brothers immediately grabbed the loaves on the ground and started gnawing away, completely ignoring the dead brother beside them. Answer correct. The green words displayed on the panel in Lin Yi's view.
The answer is correct.
The crowd was in an uproar. The projection of the 2 brothers and the corpse disappeared from the platform, and Black Swan stood there confidently smiling, her expression asking Lin Yi.
Aren't I way better than Bai Jai?
Lin Yi continued to look at the panel. Health deducted, 800,000. Remaining health, 899,904,776,374. Damage level, Gold Intermediate. Random reward, rewrite personal script, excluding life and death, excluding any plot related to Lin Yi. Host reward, rewrite personal script. It's been a while since I saw a Gold Intermediate reward.
Your Gold Intermediate reward this time is the ability to rewrite one's personal script. Once you've merged with this ability, you can freely change anyone's life path, But if your objective involves life and death, it won't go unnoticed. For example, if you designate someone and write on their script, pick up a soul bone in 1 minute, then that person will definitely find a soul bone after 1 minute. Or designate another person and write on their script, fall down on the spot after 10 seconds, and they will absolutely perform a flat fall after 10 seconds. As long as the purpose doesn't involve life and death and doesn't relate to any events concerning me, all rewrites will be realized without exception.
Hearing the examples Lin Yi gave, everyone was astonished. Black Swan was also shocked, her clever brain instantly filled with dozens and dozens of rewriting targets and plans. However, Lin Yi calmly said at this point,
Let Bai Jai come out. This is her reward, you can't use it.
Black Swan's beautiful brows drooped in an instant. She bit her lip and coquettishly said,
Golden Dragon Lord Tilda, you can surely modify it so I can use it too, right? Please, this reward sounds so powerful. I want to experience it too, Tilda.
After saying this, she walked forward, still trying to use her beauty to tempt Lin Yi. Lin Yi chuckled at this. He waved his right hand, and a rainbow of light emerged in his palm. Black Swan twirled back to her original place as the darkness on her body dispersed like smoke, returning to Bai Jai's appearance. Bai Jai followed the momentum and spun around a few times, her body falling into Zai Jai's arms.
Sister Bai Jai, you're back. Hurry up and claim your reward.
Oh.
Goose Goose answered somewhat unexpectedly. At that moment, Zai Jai untied and took off her own skirt, dressing Bai Jai with it, then pushed Bai Jai towards Lin Yi.
I won't elaborate on the reward anymore. You'll know the rules after merging.
Lin Yi picked up the golden light sphere in his hand and said to Bai Jai. He flicked the light sphere onto Bai Jai. After merging, Goose Goose found that her vision now included a notebook radiating golden light. She could use her thoughts to.
Right.
On this notebook, with only one revision possible per page, and upon successful rewriting, that page would vanish on its own. This
Script
consisted of 1,000 pages, meaning 1,000 rewriting opportunities. After understanding the rules, Bai Jai was nevertheless bewildered. She didn't really want to rewrite anyone's life, Tilda. But if someone wasn't happy, she could certainly rewrite things to make them happier. However, Bai Jai didn't know many people.
Next time, I'll make Mr. Rhinoceros more generous. The Calabash brothers will starve to death if they grow up and have no poop to eat.
Bai Jai thought to herself, planning to change Mr. Rhinoceros' mindset, as he was the sole beast in the forest that pooped the most, enough for the Calabash brothers to feast on for a very long time. The two sisters stepped down from the platform, with two people still left to attack from the side of Aquapea Forest. Gu Yuina and Wang Qi'er. Wang Qi'er, feeling she was the one with the lowest damage, didn't want to take her friend's turn to attack. Gu Yuina, for she'd shiver every time Lin Yi glanced at her bottom, didn't want to face him.
Which one of you two will come?
Lin Yi asked calmly.
Hurry.
Sorry. The auspicious beast and dragon lady pointed at each other. Noticing Gu Yuina's eyebrows gradually pressing down and her expression growing displeased, Dai Tian's heart skipped a beat. He quickly walked over to Wang Qi'er.
Hey, the auspicious beast goes first. The auspicious beast goes first, okay?
As Dai Tian brought Wang Qi'er onto the stage, he whispered to her.
Don't argue with her, you can't outstubborn her. My master can be very petty.
Chapter 317, Stop using the eraser or you will rub off all your clothes, Dajing. Gu Yuina was probably still rebellious at heart despite her verbal concession, thinking that a spanking from Lin Yi was enough to erase the previous offense. Longlong's thoughts are becoming increasingly innocent, Tilda. But Lin Yi wouldn't take it to heart either. After becoming a true powerhouse, looking back at those who once seemed formidable but now stand beneath him on the ladder of power.
Wang Qi'er.
Seeing Wang Qi'er lost in thought, Lin Yi called out to alert her. He noticed that the broken heart initially hovering above Wang Qi'er's head was now gone, leaving empty space above her. Lin Yi chuckled to himself. It seemed Wang Qi'er had completely lost interest in Hu Yuhao. Regardless, Wang Qi'er didn't need to sacrifice anymore. She had completely taken control of her remaining life at this moment.
Here! Stop daydreaming and attack. Yes!
Wang Qier promptly responded. She didn't know why, but the more she thought of Lin Yi's merits in her heart, the more her remaining life increased. And yet she had not even moved closer to him. What Wang Qier didn't realize was that the more she thought of Lin Yi's virtues, the quicker the love arrows for Hugh Yuhao above her head shattered. Losing her love for Hugh Yuhao and escaping sacrifice naturally raised her life expectancy. This also precisely validated a saying. The best way to forget someone is to start caring about another person. Wang Qier unleashed her martial soul. A resonant dragon's roar hovered around her, her dress billowed, and her powder blue wavy hair instantly turned into shining gold. The auspicious beast's golden dragon martial soul, with the bloodline of a true dragon, the origin of strength, made its might apparent immediately upon release. A golden dragon's ethereal silhouette coiled around Wang Qier's body. Several shining gold scales adhered to the corners of her eyes, looking like expertly applied eye makeup, glittering and exceptionally beautiful. Then the seventh black soul ring rose.
Martial soul true body.
An even more resonant dragon's roar filled the air, and the hovering golden dragon became more substantial. The golden dragon swelled in size, standing behind Wang Qier, and the svelte girl suddenly gained a majestic aura. It was hard to believe that a seven-ring soul sage could radiate an aura no less powerful than that of a titled Douluo. This was probably the advantage of having the true dragon spirit. The fourth ring rose soon after.
Golden dragon burst.
Wang Qier pointed her delicate hand forward. A huge golden dragon opened its enormous maw, sweeping towards Lin Yi. Yet upon reaching Lin Yi, the golden dragon suddenly disappeared. This assault by the golden dragon did not seem to be the main attack, and sure enough, in the next moment, Wang Qier clenched her fist.
Bang, bangs, bang.
3 massive explosions sounded in succession where Lin Yi was standing. With each blast, a bright light appeared, and a golden dragon emerged from it with a roar. Attack ended. Wang Qier waited expectantly for her damage rebound to manifest, but there was no sign of it even after a long while. Chapter 317 Part 2. Stop using the eraser or you will rub off all your clothes, Dazhang. But clearly, her hopes were dashed once again. She stood there feeling very frustrated. She thought she was the most embarrassing attacker on the side of the Aquapea forest. Right, there was one more thing. Yesterday, she had asked Lin Yi what she needed to do to stay here after a month. Lin Yi had said there definitely would be conditions, but he didn't know what they were at the moment.
Damage 76,809, black primary level. Your reward is a consumable eraser.
Eraser.
Wang Qier looked puzzled. She seemed to have never heard of this term before. Could it be something unique to the blue planet? Lin Yi was taken aback for a moment as well. He explained.
It's something that can be used to erase writing, but this one has been magically modified. It can erase anything your eyes see. Here, erase means to disappear forever.
Wang Qier's beautiful eyes widened slightly. She thought she had received something incredible. Everyone's expressions were filled with new curiosity. Lin Yi then lifted the black light sphere in his hand and flicked it towards Wang Qier. When the sphere landed in her hand, it turned into an eraser the size of a mahjong tile. Wang Qier was slightly surprised because she didn't expect the thing to be physically existent, and it was much smaller than she had imagined.
How do I use it?
She curiously asked Lin Yi.
You can erase from a distance, but you can only erase an area as wide as the eraser in one go. It won't erase everything in one stroke, it erases things layer by layer.
He replied. Lin Yi's explanation was somewhat abstract, which left Wang Qier completely confused. He thought for a moment and then said,
Call someone over, and you'll understand after erasing their clothes.
Call whom? It seemed a bit embarrassing to call anyone. Wang Qier looked around and hesitated.
I'll try erasing my own clothes.
Lin Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow.
Are you sure? Although this eraser's setting won't do any harm to life, if you erase your own clothes, you'll expose yourself.
Wang Qier. After she finished speaking, she took the eraser and waved it in the air over the clothes on her arm. The next moment, an astonishing scene occurred. As soon as the eraser brushed past, a strip of cloth was erased from her outer garment. Wang Qier shook her arm but couldn't find where the missing cloth had gone. The width of the erased strip matched that of the eraser, which was entirely consistent with its settings. But Wang Qier found that only the outer garment was erased. The undergarment still existed underneath. Lin Yi explained.
That's what I meant. It can only erase things layer by layer and can't wipe away several layers at once. This rule applies to any object.
Wang Qier nodded. She erased the same spot again, and then the undergarment was erased, revealing her fair and smooth forearm underneath. She found it incredibly novel and started earnestly erasing her own arm. In no time at all, the clothes on her arm were completely erased, and not a single piece of fabric could be seen on the stage. It was like the erased items had vanished from this plane of existence. Lin Yi watched Wang Qier's exposed fair arm and twitched the corner of his mouth. Was this girl missing a screw in her head? If she erased any further, she'd expose her bra. Are you really not afraid of exposing yourself? Do you want all of us to see what color you're wearing underneath? She might be a few strings short of a full harp, but not completely devoid. Wang Qier only wiped off the sleeve of her shirt and didn't go any further, causing a group of male soul masters down in the audience to instantly break down.
Why won't she keep wiping? Keep going. Damn it, talk about a letdown. I even took out my telescope, and you're not continuing.
Hearing the discussions below, Wang Qier twitched the corner of her mouth. What's wrong with these men down there? I'm just wiping my clothes to test out the reward. Why are you getting so excited? Lin Yi continued.
This reward is consumable, but you probably can't tell now. Wiping off the shirt on your arm is just a small project for it.
Wang Qier happily nodded her head. The black primary level reward might not compare to those red intermediate and senior rewards, or even gold primary and intermediate rewards, but it's also quite an interesting little gadget. She carefully put away the eraser, readying herself for a second attack. Seeing the trend in her damage increase, she estimated that it would not surpass 100,000 anytime soon. Releasing her martial soul again, the pinkish-blue large waves of hair that Wang Qier had just turned back into were once more dyed a brilliant gold. Brilliant golden hair danced behind her, while the shadow of the golden dragon stood up again behind her. This scene was majestic and domineering. Watching the scene before him, Lin Yi could pretty much understand why, in the original Douluo Level 2, whenever Wang Qier started fighting, the crowd below would excitedly chant the title.
Golden Dragon Lady.
Putting aside damage, Wang Qier's appearance at the moment was indeed very cool.
Martial soul true body.
The seventh soul ring rose once more, and Wang Qier's body overlapped with the shadow of the golden dragon.
Fifth soul skill, Golden Dragon's Roar.
The giant shadow of the golden dragon that overlapped Wang Qier's body became more solid. It stepped forward, standing in front of Wang Qier. Two huge golden wings extended and stretched out beside her. The golden dragon opened its massive mouth, and in its golden vertical pupils seemed to burn a golden flame.
Ayo!
A loud and clear dragon's roar emanated from its mouth, the massive sound waves nearly shaking the platform. Lin Yi's clothes also danced backward for a moment. However,
Damage 87,369. Black primary level, your reward is a pet blind box.
this reward hasn't surfaced for quite a few days. The last time it had appeared was before Wang Qier's arrival, so this was still a relatively novel reward for Wang Qier. P.S. I plan to try updating with 6,000 words tomorrow. Usually, it's 4,000 words. I'll give it my best, but if I fail, I hope no one spits at me. Below is a book recommendation. Douluo No Choice But to Bully Brock. Synopsis. This book is also known as Douluo, Shocking I Became Kyan Zunji. Chapter 318, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect arrives at Seoul City Major Chapter. Wang Qier indeed felt very curious. She mainly hadn't expected that Lin Yi could even give away living creatures. In her impression, these rewards were basically some kind of ability or item. Lin Yi continued at this time.
In a moment, I will conduct the blind box selection for you. Once the selection begins, you say stop, and the selection will stop.
Wang Qier nodded. The interface for the blind box selection appeared before Lin Yi. Lin Yi spoke.
Selection begins.
Wang Qier reached back and ran her fingers through her pinkish-blue hair. She was uncertain when to say stop. After all, this was the first time she had seen such a reward. After a good while, when Lin Yi looked towards her, Wang Qier immediately said,
Stop.
The selection process on the panel came to an immediate halt. What remained on it was an entirely yellow blind box with several black stripes on it.
Open the blind box.
This time there was no prompt indicating it was a double yellow blind box, proving that there was only one pet inside this blind box. Lin Yi felt a bit disappointed. It turned out he couldn't get a pet for free after all. Usually, when a double yellow blind box appears, there will be a primary pet and a secondary pet inside, and the quality of the secondary pet is definitely higher than that of the primary one. So the appearance of a double yellow blind box means Lin Yi is guaranteed to get a high-quality pet. The blind box on the panel opened, and a golden spot fell to the ground. Wang Qier turned back, walking towards the golden spot. The next moment, the spot instantly grew larger and turned into a shiny car. The car was a bright yellow overall with black stripes on the body, looking extremely cool. Lin Yi looked down at the license plate Chevrolet Camaro. He roughly knew what the reward was now. He had just been wondering how could a pet possibly be a car.
What is this?
Wang Qier couldn't help stepping back several paces, her mind befuddled. A pet must be a living creature, right? But what kind of living creature was this? How was it so odd? It felt a bit like a soul tool. Wang Qier thought it seemed to be made of some kind of alloy. But Zhu Zai in the audience could not find any clues. Being a senior soul tool master student, she could assert that this thing had nothing to do with soul tools.
It is a kind of transportation vehicle, called a car, similar to the carriages of this spacetime. See the wheels.
Lin Yi explained. As if responding to his explanation, the Chevrolet car's engine started. Vroom vroom. The tires immediately began to turn, driving towards its owner.
What?
Wang Qier retreated in shock, the golden dragon spear appearing in her hands instantly, its tip pointed at the car's front, prompting the car to stop. How could there possibly be a self-moving carriage? Wang Qier didn't believe it. The car, being aimed at with a spear by its owner, didn't show the slightest displeasure. Instead, the wheels turned backward and it made a sideway turn. Clack! The car door opened. Lin Yi was now completely certain the car was Bumblebee. With such a mischievous personality, and even specifically holding back from transforming, he guessed it was probably waiting for Wang Qier to get in before it transformed, then give Wang Qier a scare. Lin Yi didn't expose Bumblebee's intentions, continuing to play along.
It's inviting you to get in.
Lin Yi said. But Wang Qier was still hesitant because she hadn't even figured out the species of her pet. A carriage, a vehicle.
You can consider it a transportation vehicle from another dimension. Yet, it is purely a product of technology made entirely of metal.
Does it have its own sentience?
Wang Qier asked as she put away the golden dragon spear and hesitantly walked towards the driver's seat. As if greeting its owner, Bumblebee's engine roared again, startling Wang Qier into closing her eyes. This darn thing giving someone a fright.
Beep, beep, beep.
At that moment, the horn in the car sounded several times consecutively, as if Bumblebee was scoffing at its own skittish owner. Everyone looked dumbfounded. Was this mount really so intelligent? It was nothing but a pile of steel after all. After sitting down in the driver's seat, Wang Qier looked at the steering wheel in front of her, her mind a little muddled.
What should I do to make it move?
Vroom, vroom, vroom.
Without waiting for Lin Yi to answer, the Bumblebee's engine revved again, the rear wheels began spinning, kicking up dust into the air. Snap! The seat belt in the car automatically buckled Wang Qier in. People suddenly screamed and scattered to both sides as Bumblebee roared and drove onto the street. The men were all stunned. Their first impression was that this thing was incredibly cool. It was so much faster than a carriage. In no time at all, Bumblebee made a round with Wang Qier and ran back.
It runs fast, but it would indeed seem to be a waste if such technology from another dimension was only used for transportation.
Thousand Waves murmured to himself. Having read Dragon Clan, he was actually familiar with the term car, and now finally seeing the real thing, he couldn't help but be amazed.
Indeed, I see that the technology of Zhu Zai and their era is mostly used for weaponry. The technology of this car feels more advanced, yet if it's used solely for transportation, it is somewhat regrettable.
Bidong also couldn't help adding. Lin Yi curled his lips.
You really underestimate the technology of my Cybertron. It's not regrettable. I never said that this car only had the function of transportation. Wang Qier is quite lucky.
Chapter 318 Part 2 Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect arrives at Seoul City Major Chapter. Lin Yi raised his hand and controlled a huge stone pier, reinforced with steel, to hurl towards the car. Wang Qier inside the car was shocked at the sight. What was Senior Lin Yi doing? But the next moment, an even more shocking scene occurred. Clang clang noises sounded as the car's various parts started to transform, becoming larger and rising into midair. A pair of hands made of steel instantly grasped the panicking Wang Qier. Bumblebee simultaneously raised its left arm, made of assembled parts, and fired a missile at the incoming stone pier.
Bang!
The stone pier was blown to pieces by the missile. Bumblebee, holding Wang Qier with both hands, landed steadily, its mechanical eyes curiously and innocently staring at its female owner. Wang Qier was dumbfounded. "Mounts!"
Stop it.
Wang Qier shouted. Bumblebee immediately stood up straight, at attention, its eyes blinked, and it pressed a switch on its body. Suddenly music began to play from it.
I love you walking alone in the dark alley.
"That's not right," Bumblebee switched again.
You are my little apple.
"Switch."
The way you come at me face to face makes me want to move in such a foolish way.
"Switch."
Listen to me say thank you. Because of you, the seasons are warmed.
Bumblebee's eyes lit up. It chose to play this song, then stood in front of Wang Qier and turns in circles like a silly child, the ground thumping as it moved despite its clumsiness.
Can't you talk? Can you only play music?
Wang Qier asked, suddenly finding her.
Pet.
Quite adorable. Everyone was taken aback by the scene before them, including Lin Yi. This Bumblebee had it actually picked up the broadcast from Lin Yi's home on Blue Planet. The songs it was playing were all from Lin Yi's hometown. Bumblebee nodded in response to Wang Qier, indicating that it couldn't speak. However, it continued to fiddle with the radio, rapidly shifting through several channels and using different voices to form 4 words, a sentence.
Love you, master.
Lin Yi, watching this scene, was actually romanced by a robot. Wang Qier smiled and nodded, raising her hand for Bumblebee to lower its head for her to pet. She had witnessed the soul technology that came 10,000 years later, but always sneered at such human technology. Never did she expect that this technology from another dimension would unexpectedly be so charming. Wang Qier, along with Bumblebee, walked towards this side, and the onlooking crowd grew even more curious as they moved closer. The brave ones even stepped forward to touch Bumblebee, making it almost socially anxious from the attention. Whoosh! It transformed back into the form of a car.
Thank you, Senior Lin Yi. I really like this reward.
Lin Yi was quite envious. To think he got a transformer as a pet. If this were in the Double Yellow reward, it would definitely be considered a secondary pet. Of course, he currently had another secondary pet whose species he didn't know, still inside an egg. There were 2 days left for hatching, and Lin Yi had gradually forgotten that he still had an egg waiting. Wang Qier eventually put the car into her storage soul tool, stepped down from the platform, and stood happily beside Gu Yuina. Compared to Wang Qier's current happiness, Gu Yuina seemed a bit uncomfortable. Facing Lin Yi, Gu Yuina subconsciously touched her buttocks, the scenes from last night flooding back to her, utterly embarrassing. This was the first time she had been so humble before anyone, and she cried so fiercely that she thought all the tears of her life had been shed in just that one night. Lin Yi hadn't said much on the surface, but she figured that once she left, he surely lay on the bed laughing his head off.
Master, it's your turn.
Gu Yuina murmured awkwardly. But Lin Yi's voice came quickly, filled with an indisputable chill.
Step forward. Understood.
With a sense of grievance, Gu Yuina bowed her head and walked towards the stage. I warn you, Lin Yi.
Do you dislike me a lot?
I wouldn't dare. But your performance now is even worse than before. I'm very disappointed.
Oh,
In a panic, Gu Yuina looked up at Lin Yi, her mouth slightly open, but she didn't know how to explain herself. Under the astonished gaze of the audience, Gu Yuina decisively knelt before Lin Yi, a humble look on her face. It was a clear display of the gap in their statuses. Everyone was unaware of what had transpired between Lin Yi and Gu Yuina. It seemed that overnight, Gu Yuina started revering Lin Yi even more than Dai Tian and others respected her, fearing Lin Yi. The Golden Dragon King's bloodline and the Silver Dragon King bloodline were supposed to be equals, weren't they? Of course, no one knew at the moment that the blood flowing through Lin Yi's veins had already become that of the dragon god ancestor, with only Gu Yuina knowing the truth.
Instead of kneeling and admitting your mistakes, it's better to stand up and attack. Hurry up, don't make me completely lose faith in you.
Yes.
Chapter 319. 319. As soon as the word is spoken, the law follows, annihilating the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect Chapter 5000. For Gu Yuina, the assault felt like being questioned by a stern teacher during class, with Lin Yi being that strict teacher, ready to slap her wrists if she couldn't answer the questions. And the arrival of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect was like the teacher suddenly taking a phone call. She finally had the chance to catch her breath during this break. Lin Yi was too stern, which really annoyed Longlong. This time, many from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect had come. Lin Yi took a quick glance and saw at least 30 people, most of whom were elderly, and he guessed that all the sect elders must have come. It was quite a grand gesture indeed.
Where is Her Holiness the Pope? What is it?
Bidong didn't emerge but stood in place and responded coldly. She didn't even consider the Hao Tian clan worthy of attention, so why would she bother with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect? Let alone Yu Yuanjin, a man who wasn't even a hyper-Douluo. Yu Yuanjin was somewhat surprised. With Bai Bidong's status, she was supposed to be like a subordinate, merely standing within the crowd. He hadn't even noticed her at first glance. Indeed, just like they had seen yesterday, everyone on the scene was giving precedence to the youth. But Yu Yuanjin was certain that this youth was responsible for Yu Xiaoging's death. Thus, he intended to start with Bai Bidong, revealing the truth about Yu Xiaoging's death, hoping to expose the youth's true face to everyone from Marshal Soul Hall and those present. Then to unite everyone against this youth. Yu Yuanjin knew that Lin Yi possessed some special abilities that might make him hard to deal with, so relying solely on their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect might not suffice.
You must have heard by now that my son, Yu Xiaoging, also known as your master, has recently been murdered.
Yu Yuanjin spoke gravely. Bai Bidong nodded with a smile that was not quite a smile.
And then? The assailant.
Yu Yuanjin immediately pointed at Lin Yi, his expression furious. He stepped forward, continuing.
It was a peculiar weapon, only the length of a small finger, and it pierced through Xiaoging's head at a very high speed. This special weapon is known to many and has been seen by quite a few, all coming from this man. If it wasn't him who killed Xiaoging, then who else could it be?
Yu Yuanjin grew more agitated as he spoke.
I request Her Holiness Bai Bidong, His Majesty of Stardew and Prince King, to pass judgment for my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect.
Yu Yuanjin mistakenly thought the young Emperor Zui was Prince King. Chen Xin and Gu Rong felt somewhat guilty at this point. They had originally come to investigate this matter but had now become Lin Yi's lackeys.
Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo, you're here too, great, 2 of the upper 3 families have come. Quickly help me pass judgment, and Sect Master Ning Ning.
Yu Yuanjin walked over to the Heaven Du faction's side, looking for Sect Master Ning, but couldn't find him after searching for a while. In front of him, a little lowly with twin ponytails was trembling and dared not say a word. Chen Xin and Gu Rong also tacitly shut their mouths. If the sect master didn't speak, neither would they.
This must be Miss Ning Rongrong, right? You've grown so much. I held you when you were little.
Yu Yuanjin saw the little lowly, smiled, and patted her head. Miss Ning immediately grimaced, muttering in her heart the words treacherous old man, when have you ever come to my seven treasures glaze sect, and when have you ever held our Ning Rongrong? Chen Xin immediately pushed Yu Yuanjin away.
Sect Master Yu, I advise you to investigate thoroughly before determining who the killer is. After all, no one has evidence that proves Senior Lin Yi was the perpetrator. Senior Lin Yi, you're calling him Senior.
Yu Yuanjin was stunned. Sword Douluo's face twitched, and he silently covered his mouth, retreating. From now on, he decided to play the mute.
Enough!
Chapter 319, Part 2. As soon as the word is spoken, the law follows, annihilating the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Chapter 5000. Lin Yi calmly said to Yu Yuanjin.
Old man, if I say I killed you Zyrogeng, what can you do to me? Naturally, you'd pay for it with your blood. Fine, I'll just sit here without fighting back. Come on.
Lin Yi beckoned with his hand. At this moment, Bidong stealthily glanced at Lin Yi and quietly backed away, knowing that Lin Yi wanted to freeload some damage again. She retreated to Gu Yuina's side. The two women exchanged glances, not very familiar with each other, and neither of them said anything. Yu Yuanjin hesitated somewhat. There must be deceit in abnormality. He turned his head to an elder behind him and said,
Show him some color first. Yes.
The elder released his martial soul, and blue-purple scales instantly covered his body, while claws extended from his fingertips, flickering with cold light and electricity. Seeing this scene, Emperor Zhuai suddenly felt itchy, as if he saw something familiar. His blue electric overlord dragon martial soul also became restless. But if he released it now, it might give Yu Yuanjin and the others a scare. The elder, with his martial soul possession, roared and charged onto the stage, leaping over 10 meters high, his massive claws smacking down onto Lin Yi.
Ha ha ha, arrogant brat, you really won't fight back, huh? Die.
But the smile on his face froze in the next second. The dragon claw, surrounded by lightning, did no damage to Lin Yi. The elder recoiled in shock. He looked at his hand, then at Lin Yi, and instantly began to doubt his life.
How?
Wang Qior waited a few seconds and saw no damage rebound inflicted on Lin Yi. She couldn't help but cast a disdainful glance at the elder. A soul Douluo, who had just lit up his 8th soul ring, couldn't even trigger Senior Lin Yi's damage rebound. So weak. Wang Qior immediately felt a surge of confidence. Lin Yi looked at him curiously.
What do you mean, how? In front of your sect master, you're pretending to have made a move without actually doing anything. Could it be that you are a mole within the sect?
Those in the audience who knew Lin Yi well couldn't help smiling. They hadn't expected the usually aloof Senior Lin Yi to have such a scheming side.
Sect master, I did not. I've just used my 8th soul skill.
The elder immediately turned to Yu Yuanjin to frantically explain. Moreover, he was equally shocked inside. How could his 8th soul skill not cause even a ripple on this youth? That made no sense. Yu Yuanjin, of course, believed his own sect elder. He shouted at Lin Yi.
Brat, keep not fighting back if you dare.
Lin Yi looked at him calmly and sneered.
Come at me together.
Yu Yuanjin had the same idea. He waved his hand back, and nearly 30 people surrounded them.
Use your best moves, everyone. If this brat dares to fight back, it would be like slapping his own face in front of all these people. Yes, sect master.
The people Yu Yuanjin brought today had at least the level of a soul king. They released their martial souls one after another, and nearly 10 people possessed the blue electric overlord dragon martial soul, with the lowest being soul sages. For a moment, lights flashed on the scene because of the released martial souls, and soul rings floated around their bodies one by one.
Charge!
30 soul masters shouted together. Even the aged elders were full of fervor, seeing Lin Yi as an enemy who must be eliminated.
Boom!
Bang! All the soul skills hit Lin Yi at the same time. But the next moment, the expressions on the faces of these sect people changed instantaneously. They looked at each other, each more astonished than the last.
Hey! What's going on? That's impossible. How's it that he's completely unharmed? I hit him right on target.
Boom! Bang! All the soul skills hit Lin Yi at the same time. But the next moment, the expressions on the faces of these sect people changed instantaneously. They looked at each other, each more astonished than the last. Hey! What's going on? That's impossible. How's it that he's completely unharmed? I hit him right on target. The 30 people exchanged words, looking at each other, but none noticed the gold-level light gathering around Lin Yi. Boom! Damage rebound struck, and nearly 30 people on the stage were blown into the air simultaneously.
Bang, bang, bang.
They all landed together, those with lower soul power immediately knocked unconscious. Yu Yuanjun watched the scene in front of him in shock. All the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect present on the ground were now only him. And he had been watching the whole time without seeing Lin Yi make any move. Or rather, he didn't notice.
Are you all just going to stand there? He's killed someone. By doing nothing, you're condoning a murderer.
Bang!
All the soul skills hit Lin Yi at the same time. But the next moment, the expressions on the faces of these sect people changed instantaneously. They looked at each other, each more astonished than the last. Hey! What's going on? That's impossible. How's it that he's completely unharmed? I hit him right on target. The 30 people exchanged words, looking at each other, but none noticed the gold-level light gathering around Lin Yi. Boom! Damage rebound struck, and nearly 30 people on the stage were blown into the air simultaneously. Bang, bang, bangs. They all landed together, those with lower soul power immediately knocked unconscious. Yu Yuanjun watched the scene in front of him in shock. All the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect present on the ground were now only him. And he had been watching the whole time without seeing Lin Yi make any move. Or rather, he didn't notice. Are you all just going to stand there? He's killed someone. By doing nothing, you're condoning a murderer. Yu Yuanjun shouted at the crowd in anger. But no one there dared to pay him any mind. Yu Xiaogeng was just one person. Even if Senior Lin Yi slaughtered the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, it had nothing to do with them. Lin Yi was still to be fawned over. Seeing no response from the people, Yu Yuanjun walked towards Lin Yi. Just then, bang! A gunshot sounded. Yu Yuanjun looked down at his feet where a bullet hole appeared, and in the center of that hole was a yellow bullet. He looked up and saw that Bai Bidong had a cold expression as she held a black stick-like object in her hand, from which wisps of white smoke were still emitting.
What is this?
After saying this, Bai Bidong set down the Barrett rifle, then turned to Lin Yi and bowed.
I'm sorry, Senior, for the trouble.
Chapter 319, Part 3. As soon as the word is spoken, the law follows, annihilating the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Chapter 5000. Whether I am falsely accused or not is irrelevant, the weak care about being wronged. But the strong have always scorned everything. The actions, words, and deeds of the strong, no matter how absurdly wrong, are always taken as truth in the eyes of others. So for someone on his level, these things don't matter at all. Bai Bidong, holding bullet, walked towards Yu Yuanjun. The latter was already dumbfounded. The person he had just tried to win over was actually the assailant who killed Yu Xiaogeng. He clearly remembered Yu Xiaogeng had a good relationship with her, even having been lovers.
Yu Yuanjun, this is a personal vendetta between Yu Xiaogeng and me. He deserved to die. If you wish to persist in this matter, I don't mind burying your entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect along with him.
Bai Bidong said. Yu Yuanjun stared intently at the bullet in Bai Bidong's hand, seeing it up close for the first time. At that moment, his right hand quietly covered with blue-purple scales, Yu Yuanjun feigned a step back. Yet, the sharp claws extending from his fingertips swiftly reached for Bai Bidong's neck.
Stop!
Yu Yuanzhen's dragon claw suddenly froze midair. He looked at Lin Yi in shock. How could a single word from this young man completely immobilize his entire arm? Lin Yi looked at Yu Yuanzhen with a cold expression.
You dare to kill her in front of me.
Bai Bidong immediately turned to look at Lin Yi upon hearing this. She was taken aback, seemingly surprised that Lin Yi would protect her to this extent, feeling both flattered and shocked. Yu Yuanzhen broke out in a cold sweat, his right arm as if frozen solid, unable to move at all. Yet even now, he still managed to mock with a sneer.
This cheap woman in her youth seduced Xiaogang, leading him astray. Later, she threw herself at the former pope, discarding Xiaogang without a second thought for their past. Seems like she's found an even firmer mountain to lean on now. No wonder she's so arrogant.
Bai Bidong frowned upon hearing this, clenching her fist tightly. But Lin Yi shook his head slightly.
I don't care about your personal grievances, but you've already wasted much of my time. Leave now, and I can overlook your recent actions.
Yu Yuanzhen looked at Lin Yi with a mocking smile, betting Lin you wouldn't dare to kill him in front of so many people.
Did she sleep with you too? How does the Pope taste? It must be quite good for you to protect her like this, right?
Die!
Lin Yi said impatiently. Yu Yuanzhen's eyes suddenly lost their light, his complexion turned ashen, and he lay stiff on the ground, lifeless in an instant. Yu Yuanzhen's dragon claw suddenly froze midair. He looked at Lin Yi in shock. How could a single word from this young man completely immobilize his entire arm? Lin Yi looked at Yu Yuanzhen with a cold expression. You dare to kill her in front of me. Bai Bidong immediately turned to look at Lin Yi upon hearing this. She was taken aback, seemingly surprised that Lin Yi would protect her to this extent, feeling both flattered and shocked. Yu Yuanzhen broke out in a cold sweat, his right arm as if frozen solid, unable to move at all. Yet even now he still managed to mock with a sneer. This cheap woman in her youth seduced Xiaogang, leading him astray. Later, she threw herself at the former pope, discarding Xiaogang without a second thought for their past. Seems like she's found an even firmer mountain to lean on now. No wonder she's so arrogant. Bai Bidong frowned upon hearing this, clenching her fist tightly. But Lin Yi shook his head slightly. I don't care about your personal grievances, but you've already wasted much of my time. Leave now, and I can overlook your recent actions. Yu Yuanzhen looked at Lin Yi with a mocking smile, betting Lin you wouldn't dare to kill him in front of so many people. Did she sleep with you too? How does the Pope taste? It must be quite good for you to protect her like this, right? Die, Lin Yi said impatiently. Yu Yuanzhen's eyes suddenly lost their light, his complexion turned ashen, and he lay stiff on the ground, lifeless in an instant. The elder of the sect watched the scene in horror, stumbling backward. They scrambled toward the carriages, trying to escape the place immediately. All the onlookers fell silent, not daring to utter a word. Gu Yuina was stunned. Was this the power of Lin Yi's words becoming reality? It seemed that Lin Yi had never been serious with her before. If Lin Yi were serious, her troubles would amount to more than just a sore bottom.
Die!
Another icy command left Lin Yi's lips. These people immediately lay on the ground, their faces ashen. Suddenly, several neighs came from the carriage, and it quickly burst into fierce flames, marked with the sign of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, turning into ashes, while the horses broke free from their restraints, regaining their freedom. Lin Yi looked at the 30 or so corpses on the ground, seemingly finding them an eyesore. He manipulated his fingers, and the ground came alive, the soil squirming and opening vast maws which swallowed all the corpses the next moment. In a matter of seconds, the ground was smooth again. But it was as if the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had never been there. The scene was deathly silent. Everyone widened their eyes, not daring to utter a word or make any unnecessary move. The consequences of angering Lin Yi were truly terrifying. It seemed that when Senior Lin Yi reprimanded Bear Lord last time, he was merely stretching his muscles. Otherwise, he could have just said,
Die! Why so serious? The interlude is over, let's continue the attack.
Lin Yi said to the crowd. Bai Bidong thought for a moment, chose to break the silence and walked towards Lin Yi while bowing.
Thank you, Senior Lin Yi, for extricating me from my predicament.
Ahem. Bidong turned around and stepped off the stage, but her mind was busy with thoughts. Had Senior Lin Yi been angry just now because Yu Yuanjin insulted her? Bidong rather hoped that was the reason. Anyway, this time Senior Lin Yi had given vent to her frustrations, which made her very happy. Even the fact that Yu Yuanjin had insulted her didn't seem so infuriating now.
Whose turn was it just now?
Lin Yi inquired, having truly forgotten who was next to attack due to Yu Yuanjin's interruption.
It's me.
Gu Yuina, weak and helpless, stood in a corner and quietly raised her hand. Lin Yi glanced at her and said indifferently,
Begin. Yes.
"Oh my god, how could there possibly be someone more terrifying than the gods in this world?" Gu Yuina didn't believe that the dragon god possessed the power to command with a word. Lin Yi was even more formidable than the dragon god. She wanted to cry. Offending Lin Yi was more terrifying than death itself. If Lin Yi wanted her to do something, a single word from him would suffice. He wouldn't be that despicable, would he? I'm merely a girl with no power to truss a chicken. He surely wouldn't stoop so low as to bully a helpless girl.
What are you daydreaming about?
Chapter 320, Obtaining 2 more ultimate elements. Gu Yuina controls 10 elements. Major chapter. Despite feeling scared, Gu Yuina still sneakily glanced at Lin Yi and then pretended to be obedient. The silver dragon little sister seemed compliant on the surface, but her inner commentary hadn't stopped since the beginning.
You're so powerful, so serious, and so fierce. Who's going to dare to get close to you in the future? Is being handsome useful? You're even fierce to me, putting me together with these lowly humans and scolding us.
Of course, Gu Yuina didn't dare say these words out loud. She could only rant crazily in her mind, trying to salvage a bit of the dignity she lost as the Silver Dragon King. If Lin Yi knew this, he would just think Gu Yuina was deluding herself. Not to mention, it sounded incredibly childish.
You don't even dare to speak up against me, and you talk about having dignity. Where is this dignity coming from?
Silver Dragon King. Hey, ridiculous. Nothing but a Silver Dragon King who only knows how to cry, kneel, and offer up a fart. You may seem exalted in the eyes of others, but it's all a facade. Behind closed doors, you can't even protect your own behind.
Since that night, Gu Yuina's behind no longer belonged solely to herself. Lin Yi didn't say it, but in his heart, he actually liked it. Cough, cough, asterisk, the only reason he didn't express his affection was that he didn't want Gu Yuina to become arrogant, that's all. Gu Yuina raised her delicate white index finger and lightly tapped 4 times in the air.
Ding, 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 ding.
Blue ice, red fire, green wind, and yellow earth elements floated down from the sky in elemental form. This attack included 1 more element, the earth element, than her last, increasing the fusion even more. And with the addition of this 4th element, the base damage was definitely hugely increased. Gu Yuina's 2 fair hands twirled in the air like dancing flowers. She spread her hands to both sides, and immediately 4 elements converged in front of her into 2 spinning elemental hybrids. These elemental hybrids looked a bit strange. The earth element outside seemed to wrap the other 3 elements inside, forming an eggshell shape. But this eggshell was nearly half-transparent yellow, and inside one could still see the glimmers of blue, red, and green lights twinkling. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Gu Yuina's form of elemental combination attack was indeed bizarre. This move was called
Elemental Bomb Egg.
a name Gu Yuina had proudly come up with herself after adding the earth element to the mix, and she even considered it quite catchy. Don't be fooled by these mere 2 little.
Bomb eggs.
The primary source of damage was the earth element,
Eggshell.
including the wind element's spreading effect, while the fire and ice elements added into the mix were merely icing on the cake, raising the damage ceiling. The 2 spinning bomb eggs flew towards Lin Yi. Everyone had a lingering impression of Gu Yuina's assault, so seeing her skill go off, almost everyone made a consistent effort to clear out of the area. The little golden crocodile even exaggeratedly shouted.
The Silver Dragon King is attacking. Everyone run.
Eggshell. Chapter 320 Part 2. Obtaining 2 more ultimate elements, Gu Yuina controls 10 elements major chapter. Gu Yuina dodged effortlessly using space elements every time, a privilege that others could not enjoy. Oh no, Wang Qier could also enjoy it. She didn't even have to use her skill because she had damage rebound. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 853,678. Remaining health, 899,903,763,427. Damage level, golden intermediate. Random reward, extreme mastery in gold element and plant element. Host reward, extreme mastery in gold element and plant element, no critical hit. Extreme mastery in 2 elements at once. With these 2 added, Gu Yuina could now control 10 elements. Lin Yi could scarcely believe it. At this moment, Gu Yuina had almost mastered all the material composition of the entire continent. Extreme gold element, extreme plant element, fire element, wind element, earth element, ice, water element, extreme thunder element, extreme spatial element, light element, darkness element. 4 extreme masteries, and though the other 6 were not at that level, Gu Yuina's proficiency in them was comparable to extreme mastery. Lin Yi couldn't help but reorganize these for Gu Yuina. Controlling 10 elements was indeed worth mentioning. Even the dragon god would probably be surprised to hear it. Lin Yi particularly looked at the comments, which didn't offer anything worth explaining apart from the literal meaning of the rewards. He then said to Gu Yuina,
Damage 853,678, golden intermediate reward, you've obtained extreme mastery in 2 elements, which are the gold element and the plant element, corresponding to metal and vegetation.
This was Gu Yuina's expression just now, asterisk. This is Gu Yuina's expression now, asterisk letter FF9F letter FF9F. Lin Yi was stunned. He hadn't seen someone's expression change this quickly before. 1 second she looked like someone ate her rice, the next she was ecstatic as if she'd instantly won 5 million.
Really?
2 extreme elements. Are they the gold element and plant element?
And their extreme mastery.
Gu Yuina was extremely excited, stepping closer to Lin Yi with each question, as if instinctively seeking proximity. She'd been so overwhelmed with joy that she'd forgotten the terror of having her bottom dominated the night before. Lin Yi leaned his upper body back slightly, his expression one of distaste for Gu Yuina's closeness.
Of course it's true, how could I lie to you?
Gu Yuina took several steps back, her gaze full of anticipation as she looked at Lin Yi. Where's your high coldness in front of others now? How come it's nowhere to be seen all of a sudden? Lin Yi complained inwardly as he flicked the golden reward toward Gu Yuina. After merging the rewards, golden and green lights flashed alternately on Gu Yuina's body. The onlookers watched this scene with immense envy, including Dai Tian, who already possessed 8 elements. Dai Tian was well aware that his 8 elements were useless compared to any single element Gu Yuina could pick out to thrash his. However, Dai Tian had never considered the gap between Lin Yi and himself. What he didn't know was that Lin Yi possessed a total of 10 extreme mastery elements, and Gu Yuina, as strong as she was, only had 4.
Extreme gold element mastery means you can easily control any metallic substance, deforming it or recombining its elements, or simply deriving it from manipulation abilities.
Lin Yi said, then looked to the side. With a flick of his finger, a dagger obediently flew from Chrysanthemum Douluo's waist onto the stage.
My dagger.
Chrysanthemum Douluo watched reluctantly. The dagger shot toward Gu Yuina, and she instinctively wanted to use her space elements but then heard Lin Yi's voice from beside her.
Don't forget, you've already merged the reward.
Yes, she now possessed the ability to control the gold element, and it was extreme mastery. Gu Yuina immediately raised her hand, and the extremely fast dagger suddenly stagnated in midair. A smile appeared on her lips, her head tilted slightly as she thought about what she wanted to do. The dagger began to bend at that moment, turning into a right angle. From below the stage, cries of agony from Chrysanthemum Douluo could be heard, but his mouth was quickly covered by Ghost Douluo.
Brother, it's just a dagger. Watch out for your life.
I chew MMMPH.
Controlling shape-changing was an extremely simple operation for Gu Yuina, her beautiful eyes narrowing as the bent dagger suddenly shone with light, its metal element beginning to reorganize. What was a dagger 1 second turned into a small hammer the next. Gu Yuina was thrilled as she controlled the hammer to fly down the stage and tap Dai Tian on the head. Dai Tian, having mastered the gold element, indeed, was like having Magneto's abilities. Lin Yi previously could use Magneto's ability to make Gu Rong's Iron Fire Dragon Martial Spirit float in midair, and now Gu Yuina could do the same. As long as it was metal, it was within her control. Furthermore, Gu Yuina could also summon metal elements out of thin air, just as she was attempting now. That pale hand pressed into the void, a golden light appearing in her palm, with silver-gray particles gathering around it. With a thought from Gu Yuina, these silver-gray metal particles could instantly form a dragon-slaying saber, although, of course, this saber didn't have any special properties. Gu Yuina seemed to have a special fondness for hammers, as she conjured up another one out of thin air, much larger this time. The hammer again flew down to the stage and tapped on Dai Tian's head.
Bang!
Goose Goose was startled by the sound coming from the top of Dai Tian's head.
In addition to controlling existing plants, the plant element also allows you to plant the type of vegetation you want out of thin air. Because you have mastered it to the ultimate level, you can control as many plants as you want and cover any area you desire.
Lin Yi explained thoughtfully. The smile on Gu Yuina's lips grew stronger. She stretched her delicate white hand down to the stage and flicked her fingertips upward, as thick vines burst from the ground, instantly binding Dai Tian into the shape of a twist. Goose Goose quietly moved away from Dai Tian, realizing that Dai Tian seemed to be becoming an endangered species, and he needed to distance himself quickly, or he too might become endangered.
Oh, and you can also control the growth rate of plants, but their lifespan will not change, so it's like forcing the plants. I suggest not to use this ability.
Gu Yuina nodded immediately, still immersed in the joy of trying out her new abilities. She poked the air above the platform, and a red rose amazingly grew out of the marble. The scene astonished everyone. Many female soul masters had stars in their eyes, including Gu Yuina herself. With a wave of her hand, the entire stand was instantly filled with red roses. Lin Yi silently surveyed his surroundings. He was surrounded by roses.
Here, this is for you.
Lin Yi looked up at her, took the rose, and then casually tossed it aside as if disposing of a cigarette butt. Gu Yuina, some sign OO. Lin Yi said indifferently.
I don't accept any form of flattery. After testing your abilities, move on to the next attack quickly and don't mess around with such nonsense here.
Chapter 321, Any Weapon Will Do, Firearms 2, Big Chapter. Gu Yuina was very satisfied with the two elements she had just acquired, both of which were at the mastery level of extremes. The Silver Dragon King of the 10 Elements, if the true dragon god knew, would certainly be very surprised, wouldn't they? Thinking this, Gu Yuina discontentedly looked toward Lin Yi. Though Lin Yi possessed the dragon god's bloodline, Gu Yuina knew he was not the dragon god of old, but the bloodline rules etched in his bones still dictated that she must revere him. If only Lin Yi could be a little more gentle to her.
Bang!
Bang bangs. The whole spectator stand overhead was filled with this scene, with the soul masters who were watching from a distance, stunned by the spectacle. It was like fireworks but made of real flowers with the scent of pollen faintly permeating the air and the multicolored petals gently falling down, layering across the platform. Lin Yi had deliberately checked the panel just now, and at the moment when the petals burst forth, his health dropped again, but not significantly. This seemed to be the display of the plant element. Although somewhat underwhelming in terms of damage, the visual effect of the attack was certainly maxed out. Gu Yuina looked very pleased. After all, which girl doesn't like flowers and fireworks? The incorporation of the plant element directly merged the elements of flowers and fireworks, romantic effect maxed out. The petals on the platform transformed back into the plant element and melded into the ground. Lin Yi looked up to see Gu Yuina still curiously playing with the plant element in her palm. It appeared that she really liked this element. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Health lost, 870,693. Remaining health, 899,902,893,427. Damage level, golden intermediate. Random reward, temporarily requisition any weapon from memory for 5 minutes, capability permanent. Host reward, temporarily requisition any weapon from cognition for 5 minutes, capability permanent. Lin Yi repeated the reward's verbiage in his mouth. He had encountered rewards involving memory more than once, like last time with Bidong, who could only copy skills seen in other people's memories. And the memories. Chapter 321 Part 2, Any Weapon Will Do, Firearms 2, Big Chapter. This means Gu Yuina can freeload all the divine artifacts here, including those owned by Lin Yi.
Damage 870,693, gold intermediate. Your reward is the right to requisition any weapon from memory for 5 minutes.
Lin Yi continued.
You have the absolute right to use these weapons, including divine artifacts, as long as you've seen them. However, you can only use one weapon at a time for 5 minutes, and after using a weapon, there is a cooldown time of 1 hour. That is, an hour later, the same weapon can be used again for 5 minutes, and after that, the cooldown is reset to 1 hour.
Actually, it's just a 1-hour cooldown for using the same weapon. If Gu Yuina were a blue planet person like Lin Yi, he could have explained it to her directly like this, but unfortunately, she isn't, so he had to explain it in a way they could understand.
Divine artifacts, too.
Yes.
Gu Yuina's expression began to change. She had been here for so long and had seen so many divine artifacts. Could she use them all? At this thought, she glanced at Lin Yi and then stretched out her fair right hand. Buzz! The Mjolnir appeared in the palm of her hand.
You have the absolute right to use these weapons.
So was this the so-called absolute right? Dai Ben was on the verge of a breakdown. The number of people who could lift Mjolnir was increasing, but who would have thought that this, damn it, was his reward, and he, the owner, couldn't even lift it himself, not to mention take it away. Gu Yuina curiously flipped the Mjolnir in her hand, turning to look at Dai Tian, only to find that Dai Tian had long fled, clutching his head in his hands. Gu Yuina. Why run? Trying to summon lightning and to fly with Mjolnir, Gu Yuina went through it all, and each attempt went exceptionally smoothly. The crowd was enlightened, so that's how to use the hammer. Bai Jai could lift it, but only knew how to use the
Goose hammer you.
skill. Everyone was previously eager to see Bai Jai show off her hammer skill, but it was just a letdown. Gu Yuina casually threw the Mjolnir on the ground. She couldn't really wait for it to disappear after 5 minutes. Once again, she spread her hands, and the golden sea god's trident appeared. Po Sissy watched this scene in shock. Indeed. Gu Yuina effortlessly held the sea god's trident in her hands. She even spun it a few times before tossing it aside like trash. Po Sissy.
Those who have never touched a divine artifact can come and feel it. It'll disappear after 5 minutes anyway.
Why run? Trying to summon lightning and to fly with Mjolnir, Gu Yuina went through it all, and each attempt went exceptionally smoothly. The crowd was enlightened, so that's how to use the hammer. Bai Jai could lift it, but only knew how to use the goose hammer you skill. Everyone was previously eager to see Bai Jai show off her hammer skill, but it was just a letdown. Gu Yuina casually threw the Mjolnir on the ground. She couldn't really wait for it to disappear after 5 minutes. Once again, she spread her hands, and the golden sea god's trident appeared. Po Sissy watched this scene in shock. Indeed. Gu Yuina effortlessly held the sea god's trident in her hands. She even spun it a few times before tossing it aside like trash. Po Sissy.
Whoosh!
Whoosh! A flash of light appeared in each of her hands, and the next second, a bullet in her left and an AK in her right. Gu Yuina's eyes widened. It really worked. Clegg. She dropped them both on the ground and couldn't help turning to look at Lin Yi, really wanting to kneel down and exclaim that this reward was freaking awesome. But she had actually forgotten that she had earned this with almost 900,000 points of damage, so it was worth the price. Having a tank's butt facing him annoyed Lin Yi for some reason, but she was just testing out her reward, so he couldn't really say anything. Gu Yuina looked at her conjured weaponry with satisfaction. She shyly saluted Lin Yi, not quite getting it right, and then happily left the stage. Lin Yi frowned.
Your tank?
At his words, Gu Yuina turned back, her smile jubilant.
That's your tank.
Why run? Trying to summon lightning and to fly with Mjolnir, Gu Yuina went through it all, and each attempt went exceptionally smoothly. The crowd was enlightened, so that's how to use the hammer. Bai Jai could lift it, but only knew how to use the goose hammer use skill. Everyone was previously eager to see Bai Jai show off her hammer skill, but it was just a letdown. Gu Yuina casually threw the Mjolnir on the ground. She couldn't really wait for it to disappear after 5 minutes. Once again, she spread her hands, and the golden sea god's trident appeared. Po Sissy watched this scene in shock. Indeed. Gu Yuina effortlessly held the sea god's trident in her hands. She even spun it a few times before tossing it aside like trash. Po Sissy.
Begin the attack.
The Ice Emperor nodded without daring to meet Lin Yi's eyes, following the Snow Emperor's instructions. She was already much more normal than yesterday. At this time the day before, her face was as red as a cooked crab. It was to the point where if Lin Yi glanced at her, she was so nervous she could barely move on stage.
Can I attack you with this?
The Ice Emperor pointed to the big guy beside her, the Panther tank. Lin Yi.
Well, you can, but its damage is unknown. It could be ridiculously high, or it might turn out to be disappointingly low when it hits me. You'd be better off using these two guns to attack simultaneously.
The Ice Emperor held the bullet adorably in her arms and then looked down at the AK beside her, nodding her head before starting to wield one in each hand. But embarrassingly enough.
3, 2, 1, fire.
As the Ice Emperor gave the command, 2 bullets shot out at high speed toward Lin Yi. Bang bangs. Chapter 322, The Myriad Realms video call connects with an unexpected person major chapter.
Anyway, you did well today.
The Snow Emperor tilted her head slightly, her movement gentle as she lifted her hand and touched the Ice Emperor's head. What she referred to was the fact that the Ice Emperor did not allow breeding instincts to overcome reason. In fact, it was mostly thanks to the heart of the extreme north, but it was still quite difficult for the Ice Emperor to not look at Lin Yi today. Little Scorpion, as long as she cut off the fuse herself, the fire inside her couldn't ignite. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 423,684. Remaining blood, 899,902,473,581. Damage level, red high. Random reward, Myriad Realms character video communication panel. Host reward, Myriad Realms character video communication panel. The host can freely traverse through video screen. This reward.
Damage 423,684, red advanced. Your reward is Myriad Realms character video communication panel.
Adding today, it seems the Ice Emperor has only attacked for a total of 2 days, but the rewards she received each time felt outrageous. Lin Yi asked,
Do you remember the reward, the third offer received last time? The reward for video communicating with Po Sissy on Sea God's Island.
Little Scorpion nodded blankly.
I remember. What you got is this reward, but the people you will be video chatting with are characters from all different planes.
The Ice Emperor scratched her head.
But I don't know them. What am I going to talk to them about?
You will be in a dominant position in the video call. They might treat you like a deity. Take this chance to make friends with them. Maybe your friends will spread across the entire Myriad Realms in the future. And I have rewards in my prize pool that allow one to traverse through the Myriad Realms. Bai Jai received one last time. The content of the video calls will be archived in these characters' memories. So when you have the chance to travel there in the future, you can meet friends directly. Maybe other rewards will let you bring these people to Soul Land, So this video call is like laying the foundation in advance.
The Ice Emperor was dumbfounded. The grand vision Lin Yi painted had her mouth stuffed full.
Can I meet a lot of powerful friends?
That depends on your ability to make friends. You are in a dominative position in the video call. It's quite easy to pretend to be a sage.
Yay, I love pretending to be a sage.
Happy after hearing Lin Yi's words, little Scorpion started hopping on the stage, her twin ponytails bouncing cutely with each jump. Actually, Lin Yi also liked to pretend to be a sage. But he had been pretending a few days ago, and now he had genuinely become a sage. All thanks to the selfless dedication of his Douluo friends.
However, there's a rule I need to explain. What rules? The video calls aren't unlimited. First of all, you can only call 10 people per day, and you can't talk to one person for more than an hour. Within this hour, you can freely cut off the call with the other party.
Those were the main restrictions, there weren't any others. As for the host critical reward Lin Yi received, it didn't stipulate that he must only video chat with 10 people a day. Lin Yi could chat with as many as he wanted. Moreover, the chat time limit with each person was entirely up to him, not just an hour. Most importantly, Lin Yi's body could freely pass through this chat interface and arrive in the other person's plane. However, he could only stay there for an hour. After explaining everything to little Scorpion, a red orb of light appeared in Lin Yi's hand, which he flicked toward the Ice Emperor. After the reward merged, a golden glow flickered in the Ice Emperor's eyes. She blinked rapidly and discovered that she could actually summon an interface in her field of vision that everyone could see. The Snow Emperor was extremely amazed. She couldn't help but come closer to her sister, curiously examining the panel in midair that was visible but intangible. Lin Yi reminded,
You can try it out now. See if you can pretend to be a sage and make friends with characters from other planes.
Hem.
The audience below was equally curious. They hurried to stand behind the Ice Emperor, staring at the panel as if they were picking the perfect spot to watch a movie. This included Po Sissy, who now finally understood what it was that allowed her to see the scenery of Seoul City. So it was this thing. Just how does it work? It's truly magical. The Ice Emperor began summoning the first video contact from the myriad realms, and she also cleared her throat, preparing to disguise herself as a high-end mighty sage. There was a sizzle-sizzle sound from the panel, as if an old television screen was sprinkled with static. Soon a picture appeared. Lin Yi was a little shocked at first glance. The scene in the picture seemed to be Blue Planet.
Human, turn around.
Chapter 322, Part 2. The Myriad Realms video call connects with an unexpected person major chapter.
Whoosh!
The man in front of the computer almost fell off his chair in fright. He turned his head to stare at the video screen, completely dumbfounded. At that moment, Lin Yi, with his superhuman vision, immediately caught sight of the word title on the computer screen.
Throne of the Divine Seal II, bright moon in the sky.
What the heck, when did this novel get a second part? Must be some fanfiction author, I guess. But when Lin Yi saw the man's appearance, he was totally taken aback. Damn! It really was that guy. Lin Yi glanced at the Ice Emperor, who was a little girl with her hands on her hips, still putting on an air of superiority. She sneered.
Heh, strange human of another realm, surprised to see me, are you?
The man squinted slightly and raised his middle finger to adjust his glasses on the bridge of his nose. He hesitated for a long time and was excited for a while, finally squeezing out an uncertain name.
Ice Emperor.
Little Scorpion was taken aback, looking at her sister with an expression of disbelief. Her face read.
This guy actually knows me.
Before the Snow Emperor could respond, the bespectacled man excitedly pointed at Snow Emperor and shouted.
Snow Emperor.
He sat back heavily in his chair, his expression one of utter disbelief.
Am I about to cross over?
Ice Emperor frowned.
Who are you? Why do you know me?
Man,
I am.
Before he could finish, the Ice Emperor immediately cut off the video feed.
It's not good to act all high and mighty if someone knows me. I wanted to appear superior before them.
After speaking, Ice Emperor looked toward Lin Yi as if she had just begun to puzzle over the question. Lin Yi could only pretend to know nothing and shook his head.
Coincidence, perhaps.
But inside he was quite astonished. Characters from the myriad realms, the breadth of content you're hoarding for rewards is really wide, system.
Coincidence, huh?
Ice Emperor scratched her head and continued to switch to the next character. This time, the video showed a night scene, a huge ship sailing on the sea, and at the bow, a man trying to save a woman thinking of jumping into the sea. Both were blonde-haired and blue-eyed. The scene was right out of a Hollywood blockbuster. The man, panicking, said to the woman contemplating suicide.
You jump, I jump.
Lin Yi recognized the scene in the video, at a loss for words. Crossing over the characters from myriad realms seems extensive indeed.
Greetings, strange human from another realm.
Oh, damn.
Jack jumped, startled by the sudden voice behind him.
Oh.
Meanwhile, a scream came from nearby. Rose, too, had been startled by Ice Emperor, failed to hold on properly, and tumbled into the vast sea, overwhelmed by the icy waters. Jack and the Ice Emperor just stared blankly at the scene at the bow.
Who the hell are you?
Beep. Ice Emperor instantly cut off the video feed. She looked panicked, nervously swallowing her saliva. Lin Yi was stunned for a long time as well. Well, that escalated quickly. The scene where Jack meets Rose and saves her, marking the start of their romance, had been disrupted by Ice Emperor's interference. Before the leads could even bond, the heroine had already fallen into the sea.
Aren't you going to contact the others anymore?
No more contacting,
said the Ice Emperor with a face full of grievance, retreating into self-imposed isolation. The Snow Emperor patted his sister's head as a form of comfort. Meanwhile, the onlookers exchanged looks of confusion, with some still eager for more drama, only to realize they had indeed witnessed a spectacle. One person's laughter quickly set off a chain reaction among the crowd, and more people couldn't hold back anymore, laughing uproariously offstage. The Ice Emperor's little face turned even more aggrieved, and she lowered her head even further. The Snow Emperor was worried about her sister's mental state and couldn't stop the laughter from below, so she turned to Lin Yi for help.
Senior Lin Yi, my sister still needs to attack. Could you ask them to stop laughing?
Thankfully, Lin Yi was a bit better at holding back his laughter. He nodded and looked seriously at the crowd below.
The timing of the video appearance is random, and in crisis moments like the one just now, it's not something the Ice Emperor can control. Stop laughing.
Lin Yi's words proved effective, as everyone immediately stopped smiling, with a few forcibly covering their mouths to prevent the laughter from escaping.
And Ice Emperor, you could see the situation the other person was in. Couldn't you have waited until they had rescued people?
The Ice Emperor immediately apologized, pouting and on the verge of tears.
It's not a big problem. Keep attacking.
Lin Yi encouraged.
Okay.
Seeing her sister in poor spirits, the Snow Emperor spoke with concern.
This time I'll handle the attack. You support me. Thank you, Sister Tilda.
The Ice Emperor with red-rimmed eyes hugged the Snow Emperor, and the two sisters continued with their second assault. The sisters' damage had just reached 400,000, so the Snow Emperor didn't need to use her 3 ultimate moves, just her normal control of snow and ice to attack. Whoosh whoosh. Within the stands, cold winds began to howl. Both sisters closed their eyes and held their hands parallel and crossed. Both were enveloped by an icy blue glow. The temperature kept dropping in chunks, and the audience couldn't help but retreat backward. The domain created by the joint power of the Ice and Snow Emperors was terrifying. Anyone too close would definitely be frozen into perfect human-shaped ice sculptures. And if the temperature at the bottom of the stage was this intense, then at the very center of the stage where Lin Yi stood, it was chillingly lower. Just the continuous loss of health caused by this low-temperature domain had already cost him around 100,000 health points. The Ice Emperor continued to stand in place, deploying the low-temperature domain, while the Snow Emperor opened her eyes and walked forward. She raised her delicate white arms, and suddenly, a powerful blizzard took form on the stage. The six-sided snowflakes fell like blades in midair, clustering together, their edges as sharp as blades. Following the Snow Emperor's direction, all the hexagonal snowflakes surged toward Lin Yi.
Crash!
It was like a meat grinder, with Lin Yi encased in sharp snowflakes. He had already experienced this ability before. It was designed to cause continuous damage rather than explosive harm. If they were in the far northern lands, the Snow Emperor could summon even more snowflakes, rendering any strong adversary almost incapable of moving in her domain, let alone counterattacking. This was their tactic, using the low temperature to exhaust their enemies, and then launching a final explosive attack to bring them down. The snowflakes ravaged Lin Yi for about 10 to 20 seconds before halting, and the Snow Emperor lowered her arms, the icy blue light in her eyes dimming to normal. A golden light quickly exploded from Lin Yi, shattering the floating snowflakes around him.
Boom!
Chapter 323. The Philosophy of Life Bestows Powers and the Villainous Clan's Ultimate Move Roulette Major Chapter. Blood loss, 446,879. Remaining health, 899,902,036,472. Damage level, red, high level. Random reward, granting life and thoughts to inanimate objects. Host reward, granting life, thoughts, and skills to inanimate objects. Inanimate objects. What are inanimate objects? Lin Yi reviewed the notes. The note said that things that could never possibly have thoughts are called inanimate objects.
Damage 446,879, red advanced. The reward is the ability to grant life and thoughts to inanimate objects.
Following the notes, Lin Yi explained to Ice Emperor what inanimate objects are. He continued.
First off, the inanimate object must have a clear and independent entity. You can't say the sky, the earth, or the air count. That's not allowed.
Ice Emperor nodded, somewhat comprehending.
So something like a stone on the road. Yes. What about blue-silver grass? No, blue-silver grass is technically a plant-type soul beast. You can only say that the intelligence of low-level blue-silver grass isn't fully developed, but you can't say it has no thoughts.
Ice Emperor seemed to get it. She nodded at once, suddenly curious about the effects of this reward.
The reward still has limitations. You can only grant 10 inanimate objects' thoughts and life per day, and the effect only lasts for 1 month on them. After 1 month, they'll revert to their original state,
Said Lin Yi after finishing, flicking the red orb of light towards Ice Emperor. After merging with the reward, Ice Emperor raised her right hand and extended her index finger. Her right index finger was where the ability was executed. Any inanimate object she touched with it would become an animate object with both life and thoughts. Everyone was quite intrigued by this ability, and some even volunteered to ask Ice Emperor to grant life to their personal belongings. But no one wanted their item to be the first to test it out. They wanted to see the actual effects first before deciding.
Which one should we try first?
The Ice Emperor, standing on stage, looked around and suddenly set her eyes upon the cushion under Lin Yi's bottom. She had been eyeing that cushion for a while now. The cushion looked so brightly colored, with such rich patterns, and even had expensive gold and silver threads on the edges. It was a style girls would like, yet Lin Yi, a man, was using it. Of course, it had been prepared by Bidong for Lin Yi, and Lin Yi had no choice in the matter. Seeing Ice Emperor staring at the seat cushion under his bottom, Lin Yi stood up generously and tossed the cushion over. Ice Emperor caught it immediately and giggled. She placed her right index finger on the cushion. In that moment, the surface of the cushion glowed with a faint golden light, as if under a spell. But the cushion showed no reaction. Just as Ice Emperor sent her sister an inquisitive glance, puzzled, the cushion in her hand suddenly wiggled a few times and then hopped down. Damn, the cushion really came alive. Ice Emperor stepped back, her eyes wide with astonishment. However, once the cushion fell on the platform, it just lay there quietly, motionless, as if it was dead. Could it have been a false alarm? Ice Emperor swallowed nervously, trying to approach and have a closer look when suddenly the cushion hopped again, and this time it even started speaking. No, it should be.
She.
because the voice coming from the thing sounded like a girl's.
Master, where's my master? Where's my master? Where's my master? Where's my master? Ah, my master, you're here.
Under everyone's astonished gaze, the cushion actually ran towards Lin Yi.
Master, please sit down quickly. Sit on Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan likes it when you sit.
Lin Yi. Everyone. Lin Yi looked somewhat embarrassedly at Ice Emperor, then at her finger. This little scorpion's finger must be poisoned.
Master, why aren't you sitting on Tuan Tuan yet? If you don't sit down, Tuan Tuan will get angry.
She even said, standing up once more, extending arms from her edges and putting them on her.
Hips.
She looked just like a spoiled girlfriend. Lin Yi didn't expect Bai Bidong's gift to be like this. He had no choice but to sit down obediently to prevent the cushion from making any more shocking comments. As he sat down,
Tilda Master finally sat on Tuan Tuan. It's so blissful to be sat on by the master. Tuan Tuan loves the master so much.
Can you shut up?
Lin Yi couldn't help but say,
Master is so fierce, but Tuan Tuan likes it.
Lin Yi,
Intimately close.
to Lin Yi in her presence. Even if it's a cushion. Next time, it should be an uglier one. Surely an uglier cushion would be male. Lin Yi looked at Ice Emperor.
Why don't you try something else?
He changed his approach.
Actually, don't you find it interesting? Normally, these things could never speak or have thoughts, but you've granted them thoughts, and there's a chance to understand their inner worlds.
Chapter 323 Part 2. The philosophy of life bestows powers and the villainous clan's ultimate move roulette major chapter. The Ice Emperor nodded somewhat awkwardly. What Lin Yi had said was actually not wrong, but the whole thing about the cushion felt a little like a bolt from the blue.
Ice Emperor Senior, can you give life and thoughts to my 2 new shoes? I want to know what it's like for them to be stepped on by me every day.
What a strange request. After a moment's hesitation, the Ice Emperor still nodded and tapped the left shoe of the man with her right index finger. The next moment, the left shoe broke free from its constraints, flew into the air, and viciously kicked the man's face.
Ouch!
The Ice Emperor shrugged her nose and nearly retched, overwhelmed by the strong stench of foot odor. She immediately stepped back. After knocking the man unconscious, the left shoe immediately moved to the position of the right shoe.
Xiaoyu, wake up, my beautiful wife.
Lin Yi was dumbfounded. This was the first time in his life he had encountered a scene of one shoe embracing another and weeping. And male left and female right. So the left shoe was the male, the voice did indeed sound male. At that moment, the left shoe looked towards the Ice Emperor.
Woman, it was you who just awakened me. So now I command you, quickly wake up my wife Xiaoyu.
Ice Emperor.
Hurry up. HMPH, why should I listen to you?
The Ice Emperor stood with her hands on her hips and leaned over to question the shoe.
Woman, don't try to defy my will. Otherwise, I will let you experience the stench whirlwind kick.
The shoe started to threaten the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor snorted coldly, waved her hands slightly, and the right shoe was promptly frozen. The left shoe was taken aback at this, immediately faltering and started kowtowing to the Ice Emperor.
I'm sorry, heroine. My fault, my fault. Please spare my lover.
Only then was the Ice Emperor satisfied. She squatted down, pinched her nose, and said,
Seeing how much you two love each other, then I will.
Thank you, heroine.
The Ice Emperor reached out and tapped the right shoe. Seeing this, the left shoe got excited, hopping on the spot.
Revive, my love.
After the right shoe gained life and thoughts, it immediately broke free from the man's foot and started vomiting, throwing up the insoles onto the ground.
I'm suffocated by the stench.
Sure enough, it was a female voice. Xiaoyu and Tuan Tuan met and excitedly embraced each other, their soles clapping against one another with a succession of slapping sounds. Then the 2 shoes eloped in broad daylight, leaving the unconscious man lying on the ground. The Ice Emperor paid no attention to the man on the ground and cheerfully went to touch a house on the street with her finger. As a result, the house coughed and the chimney spewed thick black smoke. In the next instant, a family of 3 was thrown out by the house.
Humans, get out of my body now.
After saying that, the house immediately ran off, the whole building clanking down the street and quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Poor family of three, standing in the wind, disheveled. The Ice Emperor dared not play any longer and immediately returned to the stand, looking at her sister with an innocent face.
You owe us a house.
The child in the family shouted at the Ice Emperor, a calf not fearing the tiger, obliviously questioning what was, in fact, a ferocious beast.
But I have no money.
The Ice Emperor said somewhat awkwardly. On the platform, the Snow Emperor shook her head helplessly, conjured a snowflake in her palm, and then flicked the snowflake towards Lin Yi. Snap! The snowflakes were shattered by Lin Yi's tough body, breaking apart in midair. Blood loss 3468. Remaining health 899,902,033,042. Damage level white cannot be downgraded. Random reward 100 golden soul coins. Host reward 10,000 golden soul coins. The Snow Emperor had by now walked up to Lin Yi and spread his hands open. Thinking of me as an ATM.
You have one more attack opportunity left today.
Yes, I know.
For the sake of the Ice Emperor, the Snow Emperor had not spared any effort. It was because of an accident with the Ice Emperor that the sisters had to give up their attack opportunity yesterday and return to the far northern lands. And today, the Snow Emperor had essentially wasted another attack opportunity for nothing. Her history's highest damage was currently 500,000, and what she needed to do now was to surpass that 500,000 with this attack. Unconsciously, the stage was once again scattered with a sky full of snow and wind. The temperature began to drop. The faces of the soul masters around changed dramatically as the ground beneath their feet quickly frosted over with a layer of ice. This drop in temperature was even more exaggerated than the low-temperature domain that the Snow Emperor and her sister had just jointly displayed. At this moment, only the Ice Emperor and Tang Chen below the stage could see the clue. This time, the Snow Emperor was using the Snow Emperor's triple extremes, the Emperor Cold Sky Domain, Snow Dance Glaring Sun. Tang Chen was able to recognize it because the reward he received during an attack was this domain. Once the Emperor Cold Sky Domain was unleashed, it would cover the whole of Seoul City, but the Snow Emperor had forcefully compressed this range to the size of just this stage. It meant that the temperature in the central area where Lin Yi was located was absolutely unprecedentedly low. The speed of Lin Yi's blood loss at this moment also showed the exaggeration of the temperature. It was more than double of when the sisters had jointly deployed the low-temperature domain. On the stands, dense ice and snow filled the air, completely obscuring the figures of the two. The Snow Emperor raised her right hand to control the snowflakes in midair. The environment now seemed just like the far northern lands, with the Snow Emperor more than adept at manipulating the snow and wind. Compared to the snowflakes of her last attack, this time there were more in number and more densely packed, like a meat grinder, attacking Lin Yi's body wave after wave. Countless shattered snowflakes then reformed and continued their assault on Lin Yi, their offensive relentless and unending until the attack officially concluded. Damage rebound formed, completely shattering the surrounding wind and snow. Yet the Emperor Cold Sky Domain still existed, and with another wave of her hand, the Snow Emperor caused all the powdered snowflakes to instantly reform, each attacking the damage rebound with an incredibly fierce assault. The Emperor Cold Sky Domain was lifted, and the blizzard on the platform gradually disappeared. Everyone gradually drew closer, only to find that Lin Yi was entirely enveloped in a layer of ice and snow, looking almost like a snowman.
Crack.
Lin Yi moved his body, and the shell of ice and snow on him immediately shattered, falling onto the stage. Lin Yi's body was exposed again, still without any damage. Furthermore, the ice and snow covering him quickly turned into steaming vapor and scattered in midair. He deployed fire elements, which made Lin Yi seem like a self-operating dryer, with no need to wait for natural drying. A shoe was actually commanding her.
Ah, Tilda Master, you're gripping so hard, Tuan feels so comfortable, Tilda.
Chapter 324, Ju Zai's martial soul finally got a chance to evolve big chapter. Damage 543,867. Golden Jr., your reward is the multiversal villain's ultimate move roulette. Hearing about the reward, Zai Jai instinctively looked over from below the stage. It appeared the second villain-related reward so far. The only difference was that Zai Jai's reward was the villain boss weapons roulette, while Snow Emperor's reward was the villain's ultimate move roulette. In Snow Emperor's reward, the villain wasn't suffixed with
Boss.
but the word
Ultimate move.
implied that the value of the two rewards was actually quite similar. Zai Jai was just lucky, drawing a prince of the state of Stir who relied entirely on his weapon for skills. Essentially, a weapon carried all of the villain boss's abilities, including the ultimate moves. But the question was,
Heroic.
label, it all depends on the stance of the owner, after all, and has nothing to do with the skills and weapons themselves. They are innocent. Moreover, it was just a reward draw meant for entertainment, so why care about who had previously used it? Lin Yi tossed the golden light sphere he held in his hand into the sky, where it transformed into a floating roulette. This was the first time Snow Emperor faced the big wheel reward. She hadn't received many rewards in total, so she was extra nervous this time. If she drew a useless ultimate move, Snow Emperor swore she would burst Ice Emperor's dog head on the spot. Wasting her precious chance to attack, Little Scorpion wouldn't get away with it. Gripping the edge of the big wheel, she spun it forcefully. Her heart thumped along with the clanking sound of the spinning wheel. A minute later, the wheel stopped. Lin Yi opened the hatch below the pointer, and Snow Emperor stepped forward to take a look, knowing the steps to checking her prize since she had witnessed it so many times. This time, it was finally her turn to receive a big wheel reward. Fury of Flame Wind Scroll, Lady Flame Witch. Lin Yi looked at the content synchronized on the panel and pondered for a moment. He then remembered that this came from a villain in a certain game narrative, simply known as
Lady.
She seemed like a mini-boss. At least Lin Yi remembered having some difficulty farming her back then. In battle, the lady would have two forms and
Flame Witch.
was her second and most powerful form. The
Fury of Flame Wind Scroll.
was this second form's ultimate move. Lin Yi felt a sense of dramatic irony. A person with ice attributes had actually drawn the form and ultimate move of fire attributes, meaning Snow Emperor couldn't apply her original ice attributes to boost the reward move. Her icy domain was also set to transform into a domain of flames. Even if Snow Lady had never heard of this character, she could guess the skill's attributes from the name. Fire attributes.
Your reward is an ultimate move from a character named Lady. Before releasing the Fury of Flame Wind Scroll, you'll first transform into her Flame Witch form. Oh!
As expected, Snow Emperor was somewhat stunned. Lin Yi gestured with his hand.
You should go ahead and claim your reward first.
Oh, right.
Mimicking the seniors before her who had received the big wheel reward, Snow Emperor obediently stood in front of it, waiting for a streak of golden light to emerge and merge into her body. After successfully integrating the reward, Snow Emperor indeed felt something previously absent inside her body. Moreover, she could switch to the second form and use the skill immediately if she wanted to. The presence of a fire attribute within her felt extremely uncomfortable, but there was no sensation of distress. Lin Yi's rewards were like that, considerately addressing everything to ensure the reward merged perfectly with the attacker.
Now it's time for you to experience your reward.
Lin Yi made an inviting gesture. Slightly apprehensive, Snow Emperor nodded. She closed her eyes, and in the next moment, her long, white dress suddenly darkened in color. A blaze rolled down her body swiftly, turning the white gown into a fiery red robe with gold trim. Gradually, her entire being began to hover midair, with dark red flames swirling beneath her feet. Upon opening her eyes, dark red fire patterns emerged around Snow Emperor's brows, and her white hair turned golden, coiling up at the tips by itself. Meanwhile, as she transformed into the Flame Witch, Snow Emperor raised her palm. The one who had always detested heat now seemed to become the darling of the flames. Small fiery whirlwinds started to weave across the platform. Snow Emperor's body disappeared, becoming a massive fire twister that swept past Lin Yi. At this time, she was not only untargetable but also left scorched trails on the ground wherever she passed, turning those areas into extremely hot ash zones. Lin Yi found himself standing within one of those zones. He glanced at his own HP drain, noting that fire did indeed cause more severe HP loss than cold domains. It seemed that Lady's fiery form belonged to the category of ultimate fire, even in the context of Soul Land.
Sister, she's changed.
Chapter 324 Part 2, Ju Zai's martial soul finally got a chance to evolve big chapter. The big move test was over, and fierce flames ignited on Snow Emperor's body once again. The fire swept from bottom to top, and wherever it passed, the red clothes reignited into white, and Snow Emperor's golden hair turned back to white. Once again in the familiar form, Ice Emperor excitedly ran onto the stage. She tentatively reached out her finger to poke at Snow Emperor's fair skin and then quickly retracted it as if testing her sister's temperature.
It's not hot. Silly girl, I've reverted to my original form now. If Snow Lady's skin were hot, she'd be close to death. Hee, sister, you looked so cool using fire just now.
Ice Emperor laughed and gave Snow Emperor a big hug, habitually burying her head in her sister's embrace.
So if you don't behave next time, I'll turn you into a roasted scorpion.
Humph, sister, you're so mean. Thinking of bullying Ice Child just because you got a new ability.
Lin Yi said with a cold face. His gaze fell on Ju Zai, who stood alone looking wronged, because her turn to attack had originally been before Ice and Snow Emperors, yet they cut in line.
Sorry.
The dejected Ice and Snow Emperors stepped off the stage, and Ju Zai followed right after them, jogging up. The moment she got on stage, she took out her storage soul tool. With a flash of light from the storage soul tool, a brand new artillery battery appeared on the platform. What surprised Lin Yi was that Ju Zai had actually modified the battery. From originally having 3 barrels, it now had 5. A 5-barreled set soul guidance artillery platform, only Ju Zai could have come up with that. Lin Yi was certain that the artillery battery must have been cobbled together by Ju Zai from scraps, but it looked even newer than a new one, probably because she used her last, brand new reward. After everything was prepared, Ju Zai took a deep breath and smiled at Lin Yi from in front of the battery.
Senpai, I'm going to attack now.
Ju Zai placed her hand on the battery, soul power poured in, and the core magic array quickly lit up with white light, illuminating intricate patterns one by one. Perhaps because she had to control 4 barrels at the same time, the soul power required by the core magic array was far greater than yesterday's, and Ju Zai was clearly struggling this time. Nevertheless, the first attack went very smoothly. All 4 barrels heated up and flashed a blinding white light, and 4 cannonballs were launched, bombarding Lin Yi. Shrapnel and dust spread around the area, and there was a soul barrier which Ju Zai had previously set up in front of the soul artillery battery, effectively blocking the shrapnel from flying around. Damage rebound came swiftly, and Ju Zai raised the soul barrier without hurry, then controlled the core magic array, and 3 barrels rose aiming forward. The reason for not using 4 anymore was because Ju Zai truly didn't have enough soul power left.
Boom!
Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 188,367. Remaining health, 899,901,316,537. Damage level, black intermediate level downgrade. Random reward, evolution crystal. Host reward, evolutionary immortal stone. An evolution crystal for martial soul evolution, also something sect master Ning dreamt of obtaining. Damage 188,367, below the highest damage, downgraded to black intermediate level reward. Your prize is an evolution crystal for your martial soul. Before Ju Zai could react, a conversation suddenly came from below the stage.
Uncle Giant, it's the evolution crystal I've been looking for. Don't worry, Sect Master, I am willing to trade 10 years of my life for a chance to exchange for an evolution crystal reward drop in the next attack.
Lin Yi. Nah, it doesn't have to be that way, Chen Xin, you're of that age already. What if Sect Master Ning gets the crystal stone on the day you kick the bucket? Flinging the black orb of light towards Ju Zai, the orb transformed into a crystal and automatically shattered, taking effect on Ju Zai's body. She seemed to skip any transitional phase for her martial soul's transformation, as if she had already completed the evolution.
Has your martial soul undergone any changes?
Yes.
Lin Yi had never seen such a rapid evolution process before. He curiously asked,
What has your martial soul turned into?
Pamela.
Lin Yi. He couldn't help but almost burst out laughing. F***CK, how could there be such a ridiculous evolution? He quickly used his inner shock to cover up the laughter he couldn't suppress. However, the audience below couldn't contain their laughter, and this transformation quickly induced a roar of laughter from them. But Ju Zai Orange didn't seem discouraged, and she said in surprise,
My 3 soul skills have also changed, and the enhancements seem to be very terrifying.
Oh!
Ju Zai released her 3 soul skills one after another, and in front of her appeared 3 different types of pomelos.
First soul skill. Honey pomelo. After eating it, the soul power storage is increased to 200% of the original. I am now a soul elder, which is equivalent to a temporary increase in my soul power level to that of a soul emperor.
Second soul skill. Grapefruit. After eating it, soul power is instantly restored to 100%. Third soul skill. Red heart pomelo. After eating it, the effect of all skills is doubled for a duration of 5 seconds.
Lin Yi paused. This pomelo martial soul's level of prowess could almost be described as a fighter jet among the food-based martial souls. Compared to Oscar's big sausage, this is something else. The crowd below that had just been mocking her could no longer laugh. The clown turned out to be themselves. Just the second soul skill, the grapefruit, could be used like a perpetual motion machine, instantly replenishing the soul power to 100% after eating a grapefruit, and then continuously producing other types of pomelos with the abundant soul power. Ju Zai could essentially produce an infinite number of pomelos with various effects. For example, she wouldn't need Lin Yi's help to replenish her soul power anymore. Ju Zai just picked up the grapefruit in front of her and started eating. With just one bite, her body's soul power was instantly abundant. Ju Zai was overjoyed. She loved her new martial soul so much.
Thank you, Senior Lin Yi. I'm going to conduct my second attack today.
Ju Zai placed her hand on the battery, soul power poured in, and the core magic array quickly lit up with white light, illuminating intricate patterns one by one. Perhaps because she had to control 4 barrels at the same time, the soul power required by the core magic array was far greater than yesterday's, and Ju Zai was clearly struggling this time. Nevertheless, the first attack went very smoothly. All 4 barrels heated up and flashed a blinding white light, and 4 cannonballs were launched, bombarding Lin Yi. Shrapnel and dust spread around the area, and there was a soul barrier which Ju Zai had previously set up in front of the soul artillery battery, effectively blocking the shrapnel from flying around. Damage rebound came swiftly, and Ju Zai raised the soul barrier without hurry, then controlled the core magic array, and 3 barrels rose aiming forward. The reason for not using 4 anymore was because Ju Zai truly didn't have enough soul power left. Chapter 325, Little White's Reward, changing the death ending of being killed by the Demon Emperor Major Chapter. All 5 barrels were glowing red and hot as the shells shot out, colliding head-on with the damage rebound.
Boom!
The soul-guided protective shield in front of the cannon had sustained a lot this time, mainly due to blocking the fragments of the shells that bounced back. The shield had already developed some cracks and was technically scrapped, but Ju Zai had a way because she possessed the
Brand new.
ability. Scrapped no way. Ju Zai stuffed the last bit of grapefruit into her mouth, then ran to the front of the cannon and touched the protective shield. A miraculous scene unfolded as the cracks on the cracked shield began to disappear bit by bit, eventually becoming incredibly smooth and brand new. Alas, some things can only be envied.
Damage 216,384, below the historical highest damage, so the reward quality is downgraded. Your reward is a luxury estate of any size with the freedom to choose the location and design the layout.
After saying that, he added with a smile.
It looks like you really should be prepared to live in this time-space 10,000 years earlier.
Ju Zai was slightly stunned, then her lips curved into a smile. Was Senior Lin Yi giving her a home in a time-space 10,000 years ago? It seemed no other reward could provide the sense of security, the word.
Home.
Did.
Yes, I'm ready.
Lin Yi flicked the black light orb toward Ju Zai. The light orb, upon landing in Ju Zai's hands, turned into a bunch of numerous building blocks and design blueprints. Lin Yi said,
The design blueprints show the scale. It's up to you to design the layout of the house, and the size can be as large as you want, provided there are enough building blocks. After the design is complete, submit the finished product to me the next day, and then tell me where you want the mansion to be placed, and I'll enlarge it to real size proportionately.
As Lin Yi spoke, he smiled faintly, as if to reassure Ju Zai.
Don't worry, in other dimensions, it's called magic.
Hearing Lin Yi's words, envy and amazement filled everyone's eyes. It was their first time hearing something like this. To design your own mansion with building blocks, and then have Lin Yi enlarge it into a real object, and also have the freedom to choose the location. How awesome! Ju Zai carefully stored her reward in her storage soul tool, as it was going to be her future living place. In the future, she would be the lady of the house, and Senior Lin.
You three, only one person can attack per day, sorry, but we don't have time to accommodate all three attacks. This is the downside of arriving later.
Lin Yi said with an indifferent look on his face, making it clear that his rules were not to be violated. Running late was just one reason, really. Mainly, his butt was genuinely sore from sitting, and what he really wanted to do was lie down on the bed, have Puppet Poseidon rub his shoulders, pound his legs. Chapter 325 Part 2, Little White's Reward, Changing the Death Ending of Being Killed by the Demon Emperor Major Chapter. He needed a bed. Posisi and his companions showed clear signs of regret and frustration on their faces. They truly regretted it, wishing they had come over the first time 1,000 waves had reached out to them.
Having received a reward today, I'll let the two of you have the opportunity.
Posisi turned to look at Little White and the sea dragon Douluo. The sea dragon politely clasped his hands and said,
Then Little White, please go ahead. Since you say so, I won't be polite.
Little White replied cheerfully. She had been wanting to meet Lin Yi for a while now, even before Posisi had a video chat with Seoul City. The reason being, her other identity was as number 5 in the chat group. She witnessed firsthand the tsunamis and various maritime turmoils that Lin Yi caused near Sea God's Island, as well as the praises he received from the women in the group. So Little White was extremely curious about Lin Yi. She walked towards the stage, her gray-blue eyes closely observing Lin Yi at a short distance. Unlike Bai Jai's initial timidness and shyness upon meeting Lin Yi, Little White's face showed only curiosity, even though Lin Yi was breathtakingly handsome at the moment. Perhaps the aesthetics of the devil soul great white shark differed from those of other soul beasts, so to Little White, Lin Yi just looked like a more attractive than average young man.
Have you looked enough? If you have, you can attack now.
Lin Yi glanced at Little White indifferently. The great white shark was like someone visiting the zoo, observing him with animal-like curiosity. But who is the real animal here?
Oh, okay.
Little White immediately nodded. She couldn't identify exactly what race Lin Yi was, but everything about him suggested that he was certainly not a simple human, so...
My abilities are greatly limited on land. You can't think my damage is weak just because of that. I'm actually very powerful in the sea.
Lin Yi. Big sis, it's just one attack, and you're still trying to reinforce your image.
I know, go ahead and attack.
You actually know about me.
Little White suddenly asked excitedly. Lin Yi.
I don't know, you can attack now.
Little White TTH symbol 32B. Forget it, attack. Little White was still looking forward to the reward that Lin Yi was going to give. She raised her slender right arm, and a deep blue whirlpool of sea water surged forth on the platform, with the sound of whoosh waves crisply reaching everyone's ears. This whirlpool enveloped Lin Yi entirely, filling the air with the faint salty and damp scent of sea water, giving Lin Yi the sensation of being in the middle of the ocean. Quite fascinating. However, with Lin Yi's ocean affinity off the charts, he could completely negate any of Little White's skills, provided they were related to the ocean. At this very moment, several black holes began to form on the surface of the surrounding sea water vortex. From these black holes, sharp shark teeth started flying toward Lin Yi.
Crack, crack, crack.
The saw-edged teeth of the devil soul great white shark could easily tear through the body of any sea soul beast. The teeth landed on Lin Yi, their sharp edges continually causing damage to his body. The whole process lasted a full minute. This was more like a meat grinder than the Snow Emperor's attack.
Splash.
The tide rose and the surrounding sea water vortex vanished, leaving a small blue water orb condensed in Little White's right palm as she intently watched Lin Yi. Lin Yi knew at a glance that the little shark was waiting for damage rebound. Seeing that she was now familiar with the steps of the attack. Not too slow on the uptake. As the golden light approached, the blue water orb in Little White's palm instantly began to spin, swiftly forming a horizontal water tornado that rushed forward, with the front of the tornado taking the shape of a shark's head. The shark's head, with its massive mouth filled with sharp serrated water teeth, opened wide.
Boom!
They collided. Splash, water splattered around and into the air, soaking the platform.
Master Tuan is all wet again. Wet again, wet again.
Lin Yi's meditation cushion began to squeal once more, its voice unfortunately that of a cute little girl, leaving Lin Yi rather helpless, yet unable to truly be angry with it. You're really ruining my cool here, you know that. Left with no choice, Lin Yi continued to press his hand on top of it, his 5 fingers deeply sinking into its soft body, radiating heat. Massive amounts of steam rose into the air. Tuan.
Ah, tilde master. Tuan feels so comfortable, tilde master. Push a little harder, tilde.
Big sis, it's just one attack, and you're still trying to reinforce your image. I know, go ahead and attack. You actually know about me. Little White suddenly asked excitedly. Lin Yi, I don't know, you can attack now. Little White TTH symbol 3-2B. Forget it, attack. Little White was still looking forward to the reward that Lin Yi was going to give. She raised her slender right arm, and a deep blue whirlpool of sea water surged forth on the platform, with the sound of whoosh waves crisply reaching everyone's ears. This whirlpool enveloped Lin Yi entirely, filling the air with the faint salty and damp scent of sea water, giving Lin Yi the sensation of being in the middle of the ocean. Quite fascinating. However, with Lin Yi's ocean affinity off the charts, he could completely negate any of Little White's skills, provided they were related to the ocean. At this very moment, several black holes began to form on the surface of the surrounding sea water vortex. From these black holes, sharp shark teeth started flying toward Lin Yi. Crack, crack, crack. The saw-edged teeth of the devil soul great white shark could easily tear through the body of any sea soul beast. The teeth landed on Lin Yi, their sharp edges continually causing damage to his body. The whole process lasted a full minute. This was more like a meat grinder than the Snow Emperor's attack.
It's just like you, picking out such a provocative cushion for the senior.
By Bidong. Kayan Rengsu.
You better.
By Bidong.
You little girl, how dare you speak to me like that?
Seeing the two of them about to start arguing again, 1,000 waves helplessly stood in the middle, pulling them apart. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Bleeding, 216,873. Remaining health, 899,900,880,3,647. Damage level, Red Junior. Random reward, change death outcome, host to execute personally. Host reward, no corresponding critical hit reward, replaced with a full set of unnamed forward battle armor. Lin Yi nearly lost it at the words.
No corresponding critical hit reward.
Calming down only after reading what came next. As for this Little White's reward, change the death outcome. Lin Yi had somewhat forgotten, whether her original ending in the novel was life or death. Check the system notes. Devil Soul Great White Shark Little White died during the era of Soul Land's 3 Dragon Kings, killed by the wife of the deep-sea devil whale king, Holy Spirit cult leader Demon Emperor. After reading the system's notes, Lin Yi finally had some memory of it. In the original novel, the deep-sea devil whale king was killed by Tang San, and the wife of the deep-sea devil whale king was the Holy Spirit cult leader Demon Emperor, who killed Little White. Lin Yi also remembered that the deep-sea devil whale king had a daughter named Lan Fozi, who was one of Tang Wulin's close female friends. Damn, what a complicated mess. According to the system notes, Lin Yi would have to go to see God's Island and kill the wife of the deep-sea devil whale king, the Demon Emperor. According to the original story, the couple were absolute villains, but their daughter Lan Fozi was a kind soul beast. Since I'm here already, might as well take out Lan Fozi's father too, since he's going to be killed by Tang San in the end anyway. After making this simple plan, Lin Yi said to Little White,
Damage 216,873, Red Junior level. Your reward is to change your death outcome.
Upon hearing this, Little White, Po Sissy, and Sea Dragon Douluo were all momentarily stunned. Little White incredulously pointed at herself.
Me?
Lin Yi nodded indifferently.
Is it strange to die? Everyone dies, but your death is indeed an abnormal one.
Little White swallowed hard and asked in astonishment.
How did I die? When will I die?
In 20,000 years, killed by the wife of the deep-sea demonic whale. You know about the deep-sea demonic whale, right?
Little White involuntarily stepped back, unbelieving. Lin Yi had shared a fact she couldn't have imagined in her wildest dreams. She never expected that this would be her fate.
Senior, I address you respectfully as senior. Are you telling the truth? I have a non-aggression pact with the deep-sea demonic whale. Why would his wife want to kill me?
Lin Yi raised an eyebrow.
Can you be sure about something 20,000 years in the future? If you don't believe it, you can forego the reward. If you believe me, I'll go kill the assailant responsible for your death 20,000 years from now. That's your reward, changing the death outcome. Do you accept or not?
Chapter 326, Devil Whale Waters, Lin Yi battles the deep-sea devil whale king couple major chapter. Little White couldn't withstand the pressure and responded. The prospect of foreseeing the future was something she heard and witnessed for the first time. If Lin Yi had predicted something else, she might have laughed it off, but what he foresaw was her life and death. No.
Though I have never heard of the wife of the deep-sea demonic whale king, she must be a soul beast nearing 1,000,000 years in age. It will not be easy to kill her, and her husband, the deep-sea demonic whale king, will definitely not stand idly by. These are 2,000,000-year soul beasts, each with a body length of over 200 meters.
After speaking, he sneakily glanced at Lin Yi and muttered in a voice low as a mosquito's.
The devil whale waters are so dangerous. Can he really succeed in killing them?
It would indeed be difficult for a normal person to complete this task.
Po Sissy murmured, her beautiful eyes then focusing intently on Lin Yi, who was slowly rising from his seat.
But him, maybe not.
Despite having been here for less than a day, Po Sissy was still willing to place the highest, even higher than the sea god, evaluation on Lin Yi. Because Lin Yi was indeed the most formidable person she had ever encountered, more so than the gods themselves. What of the devil whale waters? As long as it was the ocean, then everything was under his control. The last person to earn Po Sissy's trust to such an extent was the sea god Poseidon. But with Lin Yi's emergence, Poseidon's status was thoroughly shaken.
Master, where are you going? Master, don't leave Tuan here and run away.
As Lin Yi stood up, the cushion beneath him also stood up, even crossing its round, rotund waist with its hands. This spectacle raised several black lines on Bai Bidong's head. Her blood pressure rose. She really couldn't help but want to replace this green tea Tuan right now. You're a mere cushion, why make such a fuss? I, the Pope, barely have more appearances than you now. Lin Yi merely glanced back at the cushion, and the little thing claiming to be Tuan immediately lay down and played dead. because its master's gaze had a menacing aura that differed from his usual calm demeanor. Lin Yi was already adept at controlling his own aura. With a sweep of his right hand, a tumultuous silver light curtain appeared in midair, the space looking as though corrupted by the silver glow into a huge hole, a passageway connected to another place. The sounds of the surging ocean waves reached everyone's ears. With a casual flick of his hand, Lin Yi elevated the spatial gateway a few levels on the platform and magnified it to a degree visible to all present. On the other side of the gateway, dark waters hurled waves 20 to 30 meters high, the sky covered with thick clouds, lit by flashes of lightning and rumbles of thunder. Looking down, the visibility in the water was almost complete zero, a pitch-black view with terrifying waves, each one higher than the last. It seemed as though some abyssal leviathan was hidden within.
That's the devil whale waters, an area all living creatures actively avoid.
Po Sissy murmured. Lin Yi bent his knees slightly, and with a
Boom!
his body catapulted across to the other side of the spatial passageway, while the spot he had just stepped on was now covered in terrifying cracks. Everyone followed his figure with their eyes. Lin Yi floated above the vast ocean, the sky above him thundering, the waves below roaring, his minute figure contrasting sharply with the vast expanse of the sea. Everyone held their breath and watched the scene across with bated attention, not daring to blink, afraid they would miss this rare spectacle. Lin Yi didn't often take action, but when he did, he always made a profoundly deep impression on everyone. The next moment, Lin Yi stretched out his right hand, and a glaring golden light emerged as he summoned the sea god's trident. The lightning in the sky seemed even more violent, the seawater even more agitated, with faint blue spots twinkling beneath the dark surface of the sea. The dominator of this region had certainly become aware of the uninvited guest's arrival. Swinging his right hand, Lin Yi struck upwards with the sea god's trident in a sweeping motion. The thunder boomed at that instant. A dazzling golden blade of light fell into the sea, as if splitting the water into a massive chasm, with waves rising nearly 1,000 meters high on either side. The onlookers exclaimed in shock, for they saw a huge blue figure through the parted water.
It's the deep-sea devil whale king.
Sea dragon Douluo cried out involuntarily. This deep-sea devil whale king was over 200 meters in length, and one of its eyes atop its head was blind, the result of an encounter with sea god Poseidon. Resembling a sapphire, the brightly shining deep-sea demonic whale king surged upwards, its immense body large as a mountain. Reaching midair, it soon transformed into a burly man, confronting Lin Yi from afar, the sea once split now healing, the waves churning more violently than before. The deep-sea demonic whale king glanced at the sea god's trident in Lin Yi's hand and spoke in a deep voice.
You are not Poseidon. Why do you wield the sea god's trident?
Lin Yi looked at him coldly, ignoring the question.
Where is your wife? Could it be you're the new sea god's successor? I have no interest in deities. A mere first-level deity does not catch my eye. I'll ask you once more, where is your wife?
Chapter 326 Part 2, Devil Whale Waters, Lin Yi battles the deep-sea devil whale king couple major chapter. The deep-sea devil whale king was shocked by Lin Yi's wildly arrogant words. Easily using the sea god's trident but having such disdain for the sea god's godhood, could it be that he stole the trident from the sea god? Moreover, for the first time, the deep-sea devil whale king couldn't discern the race of his opponent. A guy who didn't emanate any soul power fluctuations, neither a soul beast nor a human soul master, and yet he despised the gods.
Where is your wife?
Lin Yi was running out of patience and asked again, with a cold tone.
What do you want with her? Kill her.
The deep-sea devil whale king paused, then laughed loudly.
Boy, do you know what you're saying? Do you think I'll just watch you kill my wife? Now that your intention is clear, let's fight.
As his voice fell, a dazzling golden light suddenly shone where Lin Yi was. Boom! An explosive sound rang above the sky. Lin Yi's figure was as fast as a golden comet. His trajectory across the sky was like a long golden line spanning the heavens. In the blink of an eye, he passed through the body of the deep-sea devil whale king. Lin Yi appeared behind the deep-sea devil whale king, spinning the sea god's trident and bringing it in front of him. He looked indifferently at the blue blood on the blade and said softly,
To fight to the death in the defense of one's wife, that's being a man.
Lin Yi's evaluation reached everyone's ears. At that moment, no one dared to speak. And no one dared to move. Instant kill. A kill in an instant. Lin Yi himself taking action. Was there any difference between this and speaking things into existence? Killing someone in just 1 second's time.
His combat effectiveness is far beyond the gods, at least.
Po Sissy was reluctant to admit it, but still gave his evaluation. Hearing the high priest speaking, Sea Dragon's expression became somewhat unsightly. If they hadn't left Sea God's Island, how would they have known that there was such a person on Soul Land? The corpse of the deep-sea devil whale king fell, and a circle of reddish-gold soul rings floated on the sea surface. Lin Yi thought to himself,
Modify the soul ring fusion mechanism. Allow anyone to fuse, you can do that, right?
completed. The system's reply was extremely succinct. Lin Yi curled up the corner of his mouth, turned his head toward the space portal, and said to Bai Bidong.
By Bidong, prepare to fuse with this million-year soul ring.
As soon as the voice dropped, all eyes turned toward Bai Bidong in unison. Their gazes filled with shock, jealousy, or envy. While Bai Bidong was inwardly thrilled, she couldn't help but say.
Sen.
Lin Yi looked over coldly.
If I say you can fuse, then you can fuse.
This domineering voice echoed across the sky, as if it was a divine decree. Bai Bidong. So domineering, senior. An explosive sound rang above the sky. Lin Yi's figure was as fast as a golden comet. His trajectory across the sky was like a long golden line spanning the heavens. In the blink of an eye, he passed through the body of the deep-sea devil whale king. Lin Yi appeared behind the deep-sea devil whale king, spinning the sea god's trident and bringing it in front of him. He looked indifferently at the blue blood on the blade and said softly, To fight to the death in the defense of one's wife, that's being a man. Lin Yi's evaluation reached everyone's ears. At that moment, no one dared to speak. And no one dared to move. Instant kill. A kill in an instant. Lin Yi himself taking action. Was there any difference between this and speaking things into existence? Killing someone in just 1 second's time.
Die!
The demon emperor soon lost all signs of life. A red light sphere then appeared in Lin Yi's hand, which he flicked towards the spatial passage. The red light sphere, as Little White's reward, merged with her successfully. She had rewritten the outcome of death. At that moment, another gold-andred soul ring hovered in midair. Lin Yi moved his finger slightly, guiding the soul ring to float above Bai Bidong's body. Everyone gasped in amazement. Another million-year soul ring. Bai Bidong's blue-silver Emperor Martial soul, both the first and second soul rings, were actually gold-andred million-year soul rings. With Lin Yi's assistance, Bai Bidong's integration was incredibly swift, and she showed no signs of struggle at all. She opened her eyes and stood up, her face overflowing with contentment as she grinned involuntarily at Lin Yi. Senior Lin Yi was really good to her. After completing the distribution of the rewards, Lin Yi was in no hurry to leave. He floated above the pitch-black sea, holding a golden light sphere in his hand. After the demon emperor attacked him, Lin Yi had a damage rebound effect generated on his body, which indicated that the attack was effective and a reward would be created. Lin Yi could have set the attack to be ineffective, with no reward produced but,
This is a gift from your parents.
he murmured. After sending the reward generated by the demon emperor's attack to Lan Fozi, Lin Yi passed through the spatial passage and returned to Seoul City. The silver light faded, and Lin Yi sat back down on the cushion.
Tuan can be pinned down by Master again. So happy.
Lin Yi. What on earth are you talking about, so you crave social death, huh? He said to Little White.
You can start the second assault now.
Little White stood there unresponsive. In fact, everyone was somewhat unresponsive, seeing Lin Yi reappear before them.
The second attack.
Chapter 327, Do you and your daughter want to enter my room? Big Zhang. Deep blue whirlpools formed black holes from which the demon shark teeth, with their sharp serrations, shot out. This time there were even more teeth, the attack was more fierce and it lasted longer. Like a series of sharp daggers cutting into Lin Yi's body, it was a pity that Lin Yi was the toughest bone they had ever encountered. After the attack ended, all the intact demon shark's fangs shrank and were gathered by the seawater into one place, surging towards the direction of Little White's arm. A layer of golden light quickly emerged from Lin Yi's body. Faced with the incoming damage rebound, the deep blue water sphere condensing in Little White's palm suddenly turned spiral, enclosing the demon shark's fangs within it and shooting them out again due to the immense water pressure.
Clang, 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 clang.
Each serrated tooth embedded itself firmly onto the damage rebound, which stagnated for a second before shattering into countless pieces with a loud crash. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 246,837. Remaining health, 899,900,044,935. Damage level, Red Junior. Random reward, Abyssal Demon Dragon Bloodline Fusion, Douluo level 4 by Xiaoxiu template. Host reward, Random Bloodline Fusion. By Xiaoxiu.
Damage 246,837. Red Junior, your reward is Abyssal Demon Dragon Bloodline Fusion.
Little White suddenly had a question mark over her head. Fusing with the Abyssal Demon Dragon's bloodline, does that mean she and Zai Jai?
It's not about having an offspring with mixed bloodlines. I'm going to give you a portion of the Abyssal Demon Dragon's bloodline so that your own bloodline can fuse with it, evolving into an entirely new species. Gulp!
Little White swallowed confusedly. What's going on?
Whether you accept this reward is entirely up to you. I can assure you that this is a positive evolution, and you'll have 3 stages of species evolution, with your bloodline becoming stronger and stronger.
Which 3 stages of species evolution?
Little White asked nervously.
From Devil Soul Great White Shark to evolving into the Abyssal Demon Dragon Shark, then to the Abyssal Ice Demon Dragon, and finally to the Sky Blue Ice Devouring Dragon. Think about it, with true dragon bloodline enhancement, how can you be weak?
After hearing Lin Yi's words, Little White was visibly moved. Indeed, the bloodline of the Abyssal Demon Dragon is clearly much stronger than that of the Devil Soul Great White Shark. She'd be taking advantage of the situation. If she missed this opportunity, the next attack would be 2 days later, which would be very precious to those who arrived late. Little White didn't want to give up this reward lightly. After hesitating for a moment, she finally decided.
I accept.
Lin Yi nodded and flicked a red orb of light towards Little White. As this orb of light reached Little White, it transformed into a mass of purple-black light and shadow, which gradually elongated. On closer inspection, it could be seen to take the shape of a dragon. This dragon seemed to be outlined in thick ink, wild and domineering in appearance, with dark black aura rising up from it. The dragon's roar lingered over Little White's body for a long time before the purple-black light and shadow finally merged into it completely. Little White's human form underwent a transformation. The gray on her gray-white skin disappeared, leaving only the white and the gill. Chapter 327 Part 2, Do You and Your Daughter Want to Enter My Room? Big Zhang. The original form was indeed completely remodeled. While it was still recognizable as a shark, the overall size had doubled, and its skin was no longer the gray and white of shark skin but covered in layers of hard purple-black scales. Its pupils were vertical slits, and its white serrated teeth were even larger and more terrifying. And the tail had completely transformed into a dragon's tail. This was no longer a Devil Soul Great White Shark, it was an Abyssal Demon Dragon Shark. Little White examined herself, murmuring in utter disbelief. Lin Yi said,
You are certainly still you, but now your identity has become that of an Abyssal Demon Dragon Shark. The timing for the next phase of your evolution is uncertain, but it will definitely happen.
Little White nodded immediately upon hearing this. She was excited because she was well aware of the changes in herself, which were developing in a much more powerful direction, especially notably. After stepping down from the stage, Little White immediately went to report the good news to Posisi. She was now an abyssal demon dragon shark. Posisi watched the transformation closely and nodded.
Today it is your turn to attack. Tomorrow the sea dragon Douluo will take action. As you can see, this is far better than the benefits you struggled to gain on Sea God's Island. Thank you, High Priest.
The sea dragon Douluo clasped his fists excitedly, looking forward even more to the next day. At that moment, Thousand Waves and Tang Chen approached hesitantly, speaking with extreme caution, as if they had committed a serious crime.
That.
Posisi glanced at them irritably, but she knew that what they were saying made sense. It was not possible to go back to see God's Island at night.
Sea Dragon, pay them for the accommodation. We're not staying for free.
Posisi said coldly. But the sea dragon Douluo was somewhat embarrassed at that moment.
High Priest!
Posisi glared at him angrily. Actually, Sea God's Island had no use for money. Their entire island didn't have any, but the sea dragon Douluo didn't expose Posisi because he knew she was just trying to save face.
HMPH, we're not going to stay for free. If it weren't for Senior Lin Yi, I wouldn't want to have anything to do with the two of you.
Having said her piece, Posisi pulled a jeweled hairpin from her hair and tossed it into Tang Chen's hands.
This is the accommodation fee.
After that, she led Little White and the sea dragon Douluo proudly toward the Martial Soul Hall. Upon seeing the hairpin in Tang Chen's hands, Thousand Waves immediately tried to snatch it away.
Give it here. Why should I? Zai gave it to me.
Because the Martial Soul Hall is my home. I haven't even charged you for staying yet.
The Gua Sha masters began to line up on stage. Emperor Zue pulled out a money pouch and, holding onto Ice Emperor, bypassed the lengthy Gua Sha queue and walked in a certain direction.
Sister, I want to sleep on the street, Tilda. No, you can't. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Isn't it just to see Lin Yi? I won't allow it. We must stay in a hotel. Sister. No.
Ice Emperor was dragged away authoritatively by Emperor Zue. Chen Xin and Miss Ning were chatting and laughing ahead, while Emperor Zue and Gu Rong followed behind like two resentful beings. They had been talking all day. Gu Rong couldn't help but inwardly grumble where they were finding so much to talk about. On Xingluo's side, Zhu Jian stealthily glanced at Lin Yi and pretended to follow the Dai family father and son as they left. The night attack plan she had prepared during the day had to be carried out tonight. She was determined to take down Lin Yi tonight. What Zhu Jian didn't know was that the Dai family father and son had their own plans. Dai Ben whispered,
Tonight, you take the initiative to go to Zhu Yun's room and apologize first. If Zhu Yun can forgive you, strive to make things a done deal tonight. It's strange, after being together for so many years, you haven't shared a bed with her.
Davis hung his head.
In the past, I really had no interest in her, but now.
He looked towards Zhu Jian as he spoke. Now Zhu Jian had transformed into a beauty not inferior to Bai Bidong, with an even more voluptuous figure and an aura of charm and charisma augmented by her abilities. In this very short period, Davis had suddenly developed a strong interest in his ex-girlfriend again.
But what if I apologize and Zhu Yun still doesn't want to forgive me? Then use her family to threaten her, force her to share your bed. Once she carries your offspring, she'll be even less able to resist.
Dai Ben spoke with seasoned experience.
Father's skill is still a notch above.
In the interlude between the Gua Sha master's attacks, Lin Yi glanced over the scene. He was somewhat surprised to see that 3 women had yet to leave the area. Bai Bidong and Kaiyan Rengsu stubbornly stood in place, as if competing to see who could remain longer. Gu Yuina, on the other hand, stood alone, always pretending to casually survey the area. When she caught Lin Yi looking at her, she immediately averted her gaze. Gu Yuina seemed to want to stay and continue watching, but felt too awkward standing there on her own. After a while, she summoned the space elements and left.
This little dragoness has been acting all strange and weird today since I spanked her yesterday.
Lin Yi muttered to himself. Why haven't these 2 left yet? Lin Yi glanced at Bai Bidong and Kaiyan Rengsu out of the corner of his eye. Bai Bidong frowned prettily.
What are you doing standing around here? You haven't left, so I'm not leaving either.
Kayan Rengsu said with a sense of justification.
I'm staying back to wait for Senior Lin Yi to finish so that I can change his cushion for him. I don't believe that. Who knows whether you'd follow Senior Lin Yi into his room the moment I leave. Senior Lin Yi was unexpectedly nice to you today. I really suspect you two have some strange deal going on. That's none of your business.
Hearing Bai Bidong not deny it, Kayan Rengsu gritted her teeth, frustration flaring up within her without warning. The Gua Sha masters were fast, each one working with maximum efficiency. It wasn't long before the assault reached the end of the line. Lin Yi checked his current health points. 899,898,953,746. Finally, he had managed to reduce his health points by over 100 million, a fraction he hadn't been able to shave off before. With all of today's attacks over, Lin Yi looked down from the stage. Although the Gua Sha masters had all left without a trace, Bai Bidong and Kayan Rengsu remained. What do they want?
Why haven't you two gone back to rest?
Lin Yi asked calmly, looking at them. He was not one to easily reveal his true emotions. Bai Bidong immediately stepped forward, explaining.
We plan to stay till the end, to see you, an elder, back to your rest.
Lin Yi's eyebrow gradually arched.
You want to enter my room?
Caught off guard, Bai Bidong paused for a long time before she swallowed hard, her face showing a faint hint of expectation as she asked.
Could we?
No, it's not.
Bai Bidong's mouth twitched.
All right, you misunderstood, elder. We just meant to escort you to your room.
Kayan Rengsu. Could she admit that she had also been hopeful for a moment, even if it meant being with Bai Bidong? But to her surprise, Lin Yi had declined so bluntly. Humph, one day she would enter Lin Yi's room openly and legitimately. Lin Yi got up with an indifferent expression, but his body stiffened for a moment when he found that the cushion was gripping his backside tightly.
Master.
The little creature trembled as if it felt the hostility from Bai Bidong and Kayan Rengsu, those two women who seemed to have a special appetite for Tuan Tuan.
Poor Tuan, I'm doomed.
Chapter 328, Zhu Xian's Night Raid, eager to prove her worth. Big chapter. Tuan grumbled and turned its gaze warily and slowly towards the two women. The air seemed to become still for a second. Bai Bidong was poised to pounce. But the next moment, Tuan suddenly screamed and stood up on all four legs. As Bai Bidong lunged at it, Tuan's body, incredibly flexible, flopped upright and dodged her. Kayan Rengsu was flabbergasted. The green tea Tuan charged towards Lin Yi's house on its short legs, moving with astonishing speed. As it ran, it also kept shouting loudly, as if a demon specializing in eating meditation cushions were chasing it. Bai Bidong felt like she was being played by a meditation cushion, and she was furious as she chased after it.
Stop. Master, save me, save me, save me. A bad human woman wants to catch me.
Tuan immediately lifted its short arms and began to beat on Lin Yi's door, but the sound was muffled as though hitting cotton, since its entire body was soft, including its arms. Luckily, its voice was as clear as a young girl's, and this little cushion was anything but shy when it came to shouting for help.
Master!
Kayan Rengsu couldn't help but remind from behind.
Cover its mouth first, will you?
Just as Bai Bidong's demonic claws were about to touch Tuan's head, a calm voice suddenly came from the house.
Let it stay there.
Bai Bidong's descending hand abruptly stopped. Lin Yi had actually spoken.
Master told me to stay here. You can't touch me.
But Bai Bidong's expression suddenly turned gentle. She squatted down and asked.
All right, I naturally will obey Senior Lin Yi's command, but may I ask you one thing? Human woman, ask whatever you want to ask. If Tuan knows, I will tell you. Where's your mouth?
Tuan paused and then fell silent immediately. It quickly ran back to the stand and tucked itself upside down on top, so that Bai Bidong couldn't see where its mouth was on the front side. Bai Bidong raised her foot, ready to kick up, but then Kayan Rengsu hurriedly pulled her back.
Are you crazy? If Senior Lin Yi sees a shoe print on this guy's butt tomorrow, how will he be able to sit down?
The master sits on Tuan's face, not on this side of its rear. Are you saying I can kick your butt really hard?
Bai Bidong lifted her foot again, only to be quickly pulled back by Cayenne Rengsu.
Don't be fooled by this green tea. It's sure to blow in Senior Lin Yi's ear tomorrow, making him have a bad impression of you.
Bai Bidong looked at Cayenne Rengsu incredulously.
Blow in his ear.
Cayenne Rengsu paused and then corrected herself.
A breeze at his behind.
Right, this cotton ball is quite scheming. It's been trying to please Senior Lin Yi all day long, aiming for a reward, I bet. Tuan is not cotton, it's made of silk.
Tuan was originally made of silk.
You dare to talk back, I am the Pope.
Bai Bidong glared at it fiercely. Tuan stopped talking and just lay there quietly. In the end, Bai Bidong and Cayenne Rengsu could only return to the Marshal's Soul Hall reluctantly. They never imagined that one day they would be worried about a meditation cushion stealing their affection. However, because of this meditation cushion, Bai Bidong and her daughter had for the first time silently come together on the same side. Lin Yi's spiritual power that was spread outside finally returned. The mother and daughter had finally left. It was strange. Why would they be so upset with a meditation cushion? Lin Yi found himself increasingly unable to comprehend the thoughts of these women. Just as he prepared to summon Puppet Poseidon for a bit of rejuvenation, suddenly there was another commotion outside. Lin Yi once again dispersed his spiritual power. Could it be the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor? Why had they come back?
Damn humans, it's not our fault we're cold. Why do they have to complain about us? We paid our money, didn't stay for free. This is infuriating.
The Snow Emperor's comforting voice rose.
Now, since we're living among humans, let's try to abide by their rules as much as possible. Otherwise, Senior Lin Yi might find it difficult. He's not likely to pressure those humans to forcibly adapt to the cold on our account, right?
Lin Yi couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. The Snow Emperor was so considerate, even thinking about his position.
Is Senior Lin Yi asleep? I'm going to peek through the door crack, huh? Ow, ow, ow.
The Snow Emperor was dragging the Ice Emperor back by the ear, annoyed like someone frustrated with stubborn metal.
Are you really trying to see if he's asleep? Don't I know what you want to see? Behaving so properly during the day yet revealing your true intentions at night, huh?
Sister, I was wrong.
Stop the nonsense and go to sleep. Who would have thought we'd end up sleeping on the street again? Hee, it's quite nice actually, being close to Senior Lin Yi. Bonk!
Zao.
Stop entertaining foolish thoughts. Be careful or you'll dream of spring.
HMPH.
Chapter 328 Part 2. Zhu Jian's Night Raid, eager to prove her worth. Big chapter. A flash of blue light appeared before him, and the robot Poseidon in a black silk high-heeled maid outfit materialized in the room. Slender legs, fine waist, fair-skinned and shapely buttocks. Just by glancing at her, Lin Yi's palm could recall the curves of Poseidon's body and where they undulated. Just as he was about to speak, another noise came from outside.
Master, please command me.
Return to the system space. Yes.
Poseidon had only just arrived before being sent back. Luckily, she was emotionless, otherwise she would definitely have rolled her eyes at Lin Yi with full charm. Lin Yi stood up, his spiritual power surging outward. This time, the disturbance outside was heading straight for his door. Who would be so bold to seek him out alone at night? The information brought back by his spiritual power made Lin Yi pause. Outside the door was an unexpected visitor. Zhu Jian. Zhu Jian looked anxiously at the ice and snow emperors lying in the street, and then, even more anxiously, knocked on Lin Yi's door. If asked whether she was nervous, Zhu Jian would definitely answer that her heart was so anxious it was about to leap out of her throat. But she had no choice but to do this. Without relying on Lin Yi, a solid pillar of support, she and her family were doomed to suffer punishment from the Star Luo royal family sooner or later. Zhu Jian had the confidence that she could emerge unscathed, but she couldn't guarantee the Zhu family could escape the impending disaster. Indeed, Zhu Jian understood the Dai father and son quite well. This father and son duo had planned to take action tonight. If Zhu Jian hadn't sought out Lin Yi, she could have lost her virtue tonight due to concerns for the Zhu family. The other outcome was that Zhu Jian would have fiercely resisted tonight, only for the Zhu family to suffer misfortune the next day.
Knock, knock, knock.
Zhu Jian knocked several times, not daring to knock louder, fearing Lin Yi would be annoyed. However, to her surprise, the door opened the very next moment. And Senior Lin Yi didn't show any signs of impatience or anger on his face. Instead, he asked warmly.
What brings you here so late at night?
Lin Yi knew Zhu Jian wasn't like Gu Yuina in personality, nor did she have Gu Yuina's confidence and power. The only reason Zhu Yun would dare to come to him was if she faced difficulties she couldn't resolve, or even ones that threatened her life.
May I?
With cheeks flushed red, Zhu Jian was nervous, scared, and slightly embarrassed. She pointed inside the room, asking tentatively. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, but then nodded.
Come in.
Actually, he didn't want to help.
Tell me, what's the matter? Could it be that your martial soul reward backfired on you?
Zhu Jian shook her head, hesitating for quite some time. She stretched out her trembling hand and immediately began to unbutton her upper garment, revealing her smooth, pale shoulders. The clothing was quickly pulled down, revealing a swath of white skin. Discarding her clothes aside, Zhu Jian immediately knelt in front of Lin Yi, her cheeks burning red.
Before coming here, Zhu Yun cleaned herself thoroughly, and she has never shared a room with Davis before. Please, Senior Lin Yi, enjoy.
Lin Yi. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Lin Yi looked at Zhu Jian calmly, but inside he was utterly baffled. I haven't given her any suggestive words, and we've hardly communicated at all. Big sister, we're not that close. I thought you had a problem with your reward, that's why I let you in, but this.
Do you have romantic feelings for me?
Lin Yi curiously asked. Zhu Yun paused, then nodded.
If I have to say, naturally there are. What girl wouldn't like someone like Senior Lin Yi?
Lin Yi immediately understood.
It seems you do have another request. Speak up. What trouble have you encountered? My trouble.
After saying this, she steeled her resolve and immediately stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Lin Yi's neck, as Zhu Yun, the ball control expert, tried to
Smother.
Lin Yi to death inside the room. A voice that was somewhat muffled, but still calm came from in front of Zhu Yun.
Even if you don't offer yourself, you still have the right to speak about your troubles. Whether I help or not, I have to hear what your troubles are before I can decide what price you have to pay. You can't just offer yourself and expect me to help. What if it's an unfair deal for me?
Hearing this, Zhu Yun let go of her arms in extreme embarrassment. What Senior Lin Yi said was indeed reasonable.
I apologize, Senior. Let's just pretend nothing happened tonight.
I command you to speak.
Lin Yi looked at her impatiently and then threw the clothes on the ground over to her. Zhu Yun paused, taking the clothes, but she didn't hurry to put them on. Instead, she sat on the stool opposite, holding the clothes with a hesitant expression. Lin Yi didn't dare to look directly at her across the way. The sight of her undressed was truly irresistible. Like a glowing incandescent lamp.
I don't want to be Davis' daughter-in-law anymore. But if I make it clear, the royal family will surely retaliate against the Zhu family.
Just this, damn just this. You wasted so much effort for this trivial matter. Lin Yi was speechless. He replied,
In terms of being on the offensive side, Dai Ben and his son's value is greater than yours, because their harm is greater than yours, so you can't afford the payment if you want to kill them.
Zhu Yun was somewhat disheartened after hearing this. With teary eyes, she said,
Then we won't kill them, just spare the Zhu family from disaster. What do I need to give?
You really don't seem to have much to offer.
Your physical body is worthless to me.
As expected.
Your time, your freedom, and your martial power are worth far more than your body. If we trade equitably, you must give up your time, your freedom, your right to decide your actions, including your body.
Lin Yi calmly stated.
That is, only if you serve as a lifelong slave to me will your family be safe. Hearing
this, Zhu Yun's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Just this. This was exactly what she wanted. Overjoyed, she tossed her clothes aside, knelt before Lin Yi, and laid her heavy, pale upper body on Lin Yi's legs.
I am willing to be a lifelong slave to Senior Lin Yi.
Chapter 329, Tang Wudong, dressed as a bunny girl, chose to video call with Da Zhang. The system was unbelievably intelligent. Right after Lin Yi finished talking with Zhu Jian, a trade contract automatically appeared on the panel. Lin Yi briefly glanced over it, and sure enough, the content of his recent conversation with Zhu Jian was recorded on it. And the items to be traded were exactly what Zhu Jian had agreed to offer, everything of hers in exchange for Lin Yi's promise to ensure the Zhu family's survival.
If you have thought it through, sign the trade contract with me. Once the contract is signed, you will be enslaved to me for life, never to harbor a second thought, or else you will face dire consequences.
Nobody would think this is a bad thing, right? Zhu Jian was so happy she didn't even know what to say. Truth be told, although she cared about the safety of the Zhu family, it didn't mean she liked her own family members. Both the Douluo royal family and the Zhu family had disgusting noble heirs, which Zhu Jian couldn't stand. To accompany Senior Lin Yi for life was something she longed for but could never reach. Being a slave to such a handsome, capable, and morally upstanding person was not only a feast for the eyes, it also guaranteed her personal safety. Perhaps she could even occasionally receive some small benefits. With such a perfect scenario right in front of her, which fool would refuse?
I've made up my mind. I want to sign the contract with you, Senior.
Zhu Jian became excited. Lin Yi looked at her strangely. Shouldn't she be panicking a bit more? Hearing about this overbearing contract, she should be viewing me as some kind of demon. But instead, she seemed eager to sign. I just don't understand. Lin Yi seriously wondered if these people's blood contained some attributes. How could they love torturing themselves so much? This was eternal enslavement.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
Lin Yi, looking at her face filled with determination and anticipation, had no more comments to give. He extended a finger and pressed it on the system panel, where the text quickly twisted together to form a small golden light sphere. Hovering above Lin Yi's fingertip, he then placed his finger on Zhu Jian's brow, and the light sphere merged into her. This signified that their contract trade was complete. Lin Yi could actively dissolve the contract on his end, while Zhu Jian could only passively comply. Objectively speaking, Zhu Jian was at a huge loss, but at this moment she was far happier than Lin Yi.
All right, get dressed and go back.
After finishing his sentence, Lin Yi glanced at her bare body. Sister, if you don't leave now, I'm really going to lose control. But collapsing this persona of mine wouldn't be of any benefit to me. Lin Yi thought clearly about the pros and cons.
Shouldn't I already be your servant? Let Zhu Yun serve you in bed tonight. Your place is so plainly monotonous. It should be made richer and more colorful with some additional.
Lin Yi stared at her, stunned. Before he could say a word, Zhu Jian grabbed Lin Yi's hand, moving closer to him.
Master.
She said with a blush and muster of courage. Lin Yi. Indeed, she was as soft as cotton. But if you're here, damn it, there goes my whole day of freedom. I'm not listening, get lost. I'm not without mates. Puppet Poseidon is even one size larger than you. Do you think I've never seen the world?
Go back, I'll let you know when I need you.
Lin Yi said with an unquestionable look on his face. Zhu Jian was a bit anxious.
But Master.
Probably when I want a change of pace.
Don't worry, it'll be soon. I am somewhat curious about the simple pleasures between men and women, so you'll have your chance.
Really, then I.
Zhu Jian got up, excited, and Lin Yi was nearly dazed by what was in front of him.
Meh.
He said again. Zhu Jian nodded, shyly dressing while surreptitiously sneaking peeks at Lin Yi, her emotions alternating between nervousness and excitement. It was a good thing she had the courage to come over tonight, otherwise she never would have been able to enjoy these perks. Indeed, bravery brings surprises. When Zhu Jian reached the door, Lin Yi's voice came from behind.
By the way, the contract we signed can protect you to a certain extent, so you don't need to worry about your safety.
Thank you, Master. Be quieter. Do you want to wake up those two outside? and let them know that you came to me secretly in the middle of the night.
Chapter 329 Part 2. Tang Wudong, dressed as a bunny girl, chose to video call with Da Zhang. He was quite curious about what the Dai family father and son were planning to do to Zhu Jian. Sure enough, as soon as Zhu Jian entered her room, two burly men charged at her. Dai Ben and Davis looked at Zhu Jian with serious expressions.
Where have you been? We said you weren't in your room. We thought something had happened to you.
Zhu Jian was stunned for a moment, then her expression turned cold.
I'd like to know, why was he entering my room at this late hour?
Zhu Yun, Weez is your fiancé after all. You're going to be engaged before long. What's wrong with him entering your room?
Dai Ben's demeanor changed from the gentleness of the day. Now he was exceptionally serious. Because his plan for tonight was for Davis to completely overpower Zhu Jian, an unexpected twist had occurred, but it didn't matter, as Zhu Jian had now returned. They should continue with the plan.
Your Majesty, after what he did, how can I continue to endure him as my fiancé?
Zhu Jian felt a deep sense of despair in her heart. Davis smiled as he approached.
Zhu Yun, that was me being thoughtless before, and besides, it's quite normal for a man to act that way. But for you, I am willing to change now.
For me.
Davis, it's completely over between us.
The next moment, an even colder voice suddenly came from nearby.
Zhu Jian, as long as the Zhu family exists in Xingluo, your relationship with Weez can never end.
Dai Ben's face was impassive.
I heard that you two have never shared a room before. Better sooner than later. Why not try it tonight?
Zhu Jian was incredibly shocked. They were actually planning to do that tonight. Davis smiled as he stepped forward.
Don't worry, Zhu Yun. Starting from today and rekindling our relationship is not too late.
Don't touch me.
Zhu Jian took a step back, glaring at Davis. However, Dai Ben remained unmoved as he continued to apply pressure.
Zhu Yun, I remember you used to be a very smart child. Why can't you see what's important today?
HMPH, I've already signed a contract with Senior Lin Yi, agreeing to serve him for life, and I will be protected by him.
At this, Dai Ben and Davis exchanged looks, then suddenly burst out laughing.
You being Senior Lin Yi's servant we can believe, but him protecting you? Zhu Yun, are you dreaming before you sleep?
Dai Ben gave Davis a meaningful glance.
It's almost dawn, Weez. Take Zhu Yun to rest quickly. Let's help her have a good dream tonight. Yes, Father Emperor.
Heart-pounding, Davis reached for Zhu Jian, but at that moment, a golden light burst forth from the center of Zhu Jian's forehead.
Boom!
Davis's eyes widened as the golden light hit him, sending him flying into the wall.
Weez!
Dai Ben shouted angrily, reaching for Zhu Jian, only to encounter the same fate as Davis. Another golden light burst from the center of Zhu Jian's forehead, and Dai Ben felt an authoritative and irresistible force slam into him, leaving him completely unable to resist. The father and son were embedded in the wall together, and after a while they fell from the wall with cries of pain, sprawling on the floor.
This is...
Dai Ben looked at Zhu Jian with immense fear. The latter snorted coldly.
I gave everything to become his servant, and in return, he protects my safety, as well as the safety of my family members. It's a very equal trade. What's so strange about that? And just now, you were trying to challenge Senior Lin Yi's authority.
Upon hearing this, Dai Ben stiffened. He immediately apologized, panickingly slapping Davis to make him apologize as well. Watching the nauseating father and son, Zhu Jian felt an immense sense of relief in her heart. Her eyes reddened in an instant, the grievances she had accumulated over many years poured out in this moment.
Get out of my room right now.
Yes, we're leaving right now.
The disgraced father and son scrambled out, and Zhu Jian followed them to slam the door shut behind them. With emotions surging, Zhu Jian crouched on the ground and cried. She had finally achieved what she had long dreamed of, and for all this she had to thank Lin Yi.
Thank you, Senior Lin Yi, thank you.
Lin Yi, watching all this through a connection, was profoundly moved in his heart. He was a supreme being standing at the pinnacle, naturally unable to empathize with Zhu Jian's difficulties. Having just stepped into Zhu Jian's perspective, Lin Yi almost understood her previous helplessness. If Zhu Jian hadn't found him, this girl might have spent her entire life trapped in the shadow of the Dai family father and son. After crying and cleaning up the messy room, Zhu Jian quickly went to bed after taking a shower. Lin Yi thought she was going to sleep, but then he saw Zhu Jian silently reach her hand under the covers. Zhu Jian curled up, her cheeks flushed red, and she kept muttering someone's name.
Senior Lin Yi.
Lin Yi was dumbfounded. What the heck, it's late at night and you're not sleeping, what are you doing? Zhu Jian suddenly closed her eyes tightly and shook her head that was sticking out of the covers with force. Lin Yi. Seeing that there was no follow-up and Zhu Jian had fallen into a deep sleep, Lin Yi finally withdrew his gaze. Man, this is like watching a blockbuster. The hotel at Xingluo is way too exciting for one night. At last, Lin Yi was able to summon the puppet Poseidon. Just as he was about to place his hand on the Po-Sissy figure on the panel, Lin Yi suddenly saw the swimsuit-clad Tang Wudong next to it.
Forget it, I'll switch to a maid tonight. Sorry, Zai Zai. I can still see you in the flesh tomorrow.
Lin Yi placed his finger on Tang Wudong's character interface and then dragged her into the room. Blue light flickered, and the beauty with pink and blue long hair, dressed in a swimsuit, appeared before him. Unlike Po-Sissy, the Tang Wudong in front of him was a real person copied one-to-one by the system, possessing all the original's memories, except her subconscious deems Lin Yi as her master.
Tang Wudong greets Master. Please command me as you wish.
She was indeed real. Without a command from Lin Yi, Tang Wudong would naturally show a beautiful smile on her face. Tang-san, you've got good genes. Your daughter is indeed beautiful, worthy of being the female lead of Douluo Level 2. However, looking at Tang Wudong's swimsuit, Lin Yi frowned slightly. Though she was showing more skin than Po-Sissy, the aesthetic wasn't quite there. He stepped forward, removed Tang Wudong's swimsuit, and prepared for a dress-up game.
Master.
Tang Wudong's face flushed, watching as Lin Yi held her blue swimsuit in his hands, momentarily unsure of what he intended to do.
What kind of clothes do you like to wear?
Lin Yi tossed the swimsuit aside, ready to ask for the person's opinion. Tang Wudong replied shyly.
I will follow Master's wishes. Wudong doesn't dare decide for Master. If Master wishes me to remain as I am now to serve you, that is entirely possible.
Lin Yi looked at the bare figure before him and shook his head.
That won't do, too monotonous. Let's try a bunny girl outfit.
Lin Yi scrolled through the panel, and an outfit appeared: a black miniskirt bunny girl costume with a bell tied around the neck and a fluffy white fringe at the hem. He placed the outfit from the panel onto Tang Wudong. Lin Yi paused, wondering if Tang Wudong was tall or if the style was just so.
Thank you, Master. I hope you like this outfit.
Not bad, come, sit on Master's lap, I'll show you the rewards.
Yes, Master.
Tang Wudong sat on Lin Yi's lap, and the already pitifully short skirt became even shorter. Lin Yi stroked her smooth, white thighs, his eyes fixed on the panel.
So many rewards.
He flicked the bell on Tang Wudong's neck and asked,
You choose a reward, and we'll verify by opening it first.
The bell jingled clearly. Lin Yi wrapped his arms around her slender waist, inhaling the girl's body fragrance. It was a rare comfort. The night was indeed better than the daytime. Tang Wudong carefully flipped through the panel and then pointed at one of the rewards with a smile.
I choose this one.
Chapter 330, Ah Yin, but I have nothing, how should I repay you, big chapter?
The reward is pointless to check again, right? The Ice Emperor used it during the day, and it doesn't seem that fun. The video call scenarios are all random.
And the video call can affect the corresponding world in real time. Lin Yi was afraid it might attract the attention of some big shot, and if it was an existence he couldn't control, then it would be over. But Tang Wudong's little hand stayed on the panel, her lips pursed as she swiped left and right, evidently not planning to switch to the next interface. Lin Yi saw through her thoughts.
Are you curious about this reward?
Tang Wudong immediately nodded, her face revealing joy.
It looks like fun.
Fine then.
Pay.
To win a girl's heart. If it were puppet Poseidon, she'd do anything Lin Yi said, she'd act any way Lin Yi wanted. Although Tang Wudong is a one-to-one replica, she also possesses all the memories and emotions of a real person, including the original's personality. Indeed, the two are completely different. Lin Yi took the reward out of the system space, and the reward turned into golden light points and automatically merged into his mind. At the same time, a
Video chat interface.
appeared in the rooms. At this moment, Lin Yi sized up Tang Wudong's outfit and suddenly asked curiously,
Aren't you afraid of people looking at you oddly for wearing something so thematic?
Tang Wudong vigorously shook her head and earnestly said,
Why should I be? Serving you is my duty. I am your maid, and as long as I can please my master, no matter the method, I am very happy. What right do they have to discuss me? Besides, I'm not familiar with them.
Lin Yi immediately sat up straight. Where else could you find such a righteous maid? Wudong is just too great. He also generously wrapped his arms around Tang Wudong's slender waist. If she wasn't bothered about saving face, why should he, a grown man, care at all? Besides, holding such a beautiful woman is a symbol of status. If they connect with an envious virgin man, won't he die of jealousy? The chat interface started showing images, and both Tang Wutong and Lin Yi leaned in curiously to observe the scenery on the other side. The camera first showed a scene shrouded in mist, as if they had arrived above the clouds. This place was clearly an area rich in spiritual energy. Lin Yi gradually began to realize something. And not far away, a figure was rapidly approaching. The tall silhouette with blue hair, its back alone exuded nobility and gentleness. The person turned around.
Wudong, where are you?
Tang San asked, trying to contain the veins bulging from his forehead, attempting to sound calm.
Dad.
Tang Wudong was so distressed, as she possessed the memory and emotions of the original, she felt extremely guilty now, like a child being scolded, struggling to get up from Lin Yi's embrace. As a result, Lin Yi, whether accidentally or on purpose, clasped Tang Wudong's waist even tighter, and just as she rose slightly, she sat back down. She embarrassingly pulled down her skirt, her cheeks flushing red.
Are you being forced?
Tang San asked sternly. He kept attacking the interface with his divine sense but could never break through. Lin Yi was laughing inside. Just then, the color on the other side's Tang San changed instantly, his sea blue turning to a deep red, and the chilling murderous air pushed all the surrounding spiritual energy away. Transformed into Asura god form,
Wudong, why aren't you speaking? How could you be dressed like this? Did this guy force you? Who is he? Just tell me you have your father here.
Tang San really cared about his daughter, bombarding her with many questions, though his tone was frighteningly cold. Tang Wudong, in a frantic motion, shook her head immediately, with the bunny ears on her head shaking along.
He didn't force me. He is my master. This is all voluntary.
Tang San was dumbfounded. It's hard to imagine how comical an ice-cold face with an incredulous expression can be. Lin Yi
Accidentally.
stroked Tang Wudong's thigh, and Tang San's eyes bulged when he saw this.
Put your hand down, or I'll annihilate your soul.
The cold voice of Tang San trembled subtly. Lin Yi smiled and said,
Sure, Lord Tang, go ahead.
You recognize me. Did Wudong tell you?
Tang San was surprised. This is too interesting. Lin Yi laughed at Tang San's reaction and also at Tang Wudong's panicked state for shooting herself in the foot. These father and daughter are truly tonight's source of laughter.
Your daughter's leg feels pretty good to the touch.
Chapter 330 Part 2, Ah Yin, but I have nothing, how should I repay you big chapter? Lin Yi continued to provoke Tang San. Tang San took out the Asura sword. He tried to slash it left and right at the video interface but to no avail.
Little maid, since we're connected to your father, wouldn't it be disrespectful not to demonstrate our intimacy to him? Shouldn't you show some respect?
Lin Yi asked seriously. Tang Wudong turned around and kissed Lin Yi on the cheek. She wasn't a robot, she could tell from his tone what he wanted her to do. A maid must understand all of her master's intentions to qualify as competent. At this moment, Tang Wudong was forced to be competent. However, Lin Yi frowned.
Not enough.
Tang Wudong's ears were steaming and her cheeks were so red they seemed to bleed. She continued to turn around and kissed Lin Yi on the mouth.
Et moi?
Tang San stood there foolishly, as if petrified. The two critical hits had instantly depleted this old father's entire health bar. But suddenly, he shook his head as if he had just realized something.
No, I've recently contacted the lower realm with my divine sense.
Tang San could clearly sense that Tang Wudong's current state was completely different from the one in the video. What was going on? Could there be two Tang Wudongs? Seeing that Tang San was coming to his senses, Lin Yi felt continuing was pointless, so he said,
Goodbye, Lord Tang. The upcoming scenes are not suitable for you to watch.
After speaking, Lin Yi disconnected the call just as Tang San rushed towards them. He looked at Tang Wudong in his arms, who looked aggrieved, and said with a smile,
That was interesting. Should we continue the connection?
Master, can we not continue?
Why, I quite liked it.
Seeing her wanting to refuse but not daring to speak, Lin Yi really wanted to laugh.
All right then, we won't continue. But it's an equivalent exchange. You need to kiss your master once more.
Tang Wudong immediately pecked him. Without Tang San as an audience, she seemed quite eager all at once. Lin Yi looked at the panel contentedly. He had actually been contemplating one reward for a long time. Tell me your wish, not directly or indirectly related to the system. This reward was offered from Lin Yi's perspective facing the system. As long as Lin Yi told the system his wish, it would be granted. However, the reward's note also made it clear that the wish could not have any connection to the system. This meant Lin Yi's wish could be nothing to do with the shield, nor could it pertain to rewards, which left him unsure of what wish to make. Forget it, I'll decide later. I'll add a special tag to this reward. I'll make a decision when there's an extremely strong need. Lin Yi swiped through the reward interface again. None of the other rewards were particularly attractive. The big wheel rewards were increasing, and Lin Yi was too lazy to draw them. 1. The rewards lacked novelty, and 2. Most that provided damage could no longer catch Lin Yi's attention. Becoming stronger in terms of combat had lost all meaning to him. After categorizing and tagging the rewards, Lin Yi noticed another special.
Reward!
Oh no, it should be an additional task from the system. The Blue-Silver Emperor quietly stood in the corner of the system space. Lin Yi pulled her out from the system space and looked at the nearly 2-meter-tall plant glowing with a blue and gold hue. After pondering for a moment, he began to ask the system.
Can you revive her? I mean, can you turn her back into a human form?
Yes. The system gave a simple 2-word response. An omnipotent system, Lin Yi wasn't particularly surprised.
Then start.
Understood. The system panel suddenly switched to a green and gold interface. Beams of light emanated and swirled around the Blue-Silver Emperor in what appeared to be a so-called healing process.
What are you doing, Master?
Seeing her wanting to refuse but not daring to speak, Lin Yi really wanted to laugh. All right then, we won't continue. But it's an equivalent exchange, you need to kiss your master once more. Tang Wudong immediately pecked him. Without Tang San as an audience, she seemed quite eager all at once. Lin Yi looked at the panel contentedly. He had actually been contemplating one reward for a long time. Tell me your wish, not directly or indirectly related to the system. This reward was offered from Lin Yi's perspective facing the system. As long as Lin Yi told the system his wish, it would be granted. However, the reward's note also made it clear that the wish could not have any connection to the system. This meant Lin Yi's wish could be nothing to do with the shield, nor could it pertain to rewards, which left him unsure of what wish to make. Forget it, I'll decide later. I'll add a special tag to this reward. I'll make a decision when there's an extremely strong need. Lin Yi swiped through the reward interface again. None of the other rewards were particularly attractive. The big wheel rewards were increasing, and Lin Yi was too lazy to draw them. 1. The rewards lacked novelty, and 2. Most that provided damage could no longer catch Lin Yi's attention. Becoming stronger in terms of combat had lost all meaning to him. After categorizing and tagging the rewards, Lin Yi noticed another special reward. Oh no, it should be an additional task from the system. The blue-silver emperor quietly stood in the corner of the system space. Lin Yi pulled her out from the system space and looked at the nearly 2-meter-tall plant glowing with a blue and gold hue. After pondering for a moment, he began to ask the system. Can you revive her? I mean, can you turn her back into a human form? Yes. The system gave a simple 2-word response. An omnipotent system, Lin Yi wasn't particularly surprised. Then start. Understood. The system panel suddenly switched to a green and gold interface. Beams of light emanated and swirled around the blue-silver emperor in what appeared to be a so-called healing process. What are you doing, master? Turning your grandma from a plant back to a person.
Who are you?
It seemed Ah Yin's consciousness had also returned along with her transformation.
Grandma, hello, this is my master. It's he who saved you.
Tang Wudong enthusiastically introduced Lin Yi's good deed to Ah Yin.
Grandma.
Ah Yin was bewildered, her son hadn't grown up yet. Where did this granddaughter come from? And such a...
I can understand how you feel, but I'm sorry, you cannot see them because I don't allow it.
Ah Yin stepped back silently, looking at Lin Yi with a bit of fear. She probably realized that Lin Yi was not an easy person to talk to.
First of all, thank you for saving me. How can I get your permission to see them? I really miss them.
First, repay the debt for me saving you. It's a fact that I brought you back to life, and you owe me for that, don't you need to repay it?
Ah Yin at a loss lowered her head.
But I don't have anything, and I've found that I can't even use my abilities. How should I repay you?
Seeing her wanting to refuse but not daring to speak, Lin Yi really wanted to laugh. All right then, we won't continue. But it's an equivalent exchange, you need to kiss your master once more. Tang Wudong immediately pecked him. Without Tang San as an audience, she seemed quite eager all at once. Lin Yi looked at the panel contentedly. He had actually been contemplating one reward for a long time. Tell me your wish, not directly or indirectly related to the system. This reward was offered from Lin Yi's perspective facing the system. As long as Lin Yi told the system his wish, it would be granted. However, the reward's note also made it clear that the wish could not have any connection to the system. This meant Lin Yi's wish could be nothing to do with the shield, nor could it pertain to rewards, which left him unsure of what wish to make. Forget it, I'll decide later. I'll add a special tag to this reward. I'll make a decision when there's an extremely strong need. Lin Yi swiped through the reward interface again. None of the other rewards were particularly attractive. The big wheel rewards were increasing, and Lin Yi was too lazy to draw them. 1. The rewards lacked novelty, and 2. Most that provided damage could no longer catch Lin Yi's attention. Becoming stronger in terms of combat had lost all meaning to him. After categorizing and tagging the rewards, Lin Yi noticed another special reward. Oh no, it should be an additional task from the system. The blue-silver emperor quietly stood in the corner of the system space. Lin Yi pulled her out from the system space and looked at the nearly 2-meter-tall plant glowing with a blue and gold hue. After pondering for a moment, he began to ask the system. Can you revive her? I mean, can you turn her back into a human form? Yes. The system gave a simple 2-word response. An omnipotent system, Lin Yi wasn't particularly surprised. Then start. Understood. The system panel suddenly switched to a green and gold interface. Beams of light emanated and swirled around the blue-silver emperor in what appeared to be a so-called healing process. What are you doing, master? Turning your grandma from a plant back to a person.
There are many ways to repay me. I'll give you time to come up with a repayment plan, knock yourself out.
After Lin Yi finished speaking, with a flick of his right hand, he placed Ah Yin in the character role panel.
System, next time you make a decision for me without asking, watch out or I'll punish you.
Sorry, host, next time I will inform you of my thoughts in advance. Lin Yi nodded. He did find that the soul beasts of Ah Yin's era seemed to be much more innocent than Xiao's generation. Damn it, Ah Yin must have been sweet-talked by Tang Hao into becoming his wife. She seems so easy to deceive. The remaining rewards really weren't anything special. The only thing that caught Lin Yi's attention was a pet egg that had just 1 day left to hatch, wondering what was inside. Lin Yi lay down with Tang Wudong in his arms, then suddenly sat up again. I almost forgot to check out number 7's leg photo in yesterday's chat group. Lin Yi immersed his thoughts in the chat group. What the? 999 plus. Do you women grow mouths all over your bodies or what? Gattling, this ability to talk nonstop. Lin Yi noticed that most of the chatter was Ning Rongrong flooding the group. She had become the Dragon King. Wait until she finds out her father became even more adorable than her. Lin Yi had no desire to scroll through chat history. He went straight to the group album and started enjoying the leg photos. He wasn't actually very interested in leg photos. After all, he could touch them whenever he wanted, but he was quite interested in guessing the identities of the characters. There are still several group members with unknown identities, and guessing them is quite a challenge. Number 7's legs were still perfect in terms of skin and shape. Lin Yi could totally trust the system's judgment on this. However, the background of the leg photo wasn't distinctive. It looked like a dormitory setting. Seems like it's another female soul master character. No sooner had Lin Yi thought this than the group admin sent out a notification tone. Welcome new member number 8 to the group. Please read the group rules carefully. Number 3, run new person. This place is full of victims. At that moment, Ning Rongrong was flooding the chat again. She's definitely a night owl. Number 8, what leg photo? What's this? Where am I? Please post a photo according to the group rules ASAP, or face a very severe punishment. Number 8, are you a human or something? Dare to threaten me, do you know who I am? Lin Yi probably knew who number 8 was. Chapter 331, Ladies, is your chat content that sensational? Correct, the punishment method is to analyze the other party's psychology and create illusions for them. Even the strongest heart has things it fears, and what number 8 fears most is you. Hearing the explanation from the system, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Isn't number 8 just Gu Yuina? Who else could it be that started off being so arrogant and then became timid the moment they saw Lin Yi, crying out for Father God to stop?
What did I do to her, in number 8's illusion?
Various punishments targeting the buttocks. Lin Yi. She, a mighty silver dragon king, is actually most afraid of this. Lin Yi didn't understand, but then it dawned on him that it might be because the
Abuser
was him, which is why Gu Yuina was afraid. Speaking of which, Lin Yi remembered the reward that Chen Xin received before, the flaw thread. At that time, he only saw one flaw thread on Gu Yuina, and it was connected to her buttocks. He hadn't realized that Gu Yuina's weakness had already been foreshadowed then. After the punishment ended, Ning Rongrong in the chat group kept expressing her sympathy, seemingly well aware of how terrifying the punishment was. Lin Yi curiously looked at number 3 Ning Rongrong's avatar and asked the system with a smile. She, a mighty silver dragon king, is actually most afraid of this. Lin Yi didn't understand, but then it dawned on him that it might be because the abuser was him, which is why Gu Yuina was afraid. Speaking of which, Lin Yi remembered the reward that Chen Xin received before, the flaw thread. At that time, he only saw one flaw thread on Gu Yuina, and it was connected to her buttocks. He hadn't realized that Gu Yuina's weakness had already been foreshadowed then. After the punishment ended, Ning Rongrong in the chat group kept expressing her sympathy, seemingly well aware of how terrifying the punishment was. Lin Yi curiously looked at number 3 Ning Rongrong's avatar and asked the system with a smile, what is number 3 afraid of? Muscular men without clothes. Lin Yi.
Number 3.
Sister, I love you. Number 3, other sisters, send yours too, I want to see. After all, there are no men here, it was already confirmed last time.
Number 2.
Indeed, the reward for men is a men's-only group, and since we are all women, the only group owner whose gender is not determined must also be a woman.
Number 6.
Sister, I love you. Number 3, other sisters, send yours too, I want to see. After all, there are no men here, it was already confirmed last time. Number 2, indeed, the reward for men is a men's-only group, and since we are all women, the only group owner whose gender is not determined must also be a woman. Number 6, Fode. Number 6, I don't even know what you all are talking about.
Wow.
He announced that the current first place was number 6. He wasn't sure about number 6's identity, but judging by the size and environment, it was certain that number 6 was a lady of status. Sister, I love you. Number 3, other sisters, send yours too, I want to see. After all, there are no men here, it was already confirmed last time. Number 2, indeed, the reward for men is a men's only group, and since we are all women, the only group owner whose gender is not determined must also be a woman. Number 6, Fode. Number 6, I don't even know what you all are talking about.
Number 4.
Fodo. Number 3, number 4, you're even more. Sister, I love you. Number 3, other sisters, send yours too, I want to see. After all, there are no men here, it was already confirmed last time. Number 2, indeed, the reward for men is a men's only group, and since we are all women, the only group owner whose gender is not determined must also be a woman. Number 6, Fode. Number 6, I don't even know what you all are talking about.
Number 7.
Number 3.
Sister, I love you. Number 3, other sisters, send yours too, I want to see. After all, there are no men here, it was already confirmed last time. Number 2, indeed, the reward for men is a men's only group, and since we are all women, the only group owner whose gender is not determined must also be a woman. Number 6, Fode. Number 6, I don't even know what you all are talking about. Sister, I love you. Number 3, other sisters, send yours too, I want to see. After all, there are no men here, it was already confirmed last time. Number 2, indeed, the reward for men is a men's only group, and since we are all women, the only group owner whose gender is not determined must also be a woman. Number 6, Fode. Number 6, I don't even know what you all are talking about. Sister, I love you. Number 3, other sisters, send yours too, I want to see. After all, there are no men here, it was already confirmed last time. Sister, I love you. Number 3, other sisters, send yours too, I want to see. After all, there are no men here, it was already confirmed last time. Number 2, indeed, the reward for men is a men's only group, and since we are all women, the only group owner whose gender is not determined must also be a woman. Number 6, Fode. Number 6, I don't even know what you all are talking about.
Number 8.
Chapter 332, Lin Yi easily mends the sky, shocking the 4 children of immortals major chapter. Lin Yi had just closed his eyes when he suddenly felt a very strong trembling sensation. He opened his eyes and discovered a pair of beautiful eyes curiously staring at him at close range. Tang Wudong was lying in his embrace like a little bird nestled against him, yet she seemed as if she had something to say but was hesitating. Lin Yi looked down and saw that her snowy bear was covered with wave after wave of froth. What happened?
Is it you who's trembling?
No, it's a warning from the Lin Yi continent.
Lin Yi was stunned, then turned his gaze to the panel, and sure enough, there was a big red exclamation mark on it. Danger! Since you have not looked after the Lin Yi continent for a long time, the plane is about to collapse. Please enter as soon as possible to deal with the crisis. Lin Yi sat up from the bed. He had indeed forgotten about this matter. He had planned to visit the mini-plane sometime today, but had neglected it until the evening.
How many years have passed inside since I left last time?
300 years. 300 years, huh? I wonder if the Empress still remembers that I once appeared. Lin Yi suddenly became puzzled.
Is the collapse due to my not checking on the continent on time? How often do I need to check in to prevent the collapse?
Every 240 years. If it's every 240 years, then that's 24 hours on the Soul Land. 1 day. So, I need to enter once a day to ensure the normal operation of the Lin Yi continent. Well, that's not too frequent. Lin Yi lifted Tang Wudong's snowy chin and said.
Count down 1 second, and I'll appear right away.
She smiled and nodded her head. After Lin Yi disappeared, she immediately began counting down.
1.
Lin Yi continent. At this moment, the sky was gloomy, with lightning flashing and strong winds howling. What was even more shocking was that there was a terrifying crack in the sky that was slowly extending. Perhaps because of this crack, various natural disasters were occurring simultaneously on the continent. Floods, hurricanes, thunderstorms, hail, earthquakes.
The coming of this heavenly disaster must be connected to you.
Lin Jingyu said aggrievedly.
Not at all. I had been on the throne for over 300 years, and nothing had gone wrong. This must be a coincidence.
The third sister, Lin Yi, furrowed her eyebrows angrily.
Do you still dare to retort? Would you believe me if I said I would hit you?
Lin Jingyu muttered softly.
It really has nothing to do with me. The ancestral patriarch appeared once 300 years ago and even encouraged me to govern Da Qian well.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yi stomped her foot angrily.
Big brother, listen to this. She's using the ancestral patriarch as a shield again. The ancestral patriarch hasn't appeared for over 3,000 years. How could he materialize just to find you? Why wouldn't he seek out the eldest brother or us?
Seeing Lin Jingyu's pitiful look about to cry, Lin Xuping's heart softened, and she couldn't help but speak out.
Eldest brother, third sister, since Jing Yue has mentioned the ancestral patriarch so many times, maybe she really did see him. Let's ask her calmly and peacefully.
The Empress's eyes immediately shimmered with tears, and she pouted.
Second sister is so good to me.
Lin Yuijio stood with her hands on her hips.
Shut up with the outside like this. It's all thanks to your good deeds. If you hadn't disturbed the normal order of the human race, would there be a heavenly calamity?
Lin Jingyu glared at her third sister, angrily standing up.
The emperor of the Great Zhou was incompetent, and the people were suffering. I was doing good deeds. At least since I took the throne, 90% of the human race has been able to eat their fill. Still daring to argue, fine. Let's see if you have forgotten your magic in these 300 years.
A fight is it, then let's fight.
Lin Jingyu immediately rolled up her sleeves and strode toward her. After so many years as an empress, she had absorbed the worldliness of humanity, and although she and her third sister were both exceptionally beautiful, she had a bit more charm and forthrightness than her sister. These four were the most exquisite people on the entire Lin Yi continent. The second elder Lin Xuping was also heavenly beautiful, and the eldest, Lin Dingshan, was extremely handsome. It couldn't be helped, only these four had been meticulously sculpted by Lin Yi. After that, he had grown lazy.
Enough, isn't it chaotic enough for you now?
Chapter 332 Part 2. Lin Yi easily mends the sky, astonishing the children of four immortals, big chapter. The key is, the ancestral patriarch really needs to exist.
Jing Yue, what exactly did the ancestral patriarch say when he appeared?
Lin Dingshan asked very seriously, as this moment was a matter of life and death. Every word Lin Jingyu said was extremely important. The pirate empress blinked her beautiful eyes, recalling the scene that had occurred over 300 years ago.
He said to govern Da Qian well, he's always watching me. Anything else?
At this moment, both Lin Dingshan and Lin Xuping listened intently, as every word the ancestral patriarch had said was very important, possibly containing the true laws for protecting this world.
He also said,
Lin Dingshan. Lin Xuping.
Ha ha ha, I said she was making it up. Can't even tell a convincing lie. Would the ancestral patriarch say something like that? Does the ancestral patriarch even need to cook with fire?
Lin Jingyu's face turned red with embarrassment in the face of her sister's ridicule. These were the ancestral patriarch's own words. She wasn't lying. Lin Dingshan shook his head and sighed.
Alas, this time we're really finished.
Lin Xuping's beautiful eyebrows drooped down.
The ancestral patriarch personally created this world. Could it really be destroyed by our own hands?
Lin Yuji was still relentlessly mocking her younger sister.
If you had just been content to be an immortal on the northern continent, how would such a thing ever happen?
Lin Jingyu fell silent. Perhaps it really had something to do with her. But when the ancestral patriarch appeared back then, he didn't really blame her, and even told her to govern Da Qian well. If the ancestral patriarch said so, he certainly didn't think her governing Da Qian would endanger the continent. Lin Jingyu didn't believe in fate. She puffed up her chest, her gaze fixed firmly on her elder sister.
I did nothing wrong.
Lin Yujio scoffed.
If you're not wrong, then summon the ancestral patriarch, and I'll believe you. What if I really summon him? I'll be your horse to ride on. I don't believe you. You definitely won't do it.
Lin Yujio crossed her arms.
That's assuming you manage to summon him. Don't push me. If you push me, I really will summon him.
Go ahead, summon him.
Lin Dingshan was getting a headache from the sisters quarreling, and he lowered his head, pinching the bridge of his nose. Lin Shuping also felt exhausted. If only the ancestral patriarch would really appear, right now they were like 4 children who had been separated from their parents, filled with helplessness. At this moment, Lin Jingyu ran to the door and said to Lin Yujiao,
It's not too late for you to regret it now. A statement from a Western continent immortal is as unchangeable as steeds galloping forth.
Lin Jingyu immediately turned around and shouted into the gray sky outside.
Ancestral patriarch, please come now.
Boom!
A deafening thunderclap erupted, and the sky was enveloped in blinding white lightning. Lin Yi arrived at the small plain and took in the surrounding scene. Indeed, it's about to collapse. He had just appeared when he heard his
Daughters!
call and immediately flew toward the imperial city.
Where is he? Where's the ancestral patriarch? Lin Jingyu, say something.
Lin Yujio said mockingly from behind. However, Lin Jingyu was staring blankly into the sky at this moment, stepping backward in shock. The 3 people inside the bedchamber noticed their younger sister's unusual behavior, and they all looked outside, only to see someone flying towards them like a shooting star. Boom! Lin Yi landed, shattering the polished floor of the bedchamber. Lin Dingshan rose to his feet. Lin Shuping stared at the newcomer in shock, and Lin Yujiao's face was full of surprise. All 3 of them were seeing Lin Yi for the first time, yet they all felt an extremely kindred and familiar sensation emanating from him.
The ancestral patriarch. The ancestral patriarch has really appeared.
Lin Jingyu, a dignified pirate empress, was as elated as a child who had finally seen her father, her hands clasped together in excitement, gazing at Lin Yi with eyes brimming with tears.
Is this?
Lin Yujio took a step back, her instincts already telling her it was true. And Lin Dingshan and Lin Shuping almost simultaneously asked.
What is your name?
Lin Yi looked at them indifferently.
Lin Yi.
Boom!
A deafening thunderclap erupted, and the sky was enveloped in blinding white lightning. Lin Yi arrived at the small plain and took in the surrounding scene. Indeed, it's about to collapse. He had just appeared when he heard his daughter's call and immediately flew toward the imperial city. Where is he? Where's the ancestral patriarch? Lin Jingyu, say something. Lin Yujio said mockingly from behind. However, Lin Jingyu was staring blankly into the sky at this moment, stepping backward in shock. The 3 people inside the bedchamber noticed their younger sister's unusual behavior, and they all looked outside, only to see someone flying towards them like a shooting star. Boom! Lin Yi landed, shattering the polished floor of the bedchamber. Lin Dingshan rose to his feet. Lin Shuping stared at the newcomer in shock, and Lin Yujiao's face was full of surprise. All 3 of them were seeing Lin Yi for the first time, yet they all felt an extremely kindred and familiar sensation emanating from him. The ancestral patriarch. The ancestral patriarch has really appeared. Lin Jingyu, a dignified pirate empress, was as elated as a child who had finally seen her father, her hands clasped together in excitement, gazing at Lin Yi with eyes brimming with tears. Is this?
Ancestral patriarch. Are you really our ancestral patriarch?
After his shock, Lin Dingshan asked Lin Yi excitedly. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow at Lin Jingyu.
Didn't she tell you? I came here once 300 years ago. I did tell you.
Lin Jingyu immediately straightened her upper body, hands on her hips. She even puffed out her proud chest, looking like she had the full backing of the ancestral patriarch and was venting out happily. She glared furiously at her 3 older siblings, especially at her 3rd sister.
They didn't believe it.
Lin Shuping said with joy.
Now we believe. The ancestral patriarch really looks exactly like the one in my dreams.
Then Lin Jingyu moved to Lin Yi's side using her knees, grabbed onto Lin Yi's trousers, lifted her head and said,
Ancestral patriarch, I've governed De Kayan well, just as you instructed.
Not bad.
Lin Yi nodded slightly, suddenly feeling somewhat out of his element. These four individuals were looking at him as if he were their own father, yet Lin Yi's appearance was much younger than theirs. Having received Lin Yi's praise, Lin Jingyu immediately felt emboldened and began to tattle to Lin Yi.
Third sister didn't believe the words you said to me. She didn't believe I could summon you. She said if I could do it, she would become my horse to ride. Ancestral patriarch, you have to stand up for me.
She clutched Lin Yi's trousers, her petite frame dressed in an empress's robe swaying from side to side as she coquettishly pleaded.
Jing Yue, don't bother the ancestral patriarch with every little messy thing. He has come for important matters.
Lin Dingshan scolded. Lin Yi's mouth twitched.
Jing Yue is right. A word that is spoken is like water that is spilled. Once said, it must be done.
Lin Yi said calmly. Lin Yujiao's expression stiffened, and she nodded.
I respectfully follow the teachings of the ancestral patriarch.
1 minute later.
Giddy up, hurry up, third sister.
Lin Jingyu rode on the back of Lin Yujiao, who was lying on the ground, yelling and slapping Lin Yujiao's buttocks.
Jing Yue, that's enough. The ancestral patriarch will think you're immature.
Lin Yujiao smiled stiffly. Lin Jingyu.
But the ancestral patriarch was just laughing.
Upon hearing that, Lin Yujiao turned to look at Lin Yi, whose smile immediately vanished from his face. Damn, this pirate empress is stabbing me in the back. Guess it's time to go back.
I'm going now. You four manage this continent well and avoid any internal strife.
Lin Dingshan and Lin Shuping hurriedly came forward, while Lin Jingyu got down from her third sister's back immediately. The four of them chased after him.
Ancestral patriarch, why leave as soon as you've arrived?
Lin Yi turned his head and saw them with resignation.
I forgot to turn off the stove after cooking. I need to go back and check. I'll come back in 240 years.
I told you, even the ancestral patriarch has to light his own fire and cook.
Tang Wudong countdown.
1.
Immediately, Lin Yi appeared in front of her, wrapped his arms around Tang Wudong's delicate body, and lay down.
All done, let's continue sleeping.
Tang Wudong cuddled cozily back into Lin Yi's embrace.
Good night, master.
Chapter 333, My Lord, which academy do we choose to participate in the competition?
Master, wake up.
Master, wake up. The repetitive sound rang in Lin Yi's ears like an alarm clock, yet it was as pleasant as a warbler's song. Instead of feeling annoyed, Lin Yi wished to give the owner of this voice a very romantic good morning kiss. He smiled as he opened his eyes, and just as he was about to stretch, his lips were suddenly sealed with a sweet kiss, soft as jelly. This made Lin Yi's stretching halt as if he were frozen in place. Tang Wudong sat back, moving away from Lin Yi, her face adorned with a radiant smile.
Master, you're awake.
Lin Yi looked at her in bewilderment.
Why did you kiss me? The best way to wake a man is to kiss him, duh.
Tang Wudong shook her head, the rabbit ears on top playfully bobbing up and down. Lin Yi paused, finding this line strangely familiar. He praised.
Impressive.
Nothing beats a real person indeed, those with emotions are just different. Take Puppet Poseidon for instance, she wouldn't even bother to wake Lin Yi up, she would only say,
Master, you need sufficient sleep to maintain good health.
If it weren't for Lin Yi's ability to wake up on his own, Poseidon would definitely cuddle with him until the afternoon. And judging by the character of the people outside, none of them would dare knock on the door. In the past, Gu Yuina might have actually knocked to give him a wake-up call.
Master, I want to go out and play. It's so boring in space.
While helping Lin Yi tidy up his clothes, Tang Wudong looked at him with hopeful eyes.
That's not possible. Oh well then tilde.
Tang Wudong pouted in disappointment, but soon, a faint smile crept back onto her face. She readily accepted any command from Lin Yi, for it was her mission and the only.
Program.
Written by the system embedded within Tang Wudong. Opening the door, Lin Yi finally breathed in the fresh air that didn't carry the scent of a woman. He surveyed the scene while walking toward the platform, deliberately observing the women around him. The Ice Emperor had a sullen face. Little White looked awkward. Bai Bidong was still looking at Lin Yi with delight as he took the stage, no different from usual, while Kaiyan Rengsu today had vacant eyes and stood rigidly. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth turned up. Sure enough, the number 2 in the chat group was Kaiyan Rengsu. These women went collectively crazy last night, competing to post bear selfies, so they must all be filled with group regret upon waking up. That's the consequence of making decisions at night. Looking at the demeanor of the Ice Emperor and Kaiyan Rengsu, they probably wished they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. As for Gu Yuina,
Master, I'm clean now, please sit down. Before we attack today, I have something to say.
Lin Yi began, and everyone immediately stood up straight, all ears, afraid they might miss some important information.
The Soul Master Contest's preliminaries will be held the day after tomorrow, and the rules for the advancement competition have changed. Many of you below must be planning to participate as invited members, right?
As soon as Lin Yi finished, everyone below buzzed with shock, looking at each other as if they had almost forgotten about such an important event. Some among them didn't even know which academy to join up to now, especially naming a few ferocious beasts.
I will now unveil the latest reward setup for the advancement competition. The first place academy will receive 3 platinum level rewards. The second place academy will get 2 platinum level rewards and 1 gold tier advanced reward. The third place academy will get 1 platinum level reward and 2 gold tier advanced rewards.
The fourth place academy, 3 gold tier advanced rewards. The fifth place academy, 3 gold intermediate rewards. The 6th to 10th place academies, all 3 golden junior rewards. The 11th place to the last place academies will each have 3 soul bone rewards. After hearing Lin Yi's reward rules, the whole place was in an uproar. The whole place was silent. The whole place was boiling with excitement. Holy heck, all these rewards being given out together. If this were translated into damage, how much damage would that be? Some even started counting on their fingers right there.
3 million, 4 million, 5,800,000.
Even people like Bai Bidong, Thousand Waves, and Gu Yuina, who were typically composed, were now unsettled. They hadn't even touched a single platinum-level reward, the stuff of legends. They didn't even know what a platinum color tasted like. If it weren't for their long-term goal of lottery shield, people like Gu Yuina would have had a chance to taste platinum-level rewards first, but 1 million.
My lord, which academy should we choose to compete for?
Chapter 334, New Soul Master Competition, Special Guest Players Fully Distributed, Big Chapter.
We still don't know which academies will make it through the preliminaries to the advancement matches. What if we choose an academy now that can't even get through to the advancement matches?
Gu Yuina was equally excited, but her mind remained clear, and she did not forget this premise. Just at that moment, a gentle and refined voice came from one direction.
Silver Dragon King, there are 3 seed teams in the Soul Master Tournament, and according to the new rules set by Senior Lin Yi, the 3 seed teams can be directly promoted to the advancement matches.
Emperor Zui said with a smile toward this side. After hearing this, Gu Yuina glanced at Lin Yi and, seeing no denial on his face, confirmed that what Emperor Zui said was true. She curiously asked,
Which 3 seed teams? The Wuhan Hall team, the Xingluo Imperial Academy team, and of course, our extremely powerful Heaven Du Royal Academy seed team from our side.
When Emperor Zui mentioned their own academy, he was almost excited enough to sing its praises. Bai Bidong,
I choose none.
Gu Yuina said haughtily with her arms crossed. Emperor Zui revealed an awkward expression, like a hot face against a cold butt. Dai Tian approached with a troubled expression.
Your Majesty, are you waiting for the results of the preliminaries to decide? But by that time, academies will probably have been selected in advance. There are, in total, only 33 academies that will enter the advancement matches. Once the Golden Dragon Lord has completely announced the rules across the continent, imagine how many people will be fighting tooth and nail to be special invited members.
Zai Jai calculated on the side.
There are a total of 231 spots for special invited members.
Dai Tian nodded earnestly.
But just now, around the Golden Dragon Lord alone, there are already more than 1,000 people, not to mention those from sects who haven't come.
Gu Yuina snorted coldly.
What's there to worry about? We're so strong, won't the human academies be scrambling for us? Just like that guy, Emperor Zuai, just now.
Dai Tian, however, said with difficulty.
Not necessarily. Humans know we are formidable, so they definitely also know we have high demands, big appetites. They will care about how much of the rewards they have to distribute. Don't believe me? Ask Emperor Zuai what he plans to do about the reward distribution.
Hearing Dai Tian's words, Gu Yuina skeptically asked Emperor Zuai.
Tian Du Emperor, if we join your team and win first place, how do you plan to distribute the rewards?
Emperor Zuai smiled, eagerly came forward.
Of course, one platinum reward will be given to you. Then one will go to the Tian Du royal family, and one to the Seven Treasures Glaze sect, with sect master Ning and others being our teammates.
Gu Yuina's face immediately stiffened. What, shouldn't we get at least 2 platinum rewards? Only one. Dai Ben.
Your Majesty, you see? Emperor Zuai has the confidence to divide it this way because he has the status to back it up. Maybe the other academies didn't even plan to distribute rewards. After all, even the last ranked can simply get 3 soul bones.
Makes sense. Indeed, we need to find a good academy ahead of time.
It was only now that Gu Yuina realized their position and suddenly panicked a bit. She believed that their team definitely had the strength to take first place, but they couldn't let this chance go to waste just because they couldn't join an academy. Just then, a cool voice suddenly came through. The Snow Emperor, holding the Ice Emperor's arm, said to Emperor Zuai.
Human Emperor, my sister and I would like to be special invited members of your Heaven Du Royal Academy. We will ask for suitable rewards based on the proportion of damage we deal.
Upon hearing this, Emperor Zuai was so overjoyed he was nearly ready to dance on the spot. The Ice Emperor, the Snow Emperor, 2 ferocious beasts. And 2 understanding ferocious beasts at that, not ones to make exorbitant demands.
Welcome, welcome. Regardless of the ranking, I guarantee that 1/3 of the rewards will definitely belong to the 2 seniors.
Emperor Zuai made the promise, which indeed was the fairest distribution. The individuals from the Aquapea forest stared blankly over here. Bai Jai hesitantly spoke up.
Your Majesty!
But I'm a goose.
Dai Ben.
You elders make sure to join a reliable academy. Just say you can help them get into the top 10. Remember to demand 2/3 of the rewards, leaving even just 1 golden junior reward will be enough for those academies to be secretly delighted.
Chrysanthemum Douluo and the other elders bowed and took orders.
Yes, Your Holiness.
Chapter 334 Part 2, New Soul Master Competition, Special Guest Players Fully Distributed, Big Chapter. This way maximum benefit could be achieved. And Senior Lin Yi clearly didn't care about these things. As long as the damage was sufficient, that's all that mattered to him. At the scene, Wang Qier and Zhu Zai, Orange, also wanted to join an academy, but they knew their current strength was far from sufficient. They could only wait and see, and if there was a chance, they would join an academy just to make up the numbers. Po Sissy exchanged looks with the Sea Dragon Douluo and Little White at this moment. They had just learned about participating in the Soul Master contest to win prizes. It seemed everyone knew about it except for the 3 of them. But now, they were more like headless flies than those ferocious beasts, because they had absolutely no idea which Soul Master academies existed in Soul Land or the strength of these academies. Just then, Po Sissy looked in the direction of Martial Soul Hall. After all, as the seed team, the Wuhan Hall team was guaranteed to advance in the competition. She cleared her throat and asked Thousand Waves.
Is Martial Soul Hall still short of people?
Thousand Waves was stunned. Beside him, Tang Chen was so excited that he almost pinched his arm to swelling, prompting Thousand Waves to shout.
Short, short.
Bai Bidong was puzzled and widened her eyes.
Short of what? We're already overflowing with people, okay.
Yet Thousand Waves gave a meaningful glance.
Isn't it better to allocate more people to other academies? Why don't you just admit it's your lust speaking? Cough, cough, Bai Bidong, listen to me. The 7 special invitees of Martial Soul Hall are you, me, Tang Chen, Posisi, Sea Dragon Douluo, Little White plus Little Golden Crocodile. That's exactly right, 4 ultimate Douluos, coupled with our reward foundation, a guaranteed first place.
Bai Bidong's face showed displeasure. She had no issue with Po Sissy joining, but the inclusion of Sea Dragon Douluo and Little White felt rather abrupt. After all, the guest elders also received many rewards, and Bai Bidong planned to add Kayan Rengsu. Her reward foundation far surpassed most others present, and the damage they could inflict was certainly more than that of Sea Dragon Douluo and Little White. She conveyed with a look to Thousand Waves.
Have you forgotten your granddaughter?
Thousand Waves froze instantly, a moment of realization hitting him. Scratching his head awkwardly, he said to Po Sissy.
Zai, well.
At this point, the Sea Dragon Douluo immediately said.
I'll withdraw then. You and Little White joining will be enough, High Priest.
Po Sissy nodded and then tentatively asked Thousand Waves.
So, can the 2 of us share 1/3 of the rewards?
Definitely. No problem at all.
Thousand Waves and Tang Chen were extremely enthusiastic, competing to respond. Bai Bidong's complexion darkened. At this moment, she could only comfort herself with the additional rewards she could claim from other teams with the personnel she had freed up. Those 2 despicable bootlickers never end well. Seeing that people were willing to join both Wuhan Hall and the Sky Battle Royal team, Dai Ben heaved a sigh. Despite Star Luo's certain advantage of making it to the advanced rounds, they attracted no attention. Was it all because Davis had tarnished their reputation? At this moment, the top 3 spots in the Soul Master contest were nearly secured for 2 teams. They were the well-founded Wuhan Hall team and the Sky Battle Royal team, which had also received impressive rewards. Those 2 teams would definitely take their place among the top 3, with Wuhan Hall team holding a greater advantage. Whether Wuhan Hall team would rank first or second now entirely depended on which academy these beasts from Aquapea Forest would choose to join. Both parties were undoubtedly the most likely to compete fiercely for the top spot. However, Gu Yuina was still pondering which academy could give them beasts at least 2 of the lottery prizes.
Star Luo Emperor, if we bring you first place, how many lottery rewards are you willing to give us?
Dai Ben was taken aback, utterly unexpected that Gu Yuina would speak to him. Overjoyed, he stepped forward, shakily holding up 2 fingers.
2, you will be given 2 of the lottery rewards.
After speaking, he added with a smile.
That's to say, 2/3 of the rewards will go to you. After all, we also need to get some benefits, right?
Gu Yuina nodded slightly.
You're reasonably sincere, human emperor. You've made a very wise decision. I have to admit you're a bit more perceptive than that fellow.
Emperor Zui. Dai Ben bobbed and bowed.
Yes, yes, yes. Your joining will bring glory to Star Luo.
Yet Gu Yuina's expression immediately turned serious.
But I have a condition. He cannot be one of those 7 young Soul Master team members.
She pointed at Davis as she spoke. Dai Ben became visibly distressed.
But senior, no matter how you look at it, Whis has won a reward, and his joining would greatly increase our chances of claiming the first place finish.
Gu Yuina tilted her head.
Then goodbye.
No, no, no. All right. He won't participate.
After saying this, Dai Ben glared at Davis.
You hurry up and roll back to Star Luo, get another team member over here for the assault. If you're not taking part in the match, then don't stay here and occupy the assault slot.
Davis was utterly dumbfounded.
Father,
Dai Ben gave Davis but a hard kick. He knew that Senior Lin Yi must have already taken a dislike to Davis, just because of the way he treated Zhu Jian last night, so it would be better for this guy to roll back early.
Good, We 5 will formally join your Star Luo seed team.
Gu Yuina spoke with a neutral expression, but inside she was extremely happy, finally a resolution. But just then, a voice came from behind them.
I.
Wang Qier bit her lip, looking uncomfortable. With a rare gentle smile, Gu Yuina reassured.
It's okay, you're a part of our Stardew. We won't mind, do you?
Her last sentence was asked in a fierce tone to Dai Ben. Dai Ben immediately waved his hands.
Not at all, not at all. Absolutely not.
It seemed like all the main attackers on the field now had their own teams. Lin Yi scanned the area and then noticed Zhu Zai standing alone forlornly. Right, Zhu Zai was by herself. She seemed unsure of where to go. After some thought, Lin Yi looked toward Emperor Zui and asked,
Will your Heaven-Do Royal Academy be willing to let Zhu Zai join?
Emperor Zui was stunned and answered tentatively.
But
Lin Yi heard this and a corner of his mouth lifted into a smile, which might not necessarily be the case. And sure enough, Zhu Qinghe, standing on Marshal Soul Hall's side, shook his head.
Father, I will assist the Marshal Soul Hall this time.
Emperor Zui was flabbergasted.
Why, you won't be able to claim any rewards if you're alone on their side.
Bai Bidong curled her red lips.
Who says, we at the Marshal's Soul Hall are willing to give 1/3 of the rewards to Crown Prince Qinghe.
Thousand Waves also nodded his head.
That's right, 1/3 of the rewards will belong to Crown Prince Qinghe over here.
All lies. But Emperor Zui believed them, even covering his head in shock.
Really? No way. Oh, come on, Qinghe, then you might as well stay there. Just remain on that side.
Qian Rengsu smiled faintly.
All right, father.
Just then, Emperor Zui immediately turned to Zhu Zai with an enthusiastic smile.
In that case, we warmly welcome Miss Orange to join the Heaven-Do Royal Academy.
Zhu Zai nodded happily.
Thank you for inviting me. Don't worry, I won't share in your rewards, just let me feel involved.
Chapter 335, Zio-san, I think we need to seriously consider the matter of special invited team members, Da Zhang. The 3 seed teams had undergone earth-shattering changes by now. Not only had the number of members increased from the original 7 to 14, but each specially invited member had also been transformed due to Lin Yi's rewards, significantly increasing their strength. But having only 3 teams respond wouldn't do. There were 33 teams that had made it to the promotion matches. The other teams also needed to prepare in advance and add special invited members.
Dai Ben, Emperor Zui.
Lin Yi called out.
Present.
The 2 emperors stepped forward to receive orders together. At that moment, Dai Ben turned to glance at Emperor Zui, filled with emotion. The once aged and near end-of-life Emperor Zui now appeared as youthful as his son. It was truly enviable. This must be the advantage of arriving early at Seoul City. The fortunes associated with the rewards must have been seized by them from Tiandu to a large extent. Although Dai Ben also had relatively decent rewards, they seemed somewhat pale in comparison to the others.
It's time to spread the news of the changes to the Soul Master Tournament system across both continents, which you too will need to undertake.
Emperor Zui was the first to speak.
Understood, I will immediately dispatch the fastest flying Soul Masters to notify every area within Tiandu via public announcements.
Dai Ben frowned slightly. He couldn't match the performance speed of the younger generation. Just as he was about to repeat what Emperor Zui had said, Lin Yi spoke up.
That's too slow. I want the news to be spread across both continents right now.
Upon hearing this, Emperor Zui and Dai Ben both lifted their heads in difficulty, looking at each other with perplexed faces. They did not have a horn capable of sending their voices across an entire continent. How could they notify everyone?
Tiandu and the Xingluo Empire each have 6 competition areas, correct? For example, on Tiandu Empire's side, there's the Tiandu competition area, plus 4 kingdom areas and 1 duchy area, a total of 6.
Emperor Zui nodded.
That's right. Then I will tear open 6 space channels. All you need to do is talk through the 6 space channels, and I suppose the people in these 6 competition areas should recognize you.
It's no matter.
Emperor Zui's tone became more and more astonished.
It's a very simple matter.
Lin Yi's casual remark left the two emperors dumbfounded on the spot. In fact, more than 6, including Xingluo, that would be a total of 12 competition zones, each thousands of miles apart. Could Senior Lin Yi really tear open 12 precise space channels simultaneously? Gu Yuina's face was etched with astonishment. Could this be real? He couldn't possibly be joking, could he? Gu Yuina had already been surprised by Lin Yi's precise control and maintenance of a single space channel before, but this time Lin Yi was aiming for.
You have 1 minute to think of the wording. In 1 minute, I will open a live broadcast for the two of you that will span across the whole continent.
Emperor Zhuo and Dai Ben were stunned for a moment, then their brains started spinning rapidly, thinking about how to accurately describe the message, assert their imperial status, and if possible, flatter Senior Lin Yi.
Prince King.
Why does the young man beside Prince Kinghe possess Emperor Zuyi's decree?
Chapter 335 Part 2. Zio-san, I think we need to seriously consider the matter of special invited team members, Da Zhang.
It's happening again.
That's Prince King.
Tang San and the others also lifted their heads to observe the spectacle, their expressions odd, especially Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. As Lin Yi had expected, voices soon started buzzing in the group chat. Number 3, it's this thing again, Lin Yi must be behind this, right? Number 3, wait, I see Lin Yi, my god, how did he suddenly become so handsome? Number 6, what on earth is going on in the continent that I don't know about? What is that in the sky, and why is Prince King inside it?
Citizens of Tiandu, what I am about to say may shock you. I am Zhu Yi, the Heaven-Du Sovereign.
The entire empire fell silent. All the academies on the Tiandu side also went quiet, including the few from Shrek Academy. Soon, the whole Tiandu Empire was in uproar. Whether they had seen Emperor Zhu Yi or not, they all knew him to be a white-haired, elderly man. So why did he appear younger than his own son all of a sudden? But the emperor's order could not be fake. At this moment, Zhu Qinghe also began to speak with a smile.
Indeed, I, Zhu King, hereby vouch that this is indeed my father, Emperor Zhu Yi.
Hearing Zhu Qinghe's confirmation, the atmosphere on the Tiandu side erupted again. Ma Hongjun covered his head in horror. He had met Emperor Zhu Yi once with Flander.
My god, what exactly is happening?
Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong anxiously looked behind Emperor Zhu Yi and company. She only saw Gu Rong and Chen Xin, not catching a glimpse of her own father, which made her incredibly anxious. Emperor Zhu Yi revealed a smile, then continued.
Due to certain reasons, I've reverted to my youthful appearance. Now, thinking about it still feels like a dream.
Without a doubt, Emperor Zhu Yi's speech left the young soul masters on the Tiandu side utterly confused. At the same moment, Dai Ben also started his speech. Unexpectedly, both he and Emperor Zhu Yi cunningly only mentioned the changed rules of the Soul Master Tournament and did not broadcast Lin Yi's exploits at this time. Dai Ben had thought a lot just now. If he were to tell them about Lin Yi's treasure-dropping incident now, whether they believed it or not, Soul City would surely be flooded with a large number of curious onlookers. If they came, then they would definitely believe.
Is this some kind of mistake, canceling the Soul Bone reward? What's the point of participating in this tournament now?
Ning Rongrong also started to grumble.
With these changes, what's the point of us fighting tooth and nail to win the preliminaries?
Emperor Zhu Yi spoke calmly.
The rewards for the top 10 are as follows. Don't rush. There are also rewards for the teams from the 11th to the last place.
Zio rolled her eyes.
Verbal commendations. We've never even heard of the top 10 rewards, and now there are rewards for the worst teams. Who would even be interested in those?
Emperor Zhu Yi.
The rewards for placing from the 11th to the last are 3 soul bones. That is, as long as you make it into the promotion rounds, every team will receive at least 3 soul bones as a prize.
The scene fell silent once again, including on the side of the Xingluo Empire. At this moment, even Tang San lost control of his expression. They stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing at the space channel with the two great emperors.
Is this for real? Damn, previously the first prize in the finals was 3 soul bones, and now even the last place in the promotion round gets 3 soul bones.
Emperor Zhu Yi said with a very confident expression.
I know you all have doubts, but I can guarantee with the rest of my life that this is absolutely true. Holy damn! Damn, in that case, we must enter the promotion round. As long as we get into the promotion round, we can enjoy what only the champion teams used to get.
At this instant, all the young soul masters were plunged into the surprise of being able to obtain soul bones. The smile gradually faded from Tang San's face as he suddenly realized something. If soul bone awards are for places 11 to 33, then doesn't that mean the rewards for the top 10 signify something worth more than 3 soul bones? And the 3 gold tier advanced rewards for first place, they must be far more precious than 3 soul bones. Could this color be the code name for some kind of treasure? After Tang San realized this, others also gradually became aware. If the rewards were arranged this way, then surely the top 10 rewards had to be even better than soul bones. And since there were only colors with no detailed explanations, everyone couldn't help but have a very strong expectation for the top 10 rewards. In the end, the 2 great emperors concluded the speech.
So, those who think their team has a chance to get through the preliminaries and enter the finals had better hurry up and find 7 special invitees now, because participating teams in the finals must consist of 14 members. These 7 special invitees have no identity requirements, no age requirements, and no strength requirements. Of course, the stronger they are, the greater your chances of getting first place will be.
At this time, a voice suddenly came from the Tian Du competition area.
Your Majesty, what's the format of the promotion round? Are there any changes? You haven't mentioned it yet.
Emperor Zhu Yi was about to speak when Lin Yi suddenly said.
The format of the competition will be announced at the beginning of the promotion round. It will be a completely new format, very simple, yet very brutal. In a word, power is paramount.
Lin Yi's voice was gentle, calm, and perhaps it was his handsome appearance that made everyone find his voice very pleasing to the ear. Everyone couldn't help but quiet down and listen intently, and many young girls stared at Lin Yi, completely enamored.
Who is he, so handsome?
Damn, I just saw him. I've been blocked until now, and he's really so handsome. Do I feel like Emperor Zhu Yi is changing the rules on his command? What, then who exactly is he?
While the other side was buzzing with discussion, Lin Yi once again waved his hand, closing all the space channels. This time, the people of Soul Land had all seen him. However, they still didn't know what exactly Lin Yi represented. No matter, everything would be clear during the promotion round. Like Emperor Zhu Yi and Dai Ben, Lin Yi also did not want Seoul City to become overcrowded before the promotion round began. Although there would be more injury and more rewards, it could lead to a loss of order. A mode of operation needs order to work properly. The original framework of the Soul Master Tournament had already established order, so Lin Yi had no worries about too many people at that time. At Shrek Academy, after seeing the space channels in the sky close, Ning Rongrong couldn't wait to speak in the chat group. Number 3.
Sisters in Seoul City, why has Lin Yi suddenly become so handsome, so charming?
Number 2.
Sorry, it seems Senior Lin Yi doesn't want to reveal too much information. Before the promotion round starts Tilda.
Number 3.
Just stingy.
Number 8.
You're not falling for Lin Yi's, are you? Wary.
Number 3.
What's it to you, tsundere girl?
At that moment, Dai Mubai walked over to Tang San.
San, what do you think? I reckon we need to seriously consider the matter of the special invitees.
Chapter 336, by Bidong, 4th Martial Soul, Million-Year First Soul Ring, Blue-Silver Annihilation Spear, Major Chapter. Tang San nodded, seemingly agreeing with Dai Mubai's statement.
Emperor Zhu, you just described something that suggests the addition of special team members will play a crucial role in the promotion tournament.
His eyes narrowed slightly.
This is no longer just a contest between young soul masters, but a clash of connections, of family backgrounds. It's possible that the 7 special team members of the Martial Soul Hall's seed team are the 7 great priests.
After hearing Tang San's words, his teammates all showed looks of astonishment. But they soon realized that this was completely normal. After all, special team members are not restricted by age, status, or strength, and have complete freedom of choice. Who could be more suitable for Martial Soul Hall than the 7 great priests? That's 6 hyper Douluo and 1 ultimate Douluo. Ma Hongjun immediately frowned.
In that case, doesn't that slim our chances of taking the first place again? Who says so? I have a background too. My dad, sword grandfather, bone grandfather, they can all be special team members for Shrek Academy.
Ning Rongrong suddenly spoke up in retort. She quickly added,
But I need to confirm that first.
Her teammates looked at her curiously, but Ning Rongrong stood there silently, not uttering a word. Number 2 sister, I want to ask if Ning Fengzhai, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong have already decided to be special members for Shrek Academy. Number 2, no, the 3 of them have already decided to be special team members for Heaven Du Royal Academy, and it's already been confirmed with Lin Yi. Boom! A thunderous noise suddenly erupted in Ning Rongrong's mind. Her eyes widened and she staggered a few steps backward, nearly losing her balance.
Rongrong, what's wrong with you?
Oscar stepped forward to support her.
Why? Why would they?
Ning Rongrong muttered to herself in confusion. Tang San.
What's wrong, Rongrong?
My dad and the other 2 have joined Heaven Du Royal Academy. They are now special team members for Heaven Du Royal Academy.
Ning Rongrong said in despair. She crouched down, hugging her knees, her eyes red-rimmed, suddenly feeling as if she had been betrayed by the 3 closest people to her. Tang San was also somewhat surprised. In his previous assumption, Ning Fengzhai and the other 2 would be their Shrek's special team members, but it turned out.
It's okay, we still have us. We will be the special team members for Shrek.
Flender, Liu Erlong, and Zhao Wuji walked towards the Shrek 7 monsters. Liu Erlong's expression was grim. Having seen Lin Yi again just now, her desire for revenge grew even more urgent. Ma Hongjun muttered.
But their special team members might all be titled Douluo.
Flender said grumpily, slapping Ma Hongjun on the head.
It doesn't matter, Shrek Academy will have the support of titled Douluo.
Just then a deep voice emerged. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a man in a black cloak walking over from the training field. Tang San's gaze froze, almost instinctively blurting out.
Dad!
Tang Hao removed his hat, revealing a face that was remarkably weathered. Hao Tian clan's outer wall was breached, related to Martial Soul Hall. Your granduncle decided to thoroughly investigate the matter, so they will definitely be the special team members for Shrek Academy. Seeing Tang Hao appear, everyone else was shocked. Was this the legendary Hao Tian Douluo? But Tang Hao appeared much older and more haggard than they had imagined. How could he not be haggard? His wife had been taken away.
Uncle Tang, how many titled Douluo does Hao Tian clan have?
Flender glared at Ma Hongjun.
Including me and the sect master, exactly 7, just right for 7. Awesome, that means Shrek Academy also has the support of 7 titled Douluo.
Hearing this news, the others were ecstatic. However, at that moment, Tang Hao walked towards Liu Erlong, his expression serious, even summoning the Hao Tian hammer, as if preparing for a major confrontation.
Dad, that's teacher Liu Erlong.
I know, she's exactly who I'm looking for.
Everyone listened with confusion, wondering when Liu Erlong had offended Tang Hao. Only to hear Tang Hao demand.
Tell me, why did the Blue Electric Overlord Dragon family try to snatch the Blue Silver Emperor?
Liu Erlong looked confused, she shook her head.
I never knew about this, nor have they ever mentioned anything regarding the Blue Silver Emperor.
Tang Hao frowned.
How is that possible? What I saw that day was clearly a Blue Electric Overlord Dragon Martial Soul.
Tang San puzzled.
Dad, what is the Blue Silver Emperor? Why are you so angry?
Tang Hao held back his anger, looking at his son, and said in a heavy tone.
The Blue Silver Emperor is your mother. Your mother is the 100,000-year soul beast Blue Silver Emperor. but now she's been taken away by the blue electric overlord dragon family.
Tang San's eyes widened. It was as if he had heard a deeply shocking piece of news. Seoul City. Lin Yi sat with Tuan's face under his bottom, announcing to everyone.
Since all of you here have been allocated to teams, in the coming days, work hard to accumulate useful rewards for your own teams, especially in terms of damage. The rewards for the top 3 are particularly generous, and I am very confident that the top 3 places will be taken by your 3 teams.
Chapter 336 Part 2 by Bidong, 4th Martial Soul, Million-Year First Soul Ring, Blue-Silver Annihilation Spear, Major Chapter. Lin Yi's words acted like a tranquilizer to the 3 seed teams, putting them at ease. But 2 of the teams weren't aiming for just top 3. They aimed for first place. Bai Bidong from the Wuhan Hall team and Gu Yuina from the Douluo team locked their gazes, which seemed to clash and spark in the distance.
Hey, don't ignore us. We also have hopes for the first place.
A twin-tailed little loli with her hands on her hips shouted towards the Martial Soul Hall in Douluo. It was the Ice Emperor. Just then, another twin-tailed little loli stood by her side and said,
That's right, we'll also strive for the first place. Before the competition begins, everything is hopeful.
This is Ning Fengjai. Oh no, it's now little Miss Ning Rororin. Chen Xin felt as if his eyes were playing tricks on him. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the identical twin-tailed silhouettes, the 2 identical petite figures. What kind of fate had it that a team could have 2 lolis? At this moment, the Ice Emperor and Miss Ning turned to look at each other and shook hands with a smile in front of everyone. From now on, they were members of the same team and, of course, had to get along. Chen Xin was charmed by the sight of the 2 lolis shaking hands. He found himself to be a damn lolicon.
Before the competition begins, hurry and attack.
After speaking, Lin Yi gestured to Bai Bidong. She promptly stepped up, smiling and said,
Predecessor, I shall sign in first.
Apparently reminded by Bai Bidong's action, Gu Rong suddenly slapped his head and exclaimed,
Oh no, I forgot to clock in. Sect Master, I'll find a place to clock in first. Bye-bye, Bone Uncle Tilda.
From the moment the teams were assigned, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became tense. In the beginning, everyone was concerned with their own offensive moves, minding their own damage, but now they gradually shifted their attention to the total damage. After all, this directly affected the rankings. The reward sign-in result for Bai Bidong appeared on the panel before Lin Yi. Black primary level reward, Pet Blind Box. Bai Bidong also received a Pet Blind Box reward. Seeing that Lin Yi did not directly hand out the reward, and as Bai Bidong was puzzled, she heard Lin Yi say,
You've drawn a pet blind box. Like before, I'll continue to filter it for you here, and you'll say stop when you want to.
Bai Bidong was pleasantly surprised. She could actually get a pet blind box as a sign-in reward.
Good.
The panel showcased an array of varying blind box designs that began rapidly to flicker by. This was Bai Bidong's first encounter with such a reward, and she was both nervous and expectant. After a brief pause, she immediately shouted,
Stop.
The selection on the panel halted, revealing a blind box with a black and white exterior. The intermingling colors of black and white looked quite high class. I wonder if it's a double yellow blind box. Just as Lin Yi's thoughts flashed by, a notification indeed echoed in his head. This is a double yellow blind box containing 1 main pet and 1 secondary pet, both to be revealed simultaneously. When the blind box opened, 2 streaks of gold light drifted out and landed on the ground below as the crowd retreated backwards. 2 black and white creatures emerged from the golden light. The one marked as the secondary pet.
Is that a wolf?
Chrysanthemum Douluo couldn't help but ask. Looking into those intelligent eyes, Lin Yi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It was a distant relative of the wolf, a husky. He spoke to Bai Bidong.
This is a double yellow blind box, and your reward is this main pet, a dog breed called Husky.
Bai Bidong curiously looked towards the husky. And the husky curiously looked at its owner. Its tongue lolling out, head tilted, two soulful, bewildered eyes staring at Bai Bidong.
Woof, woof.
The husky suddenly began happily spinning in place. Bai Bidong looked on at this scene somewhat awkwardly, so it was just an ordinary dog.
Woof, 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 woof.
Bai Bidong watched this scene dumbfounded. She was stupefied. Even Po, standing beside her, was stunned.
What kind of soul beast breed is this? Never seen it before, nor any soul beast with a similar lineage.
Gu Yuina curiously stared at the Kung Fu Panda Po. Then she turned her head for a glance and suddenly froze. Bai Jai was hurriedly untying her clothes, looking very flustered.
Hey, what are you doing?
Bai Jai's face was the picture of panic as she said.
Everyone in the chat group sent last night, and if Goose doesn't send it, there might be a punishment.
Because the issue of Bai Jai's identity had already been exposed, she didn't need to be guarded about sharing things from the chat group with others. Gu Yuina watched, dumbstruck, as Bai Jai began to strip off her upper garments layer by layer, and Dai Tian's curious gaze shifted their way. She immediately went over to hold Bai Jai's hands and then turned to glare at Dai Tian.
What are you looking at?
Dai Tian immediately turned around and stood to attention.
Master, what are you doing? You silly goose, just because others send something, you have to send it too. Look carefully, it's not a mandatory request.
Gu Yuina sighed helplessly, pinching Bai Jai's cheek, feeling sorry for how foolish she was. If you really sent it, not only the people in the chat group would have seen it, everyone here would have too. Luckily, the interruption was timely. If Gu Yuina hadn't been standing there a moment ago, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This Dai Tian, the wretched dog, definitely wished he could open his eyes wider. Bai Jai stood in place for a while, probably checking the chat history. Her eyes suddenly brightened.
It seems that's true. They sent voluntarily. But Master, why did you know about this?
Bai Jai redressed, giving Gu Yuina a foolish smile. Lin Yi sent the Kung Fu Panda Po into the character panel within the system space, while Bai Bidong also disdainfully commanded her subordinates to take the husky away. During the process of being led away, the purebred husky again fought with its own collar. Bai Bidong began her first attack. She stood in place, her body beginning to twinkle with specks of light, and pieces of her purple two-word battle armor materialized on her skin. Chest armor, arm armor, abdominal armor fit perfectly, and even with a layer of armor on the outside, it couldn't completely hide Bai Bidong's sultry, curvaceous figure. Once the headgear appeared, the two-word battle armor sprouted a pair of purple wings at the back, drawing her body back to create some distance. Meanwhile, Bai Bidong stretched out her right hand, in the palm of which blue-gold vines began to grow upward. The fourth martial soul, Blue-Silver Emperor. Everyone looked on in astonishment. Bai Bidong was actually going to use her fourth martial soul.
Truly diabolical, it's so unfair. She's not done with 3 martial souls, and yet there's a 4th one. And she has 2 million-year soul rings, no less.
2 massive red-gold soul rings began to rise up around Bai Bidong's figure. Indeed diabolical, not to mention a 4th martial soul, but her only 2 martial souls both had million-year soul rings. Bai Bidong lowered her hand. The vine in her hand disappeared, replaced by a gigantic, buoyant image of the Blue-Silver Emperor behind her. At the same moment, all the blue-silver grass at the roadside started cheering jubilantly. The first red-gold soul ring rose up. Bai Bidong said in a cool voice.
First soul skill, Blue-Silver Annihilation Spear.
Chapter 337, Human Body Modification Weapon, Chrysanthemum Douluo's Transformation is Shocking Major Chapter. The soul ring that condensed from the deep-sea demonic whale added a hint of evil attributes to this soul skill, which is why the vines of the Blue-Silver Emperor turned from blue-golden to dark red. Although this skill is similar to the Blue-Silver Overlord Spear, its momentum and damage level are incomparably superior to that of the Blue-Silver Overlord Spear. The dark red vines twisted and coiled in Bai Bidong's hands, a terrifying aura gradually converging. Bai Bidong's eyes sharpened as she looked toward Lin Yi, her blue-silver annihilation spear already formed in her hand, emanating a cold, destructive aura. She spun her body, the spear following through the air, creating a sound that made one's heart tremble.
Swish!
The entire spear shot toward Lin Yi, with dense black and red glows twinkling behind it, causing the space to tremble faintly and numerous cracks to appear on the platform below, making a rattle sound.
Bang!
The blue-silver annihilation spear hit Lin Yi, turning into black smoke that vanished, as if Lin Yi's body harbored an intense heat. But in truth, it was just the characteristic of this skill. When the skill pierces an enemy's body, the entire spear would transform into a dense black smoke and continue to invade the enemy's flesh. This black smoke carried a chilling and evil force, quickly devouring the victim's vitality, causing the afflicted person to become a dried corpse in a very short time. Unfortunately for Bai Bidong, her blue-silver annihilation spear did not penetrate Lin Yi's body, so the black smoke that could devour vitality likewise couldn't invade Lin Yi's body and dissipated in midair like ashes. The attack was over, and the next moment Bai Bidong suddenly had a sense of impending danger. Her eyes widened in shock. Had the damage entered the next level? Undoubtedly, this sense of danger stemmed from a damage rebound, which felt different to Bai Bidong than the ones she had experienced before. She quickly stepped back, her gold first soul ring flashing once again. Dark red vines rapidly entwined in her hand, and as Bai Bidong's body encased in purple battle armor spun in place, the blue-silver annihilation spear enveloped in a chilling aura was once again hurled out. The sharp tip of the spear instantly pierced through the incoming damage rebound, and the ferocious golden storm shattered from point to area. Bai Bidong retreated 2 steps. Thankfully, the boost provided by the 2-word battle armor was there. Otherwise, releasing the Million-Year Spirit ability twice in a row almost drained 50% of her soul power. Now almost 20% of her soul power was consumed. True enough, a Million-Year Spirit ability has high damage, but also requires a great deal of soul power.
Damage of 506,734. Gold Novice, your reward is magic modification of all things, specifically for the weapon direction.
Bai Bidong's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She was not surprised by the reward, she was astounded by the damage. This was her first Gold Novice damage level, and the first Gold Novice reward she had gained through a regular attack. It was an incredibly pleasant surprise. She had not expected that the combination of damage from the 2-word battle armor and the blue-silver Emperor's Million-Year First Soul skill would reach as high as an entire 500,000. Bai Bidong was shocked and also deeply thankful for Lin Yi's offering. Although it seemed that she was the only one with a surplus of martial souls without soul rings, and Lin Yi's offering might have purely been not to waste them, the fact that Lin Yi had thought of her was already enough to make Bai Bidong happy.
Thank you, Senior Lin Yi. For the soul ring, for the damage, I am grateful.
Bai Bidong bowed to Lin Yi in thanks. The people below all had sour expressions, already envious and irritated by the appearance of the Gold Novice reward, and there was Bai Bidong bringing up the Million-Year Soul ring she had freeloaded, damn it, adding annoyance upon annoyance. Seeing Lin Yi nod slightly in response, Bai Bidong smiled and asked,
Sorry, I didn't pay attention just now. The Gold Novice reward was what? Turn.
Chapter 337, Part 2, Human Body Modification Weapon, Chrysanthemum Douluo's Shocking Transformation Major Chapter. In terms of damage, it's determined by the influence of the original object. The greater the influence of the original object, the higher the damage will be after it's magically modified into a weapon. Lin Yi continued, based on the description within the system.
According to this logic, weapons modified from living objects would cause higher damage than those modified from non-living objects, because living entities generally have a greater influence on the continent than non-life forms. For example, a weapon modified from an ant would certainly be stronger than one modified from a rock. And a weapon modified from a human would be superior to an ant's, which is the difference in influence.
Hearing this description, everyone's facial expressions became exceedingly animated. For the first time, they felt a sense of superiority simply from being human. After Lin Yi spoke, he flicked the golden light sphere into Bai Bidong's body. It was her first time merging with a golden reward, and for some reason, whether psychological or otherwise, Bai Bidong felt that the sensation the reward brought inside her body was distinctly different from that of a red reward. The golden reward seemed warm, comfortable, fulfilling. It felt as if it could fill her body to the brim.
Senior, may I give it a try?
Bai Bidong asked tentatively.
Of course, you can try with anything, whether it's a living entity or a non-life form.
With Lin Yi's permission, Bai Bidong first looked towards a fist-sized rock on the ground below. She picked up the rock and weighed it in her palm. An unremarkable rock with an almost negligible influence on the continent, it usually went unnoticed unless it tripped someone. Oh no, it could also be used to hit someone. Bai Bidong, channeling the newly merged Golden Junior reward inside her, held the rock in her palm, which began to emit light, and the rock gradually underwent a change. Curiosity got the better of everyone as they moved in closer. What kind of weapon could a rock turn into? The rock's transformation wasn't significant. Its surface just became slightly shinier, as if it had just undergone a minor plastic surgery like tweaking in Bai Bidong's hands. But Bai Bidong was well aware of what weapon the rock in her hand had transformed into.
Make way.
She shouted towards a group of people in a certain direction. The onlookers standing there, confused, suddenly widened their eyes. They exchanged glances and without a second thought, hurriedly ran to either side. If it was a weapon, then it must be capable of inflicting damage. Suddenly, Bai Bidong threw the rock in that direction. As it hit the ground, it lit up with fire, and then the entire rock exploded rapidly, blasting out a hole in the ground 1 meter in diameter and half a meter deep. The crowd watched agape, and Lin Yi raised an eyebrow.
Swoosh!
Thousand Waves, who was standing by the stand, quickly caught it. The inside of his fingers was actually sliced by the sharp edges of the blue-silver grass leaf, leaving 2 bloody cuts. A blade of grass had turned into a hidden weapon. Of course, this effect seemed far less significant than that of the stone just now. And Bai Bidong internally rationalized that the influence of blue-silver grass was less than that of the rock after all. A blade of grass didn't play as significant a role in daily life as a stone did. The next moment, Bai Bidong turned her gaze towards life forms.
Senior, if I were to magically modify a person into a weapon, could they be changed back?
Bai Bidong inquired. Lin Yi smiled and nodded.
Of course, at any time. This too falls within the scope of your abilities. The flexibility of the Golden Junior reward is indeed greater than that of the red or black rewards.
Relieved by Lin Yi's words, Bai Bidong felt reassured. She glanced towards the Martial Soul Hall and called out without a second thought.
Yue Guan, get up here.
Chrysanthemum Douluo's muscular body trembled. Swallowing his saliva, he immediately refused.
I don't want to be turned into a weapon. 3. All right, coming right away.
What Chrysanthemum Douluo feared most was Bai Bidong's
Death countdown.
Standing next to Bai Bidong on the stage, Chrysanthemum Douluo wore a face of utter despair. He could already imagine the despair he'd feel later when he became some weirdly shaped thing, hoping only that his attack power would be strong, as it related to the influence of his original self. Bai Bidong explained, her mind now filled with more detailed information after the fusion with the reward. But as she sized up the tall and burly Chrysanthemum Douluo, she became conflicted.
Which part of you should I turn into a weapon? When unsure which part to choose, this ability seems to automatically select the most suitable body part to be turned into a weapon and transforms it. How about we give that a try?
Chrysanthemum Douluo panicked.
Your Excellency!
While Chrysanthemum Douluo was still pondering, he noticed Bai Bidong had already placed her hand on his shoulder, her palm lighting up immediately. A moment later, Bai Bidong finished the operation, stepping back to watch Chrysanthemum Douluo's transformation with curiosity and anticipation. However, to everyone's surprise, there didn't seem to be any change in Chrysanthemum Douluo.
Your Excellency, what?
Chrysanthemum Douluo screamed in despair. Yet Bai Bidong shook her head with a serious expression.
I'm very curious about your damage output. Attack an empty piece of ground. Let me see where your influence and this part's uniqueness really lie.
Oh, I said attack.
The expressions of the women present all turned awkward. Whereas the men seemed to be reveling in the spectacle, cheering excitedly, with the ghost Douluo and others shouting unabashedly.
Boy, today you've truly made a statement as a real man.
Chrysanthemum Douluo felt that after today, he might have to completely retire from the stage of attack.
Attack!
Chrysanthemum Douluo yelled out, glaring at the distant open ground.
Boom!
Chapter 338, the Level 60 Soul Master Legion and the 10,000-Year Soul Beast Legion Major Chapter. The metal barrel evolved from something, that goes without saying. But after his initial panic, Chrysanthemum Douluo surprisingly found that the size of the barrel had been greatly exaggerated, which gave him an unexpected thrill of pleasure and a touch of smugness. Hee. At least it's not embarrassing. Together with the damage test that had seemed explosively powerful just now, Chrysanthemum Douluo suddenly felt like his personal influence and the dignity of manhood were both solidly assured. Everyone was dumbstruck. They glanced at the crater that resembled a small meteorite impact site afar, then back at Chrysanthemum Douluo's proudly erect barrel, their expressions becoming increasingly shocked.
Chrysanthemum, that's awesome.
Ghost Douluo couldn't help but give a thumbs up.
It's just so. I didn't expect my influence to be that big.
Chrysanthemum Douluo had just finished saying,
Big!
when an even more deafening explosion sounded from afar. Standing on the stage, Chrysanthemum Douluo was stupefied. And everyone's gaze swiftly turned in that direction. There stood by Bidong, her face stern, right arm raised, her right hand forming the shape of a
Pistol!
Her right index finger, however, remained pale and slender without any change. No, the entire arm and hand had not changed, but just now her index finger had fired an extremely powerful attack. Next to the crater created by Chrysanthemum Douluo, there was a huge, deep pit over 20 meters in diameter, with wisps of white smoke still rising from its edges. Bai Bidong was somewhat surprised, but she soon smiled, brought her index finger to her lips, and pretended to blow smoke off the tip as if it were smoking.
It seems that randomly choosing a body part to magically modify into a weapon ended up causing more damage than the entirety of Chrysanthemum Douluo's lower half combined.
Bai Bidong mentally raised her eyebrows in satisfaction. Chrysanthemum Douluo. Any sense of superiority he had just begun to feel had been completely shattered by Bai Bidong's remark. Your Holiness' influence must definitely surpass mine. Could you not mock your loyal subordinate by saying it out loud? At that moment, Bai Bidong looked at Chrysanthemum Douluo, inquiring.
Do you want to change back?
Chrysanthemum Douluo hesitated, thinking that the mechanical appearance of his lower half did seem quite cool.
Your Holiness, why did your hand not change at all after the magical modification, while I turned into a metallic form?
That was everyone's question too. Bai Bidong curled her lips.
I controlled it subjectively. It was a random selection of body parts. How could I know which part of yours would be modified? So obviously, it had to look different. Turns out, my thinking was right. Otherwise, you wouldn't have become a weapon but a weirdo.
Chrysanthemum Douluo glanced down at his lower half, saying somewhat awkwardly.
Indeed, I'm glad your Holiness is wise. Then please let me change back.
To change back, snap of the fingers, focus attention on the target. Only Bai Bidong took a glance at Chrysanthemum Douluo's tattered trousers. This isn't changing back, this is becoming a pervert.
Elder Ghost, find a way to cover his lower half.
Ghost Douluo was taken aback, chuckled, and took out a semi-transparent scarf.
Sorry, all I have is a scarf. Hope it covers enough.
Chrysanthemum Douluo. As Ghost Douluo was about to cheerfully approach the stage, he suddenly saw Bai Bidong giving a cold look that seemed about to strike someone down. He instantly straightened up and pulled out a broad coat from his soul tool, wrapping it around Chrysanthemum Douluo's lower half below the buttocks.
Damn it, I'm giving you this old coat. You friggin' old ghost, you detest me. Snap!
The sound of a snap came, and Chrysanthemum Douluo's rigid barrel instantly retracted. The coat quickly deflated. He wrapped himself embarrassingly in the coat and dashed off the stage immediately. Lin Yi watched the scene unfold before him, suddenly finding the reward for magical modification into weapons quite interesting. The critical hit reward he received allowed him to magically modify things into weapons and to modify them in any direction he chose. Like turning a stone into a person, a soul beast food.
Senior, I'm going to attack a second time, using the reward I just received.
Lin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, his expression unchanged, and responded.
Okay.
Chapter 338 Part 2. The Level 60 Soul Master Legion and the 10,000-Year Soul Beast Legion Major Chapter. She began to take a few steps back when, just as Lin Yi thought that Bai Bidong was about to raise her hand, she simply lifted her head instead. Her pale purple eyes suddenly shimmered, the color deepening to a purplish red, and not only that, those beautiful eyes seemed no longer to be eyes but rather two dazzling red gems.
This form of attack, could it be the Cyclops?
Just as a flicker of doubt passed through Lin Yi's mind, Bai Bidong's attack arrived. Two crimson lasers burst forth instantaneously from her eyes, striking Lin Yi. It was very much like the Cyclops, but it seemed to be even more powerful because the beams were much thicker than those of a conventional Cyclops, and as Lin Yi watched his shield blood drain away, it was clear that the attack was aiming for golden damage. After being scorched by the crimson lasers for a full 10 seconds or so, Bai Bidong immediately closed her eyes, apparently feeling a sourness in them. The audience below, however, was stunned. What kind of weapon was this? It looked so damn cool. Since Bai Bidong had magically modified her eyes into weapons for her attack, it indicated that she was confident her attack exceeded 500,000 in damage, especially since the previous damage had just barely crossed the threshold into Golden Junior level. Bai Bidong, with her eyes closed, did not deactivate her magical modification. She was merely closing them to relieve the soreness following her attack. At that moment, a golden damage rebound swelled around Lin Yi. The frenzied force generated by the attacker came surging towards him. Bai Bidong, hearing the noise and sensing the danger, immediately opened her eyes, and the two crimson lasers once again descended upon the damage rebound. As expected, the latter shattered, and after the lasers penetrated the damage rebound, they again descended upon Lin Yi.
Sorry, Elder, I didn't stop it in time.
No matter.
Due to the presence of many people and the need to maintain orderly attacks, Lin Yi had stipulated that each person could only attack twice, but in reality, more attacks were possible. It was just that there would be no reward beyond the third, but it could still contribute to the shield lottery. He looked at the panel. Blood loss, 536,784. Remaining health, 899,897,916,354. Damage level, Gold Novice. Random reward, sowing beans into soldiers. Beans can be freely chosen, soldiers
Soldiers.
can also be chosen, but there are only two fixed options. Host reward, sowing beans into soldiers. The strength of the soldiers is double that of the random reward. Sowing beans into soldiers is a classic trope, meaning to scatter beans to turn them into an army through magic. It seems that this reward took inspiration from that trope, but Lin Yi's gaze was drawn to the parentheses for further explanation. He then read the notes. Lin Yi smiled slightly as the notes described how this classic trope had been magically modified to a form more fitting for Soul Land. He said to Bai Bidong,
Your damage is 536,784 at the Golden Junior level, and your reward is an ability named Sowing Beans into Soldiers.
after explaining the ability to Bai Bidong, so she understood roughly what these four words meant, Lin Yi continued.
In the reward, beans is metaphorical. You don't necessarily have to scatter actual beans. You can use anything in their place, but the soldiers you can choose between are only two options, Soul Master or Soul Beast. Meaning, the beans you scatter can only turn into a Soul Master Legion or a Soul Beast Legion, nothing else.
Bai Bidong nodded blankly. Lin Yi added,
There are many points to note about this reward, starting with the strength of the soldiers. If your soldiers are soul masters, they can only be 60-level soul emperors. If they are soul beasts, then they can only be 10,000-year-old soul beasts.
Bai Bidong asked curiously.
Then,
Lin Yi replied.
That's the second point I need to mention. Although the level of your soldiers is fixed, their talents are not. It depends on the value of the beans you scatter. Remember, beans is metaphorical. You can replace it with anything.
For instance, if you scatter a handful of pebbles and choose to turn the pebbles into soul masters, then those pebbles might just become 60-level soul emperors with a martial soul entirely made of blue-silver grass. But if you scatter a handful of golden soul coins, then the pebbles have the potential to become 60-level soul emperors with a martial soul entirely of blue-silver emperor. The soldier's natural talent depends on the value of the beans you scatter, but the soldier's level is fixed, meaning they will definitely be 60-level soul emperors, equivalent to soul beasts of 10,000 years. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Bai Bidong nodded with great curiosity.
I get it, and it sounds really interesting.
Lin Yi continued.
The blue-silver grass and blue-silver emperor I mentioned are just examples. They don't mean that the soul talents of the soul masters turned from stones are as low as those with a blue-silver grass martial soul, nor do they mean that the soul talents of the soul masters created from golden soul coins are as high as those with a blue-silver emperor martial soul. It's simply to help you understand the difference in talent between the two.
Natural talent depends on the value of the beans you scatter, but the soldier's level is fixed, meaning they will definitely be 60-level soul emperors, equivalent to soul beasts of 10,000 years. Do you understand what I'm saying? Bai Bidong nodded with great curiosity. I get it, and it sounds really interesting. Lin Yi continued. The blue-silver grass and blue-silver emperor I mentioned are just examples. They don't mean that the soul talents of the soul masters turned from stones are as low as those with a blue-silver grass martial soul, nor do they mean that the soul talents of the soul masters created from golden soul coins are as high as those with a blue-silver emperor martial soul. It's simply to help you understand the difference in talent between the two. Besides, the number of soldiers is limitless, which depends on how many beans you scatter. One thing to note is that the casting method is quite fixed. You have to throw them on the ground. This action is mandatory. Bai Bidong, like an eager student, nodded again and again, memorizing all the key points Lin Yi mentioned. Lin Yi picked up a golden light spot, which was the second gold level reward Bai Bidong had obtained in her regular attacks. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with the precious gold level reward. Keep in mind that even the 6th place in the Soul Master competition only had 3 golden junior rewards, and today, she had already obtained 2 golden junior rewards through her own attacks. After fusing the rewards, Bai Bidong once again felt herself being filled with a golden, warm, and substantial reward, which was very comfortable and satisfying. She looked around, ready to test out the reward. Bai Bidong picked up a bunch of small stones from the side of the road, then, following Lin Yi's instruction, threw them to the ground.
Scrub, 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 scrub.
The pile of stones rapidly expanded and turned into 6 identical men, as if they had been cloned from each other in height, appearance, attire, and everything else. Yes, she had just scattered 6 stones. These 6 men looked ordinary, but their expressions were resolute and their builds were robust. They had the quality of a
Soul Master Legion.
Bai Bidong stepped back in shock.
At your command, General.
The next moment, like true soldiers, they knelt on one knee before Bai Bidong, addressing her as their general. Bai Bidong swallowed and said,
Let me see your soul rings and martial souls.
Yes, General.
Howls of wolves rose as the silhouettes of the soul beast
Green Wolf
appeared behind the 6 men. At the same time, 6 standard soul rings also rose from their bodies. The green wolf is a rather common beast martial soul. Perhaps it's because they were made from stones, but it seems they really are soul emperors. Thinking it over, Bai Bidong took out 6 golden soul coins and scattered them on the ground. The next moment, like true soldiers, they knelt on one knee before Bai Bidong, addressing her as their general. Bai Bidong swallowed and said, Let me see your soul rings and martial souls. Yes, General. Howls of wolves rose as the silhouettes of the soul beast Green Wolf appeared behind the 6 men. At the same time, 6 standard soul rings also rose from their bodies. The Green Wolf is a rather common beast martial soul. Perhaps it's because they were made from stones, but it seems they really are soul emperors. Thinking it over, Bai Bidong took out 6 golden soul coins and scattered them on the ground. Scrub, 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 scrub. Another 6 identical men appeared. At your command, General. They kneeled in unison, then stood up. To Bai Bidong's amazement, these 6 men turned from golden soul coins were much more handsome than those turned from stones. Their attire was also much more lavish. They were also taller, more muscular, and more charismatic. The difference was just too obvious. It was as apparent as the difference between stones and golden soul coins. Immediately, Bai Bidong commanded. Chapter 339, The Unconventional Attack Method of Thousand Waves. Does Taro release his martial soul? Big chapter. 6 soul master soldiers transformed from golden soul coins received Bai Bidong's orders, and their expressions became noticeably more solemn. Their bodies flickered with light, and deep, powerful roars of a tiger resonated, as the phantoms of their martial souls stood tall and wandered behind them. The scene was quickly filled with one gasp after another, especially from Dai Ben, because the martial souls of these 6 soul master soldiers turned out to be the orthodox white tiger martial souls.
My God!
Dai Ben watched in astonishment. He couldn't help but wonder if Bai Bidong's gold coins were stolen from their star Luo royal family. The white tiger martial soul was indeed a superior beast martial soul compared to the common green wolf martial soul, but not as exaggerated as the comparison with the blue-silver grass and blue-silver emperor. Yet this was still shocking enough. In Star Luo, almost anyone with a white tiger martial soul could be promoted to nobility by virtue of this alone. The 6 individuals before him were merely transformed from coins. If Bai Bidong scattered a chest of 1,000 or 800 golden soul coins, wouldn't she be able to produce thousands of soul masters with white tiger martial souls in an instant? No, thousands of soul emperors with white tiger martial souls. Bai Bidong could definitely come up with 1,000 golden soul coins. Even 10,000 wasn't beyond her reach. 10,000 soul emperors.
The soul masters or soul beasts transformed from the exact same objects will be identical in all aspects, but the type of soul master or soul beast they change into each time is not fixed. For instance, these 6 gold coins might transform into white tigers this time, but next time they could become something else entirely. Right, you also have the ability to change soldiers back into beans.
Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Bai Bidong focused on the power merged within her and then activated her intent to look toward the 12 soul masters in front of her. Pop, 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 ding, ding, ding. The 12 soul masters vanished in an instant. 6 stones fell to the ground, and 6 golden soul coins dropped as well, spinning on the surface. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Bai Bidong focused on the power merged within her and then activated her intent to look toward the 12 soul masters in front of her. Pop, 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 ding, ding, ding. The 12 soul masters vanished in an instant. 6 stones fell to the ground, and 6 golden soul coins dropped as well, spinning on the surface. Turned back.
Is that the Pope's command? Is Bai Bidong going to transform the Pope's command into a soul master? Damn, there's such a move. Isn't the value of the Pope's command greater than that of golden soul coins? I'm quite curious, how much is the Pope's command worth in golden soul coins?
Aren't you stating the obvious? The Pope's command is definitely not for sale. It's priceless.
As everyone frenziedly discussed, Bai Bidong threw the Pope's command onto the ground, and the sound of impact made her feel a twinge of heartache. Click scrape. The Pope's command instantly grew in size, and to everyone's surprise, it transformed into a stunningly voluptuous woman.
So gender is random too.
Bai Bidong muttered.
Greetings, General.
The woman knelt on one knee. Her makeup, features, and figure could all be described as perfect.
Damn, the Pope's command actually turned into a beauty. She's like the woman of my dreams. If I had this power, I wouldn't bear to make her a soldier, heh heh.
Bai Bidong ignored the voices from the crowd and said to the woman,
Show me your martial soul. Yes, General.
The woman tilted up the corner of her mouth, revealing a sinister smile that Lin Yi found familiar. The next moment, a dark aura emanated from the woman's body, again accompanied by the sound of a tiger's roar, but this time with a sinister edge. It made everyone listening feel mentally sluggish. However, the crowd soon realized that it wasn't just their thinking that had become slow, but also time itself. Everyone seemed to be affected, their movements becoming slower. The stronger individuals like Gu Yuina, Emperor Heaven, and others fared better. But those with lower strength felt as though they were caught in a whirlpool of distorted time, moving lethargically as time around them seemed to slow. Even titled Douluo were influenced. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Was it really such a coincidence? The roar gradually grew louder, and a pitch-black tiger appeared behind the woman, its eyes blood-red, body adorned with intricate silver patterns, and its teeth exceptionally sharp. Standing below, Zhu Jian sensed a familiar presence and couldn't help but exclaim with doubt.
Dark Evil Tiger.
Chapter 339 Part 2. The Unconventional Attack Method of Thousand Waves. Does Taro Release His Martial Soul? Big Chapter. By Bidong, although unfamiliar with the Dark Evil Tiger, knew that as a martial soul, just by unleashing it, it could already influence the titled Douluo's present to a certain degree. Keep in mind, she was only a 60-level soul emperor.
Pope's command.
And they still felt somewhat unsatisfied when Bai Bidong ignored their sarcastic comments, thanked Lin Yi, and stepped down from the stage. Thousand Waves stepped forward. He had been pondering for a long time below the stage, thinking about what mode of attack to adopt this time. Undoubtedly, as a human being, he had basically contributed his maximum damage. His last attack exceeded 600,000, marking the highest damage dealt by a human being so far. But Thousand Waves felt no pride whatsoever, because it also meant that he didn't know how to attack this time.
Senior, I am ready to attack. Ahem.
Thousand Waves took out the transformer for Ultraman Taro, a delicate badge. He held the badge high and shouted loudly.
Taro.
A dazzling light enveloped Thousand Waves' body. Posisi remembered this scene. She was shocked by it when she had just arrived yesterday, when Thousand Waves used this ability. The body enveloped in light rapidly grew in size, and soon, a giant with a mixture of red and silver colors stood in front of the crowd. Just when everyone thought Ultraman Taro was going to shoot out beams like a grade schooler raising his hand in class, Thousand Waves' next move shocked everyone. He reached out his palm, within which lay a divine artifact, the Angel Holy Sword. The Angel Holy Sword, following its owner's thoughts, rapidly grew in size to about 40 or 50 meters in length.
Damn!
Tang Chen couldn't help but take a step back. The sound of the huge Angel Holy Sword moving through the air was thunderous, booming loudly.
What the hell are you doing, kid?
He couldn't help but look up and shout. Thousand Waves looked down at him and said with a loud voice,
I'm attacking, of course.
After saying that, he plunged the 40 to 50 meter long Angel Holy Sword into the ground, and Tang Chen watched the Holy Sword, like an Optimus Prime, fall to the ground. He widened his eyes and immediately jumped to the side. There was a dull sound behind him, and the ground shook violently. The gold Holy Sword stood on the ground like a skyscraper, giving the impression it could collapse at any moment. Tang Chen was extremely astonished.
What on earth is this guy up to?
Gold light began to flicker on Ultraman Taro's body, and huge soul rings, each with a diameter exceeding 60 or 70 meters, rose from his body. The outermost ninth soul ring even reached a diameter of more than 200 meters. Lin Yi was dumbfounded. He suddenly wanted to give Thousand Waves a thumbs up. Using Ultraman Taro's body to release the martial soul and use his soul skill, combined with a divine artifact, he admired his courage and creativity. Everyone retreated backward, wondering what the attack would look like.
Isn't Thousand Waves afraid he might deal too much damage?
Posisi questioned in shock as she retreated with the crowd. After experiencing the whole day yesterday, she had completely understood the rules and precautions of the attacks. Attacking with Ultraman's body really gave a sense of damage exceeding the scale. A larger six-winged angel phantom appeared behind Thousand Waves, and at a rough estimate, the phantom had reached a height of 1 kilometer.
First soul skill, Sword of Judgment.
This time, he did not use Martial Soul True Body because he suddenly felt regretful. He hadn't expected that the martial soul would also scale up in size and especially by so many times. He wondered if this would cause excessive damage. Tang Chen couldn't help but take a step back. The sound of the huge angel holy sword moving through the air was thunderous, booming loudly. "What the hell are you doing, kid?" He couldn't help but look up and shout. Thousand Waves looked down at him and said with a loud voice, "I'm attacking, of course." After saying that, he plunged the 40 to 50-meter-long angel holy sword into the ground, and Tang Chen watched the holy sword, like an Optimus Prime, fall to the ground. He widened his eyes and immediately jumped to the side. There was a dull sound behind him, and the ground shook violently. The gold holy sword stood on the ground like a skyscraper, giving the impression it could collapse at any moment. Tang Chen was extremely astonished. What on earth is this guy up to? Gold light began to flicker on Ultraman Taro's body, and huge soul rings, each with a diameter exceeding 60 or 70 meters, rose from his body. The outermost ninth soul ring even reached a diameter of more than 200 meters. Lin Yi was dumbfounded. He suddenly wanted to give Thousand Waves a thumbs up. Using Ultraman Taro's body to release the martial soul and use his soul skill, combined with a divine artifact, he admired his courage and creativity. Everyone retreated backward, wondering what the attack would look like. Isn't Thousand Waves afraid he might deal too much damage? Po Sissy questioned in shock as she retreated with the crowd. After experiencing the whole day yesterday, she had completely understood the rules and precautions of the attacks. Attacking with Ultraman's body really gave a sense of damage exceeding the scale. A larger six-winged angel phantom appeared behind Thousand Waves, and at a rough estimate, the phantom had reached a height of 1 kilometer.